Section 25 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 25. This is now clear then. By and by there will be much description of the being and the character in many of these people, families, men, women, and children that the Hersland children knew when they were children, and on from them until they were almost young men and women. In the long history of David Hersland, that will be written after there has been written some of the history of Martha Hersland and of Alfred Hersland, the two elder Hersland children. There will then be written also the meaning of these men and women to Mr. and Mrs. David Hersland, the father and the mother of the three Hersland children. So then all that will happen. All that will be written after there is written some description of living and the being of the two elder Hersland children. First then now there will be written some description of Martha Hersland in her beginning. After there has been written something of the history of her living, some description of her being, there will be written a history of her brother Alfred up to the time of his marrying Julia Dehning. After that will be written the whole long history of the youngest of the three children, David Hersland, and all through there will be written some history of the father and mother and of all the governesses and servants living in the house with the Hersland family. So then to begin again. In the history of young David Hersland, there will be written much description of the character and living of everyone the Hersland family ever came to know in all the time they were living in the 10-acre place in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. In the history of Alfred Hersland, there will be much description of the things Alfred did with and to them, all of them, whom the Hersland family came to know then. Now, in the history of Martha Hersland, there will be much description of how everyone knowing the Hersland family then came to feel and know her and them, what everyone knowing them felt in her and in the Hersland living, what everyone knowing them and knowing her felt about her, knew about her, felt about them, knew about them. There are many ways of disguising the whole being that is each one. Some have a stronger disguising of them in their beginning living, stronger than in their middle living, or in their ending. In many this is now true of them. Soon now there will be some discussing of the disguising of whole being in young living. Now there will be some description of how everyone who knew Martha Hersland knew and felt the being and the living she had in her, how her father felt her, how her mother felt her, how the servants felt her, each one of them, how each one of the governesses knew and felt her, in short, how everyone who knew her then, men, women, and children who knew her then, felt her then. To begin then. As I was saying, it is very hard to know the being in someone from some few things they have been doing. It is hard knowing anyone, but sometime each one, knowing anyone, has some feeling of that one. There are many ways of disguising the whole being in each one. Some have a stronger disguise in their beginning than in their middle living or in their ending. Some have a stronger disguise in their middle living than in their beginning living or when they are ending living. Some have a stronger disguise when they are ending living than at any other time in their living. Some do not have at any time in their living more disguising of the real being in them than at any other time in their living. Martha Hersland was one of such of them. This is now the way everyone knowing Martha Hersland felt the being in her. Martha Hersland was of the independent-dependent kind in men and women. The one I was describing as being independent-dependent being, as in fluid condition, and held together to be one by the skin surrounding that one, was of the same kind of being then as that in Martha Hersland. In Martha, the being was in a little more concentrated condition, but the proportion of attacking and obstinate resisting and quickness and hesitation and ways of being, always in every part of living a whole one, was the same in Martha Hersland as in the one I was describing as being independent-dependent being in completely fluid condition and being a whole one only and always being one by having a skin to hold it in and to separate it so from everyone and make it so an individual one. Martha then was of the independent-dependent kind in men and women. Martha had this being then in more concentration, in a more solid condition than the one I was earlier describing. It is a little true now to me of Martha and a little true to me of many men and women having independent-dependent being in them, that the being in them being like the one I was describing, the one having all independent-dependent being in solution in a fluid condition, and my knowing independent-dependent being so well in that one, and that one being such a fluid whole one, gives to me seeing them an uncomfortable feeling to know it so well from this one I was describing, the being in them, the activities in them, in some having independent-dependent being. Sometimes it makes me a little turn away from seeing the being in some having in them independent-dependent being, so that I will not know it too clearly in them, the being that they have in them, all the meaning of the being in them, and that is a little now the way I am feeling in looking at the being in Martha Hersland. And now, all the same, I am beginning completely to realize all the meaning there is in the being there is in her. And always now I will look straight on at her. I will know all the being in her. Martha was of the independent-dependent kind of them, as I was saying. She was, as I was saying, like the one I was describing, that was independent-dependent being in completely fluid condition, and always was a whole one in the beginning of the being there was in that one, in the middle of the living of that one, in the ending of the living of that one. Martha then was like that one in the relation of things in her being. She was more concentrated, more solid than that one. It was not only the skin that kept her apart from other ones. There was actual individual being always in Martha. But Martha was a whole one in her beginning, in her middle living, in her ending. She was all through her of the same concentration, of the same nature. Always it was the same being in her, that in her beginning, in her being a baby, a little bigger one, and so on. Always Martha, like the other one I was describing, was a whole one. This is now some description of what each one who knew her felt in her. This is now some descriptions of the nature in her, of the living that was in her. When she was a very little one, sometimes she wanted not to be existing. This is a very common thing in everyone in the beginning of their living. This is a very common thing in mostly everyone in the beginning of their living. Many want then not any longer to be existing. Mostly then, when they are very little ones, they are never thinking, I wish I had never come into existing. They have not then any such a feeling. They often say then, I wish I had died when I was a little baby and had not any feeling. I would not then have to be always suffering. I would not then now have to think of being frightened by dying. I wish I had been dead when I was a very little one and was not knowing anything. It is very interesting the way anybody feels about dying, about not existing, about everything, about everyone. Always more and more this is very interesting. There are ways, then, that those having in them independent-dependent being feel about living, feel about dying, feel about never having been, if they have any of such a kind of feeling in them. That is common to all of them as being different from the way those having in them independent being have a feeling. More and more there will be understanding of these different ways of feeling their own being, feeling anybody else's being, feeling the ending of themselves and the ending of anyone, feel they're not existing, that makes one kind in men and women, makes that kind different from other kinds of them. There will then be a very little always being made that slowly will make a great deal of description of the feelings in each kind in men and women about everything. As I was saying, Martha was of the independent, dependent kind of them. As I was saying, it is hard to know the kind of being in anyone from just a description of some thoughts, some feelings, some actions in them, for it is in their feeling of themselves inside them that the kind of being in them shows in them and that comes out of them slowly in their living, that comes out of them always as repeating. This is very, very difficult to make anyone understand from a description of them. This is now what I am always trying. I know much of all this, and sometimes I can make someone else know it by my explaining. I am never very certain, but always there is again and again for me a beginning of this trying. As I was saying, many little ones have a feeling about not wanting any more to be living. Some want to have been dead when they were little babies and not knowing anything. Some want to be dead then so that everyone will miss them. Some want to prove themselves all noble by dying. Some are just tired of struggling when they are little ones. There are such ones, and some of such of them have independent, dependent being that does not succeed then in winning fighting by attacking. Martha was a little such a one, and more this will show in all her living. Always there was in her much attacking. Mostly there was in her nervous feeling. Mostly there was in her not much winning. Early then she had at moments tired feeling. Never did she know that really she was failing in attacking. Always she had in her nervous feeling, showing that she had been failing to everyone. It was not excitement or weakness or yielding or escaping or blustering as it is in some. Some who have independent, dependent being and are failing in attacking. In some who have dependent, independent being and yet always are attacking, though attacking is not for them the way of winning fighting. But in Martha Hersland, all of her being was independent, dependent being. Attacking was her way of winning fighting. Mostly she was never winning. Mostly she did not really know this in her. She had nervous feeling in her that showed the failure in the fighting she was doing. All this will be clearer when there will have been completely given the feeling everyone who ever came to know her at any time in her living had about her. Always Martha was a whole one. She had only this one kind of being. She always was a whole one. All her living, she was repeating the whole being, the kind of being that was the whole being of her. Mostly, all her living, she was a whole one to herself, to everyone. There was in her always one kind of independent, dependent being, as I was saying, and it was mostly always completely there to everyone. The whole being in her to everyone who ever knew her. Always there then to everyone when she was a baby or a little one, or a young girl, or a young woman, or a woman in her middle living, or in her ending. Mostly then, always she really was a whole one. Mostly then, always everyone who knew her had about her such a feeling. This will come clearer in the history of her. She was, as I was saying, of one kind of independent, dependent being, and all her living there was about the same concentration to her, the same relation of attacking and succeeding, and failing and nervous feeling, and stupid being, and understanding and tired feeling in her. Martha was then once a very little one, a baby, and then a little one, and then a young girl, and then a woman, and then she was older, and then later there was an ending to her, and always all through this living in her she was the same whole one inside her, and to everyone who knew her. In some the nature in them is clearer when they are very young, in some when they are young, in some when they are not so young, in some when they are getting older, in some when they are old ones. Martha was mostly always to everyone who knew her the same whole one. When she was a little one, a very little one, an older one, a very old one, mostly always then she was to everyone about the same kind of a whole one. She was of one kind of that kind of them, and mostly all her living, there was the same concentration of the being that was her, the same proportion of one thing to the other things active in her. As I was saying, those having in them independent, dependent being have in them attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, as their natural way of winning in loving. As I was saying, those having in them dependent, independent being have in them resisting as their natural way of winning fighting, have resisting as their natural way of winning in loving. This, then, is the being in those having in them independent, dependent being. This, then, is the being in those having in them dependent, independent being. These, then, are the two different ways of being in men and women, and always this, one way or the other way of being, always then one way or the other way of being, independent, dependent being, or dependent, independent being, is in each one, every one who ever was, or is, or will be living. Often it is very confusing, for, as I was saying, sometimes, very often, one having in her or in him independent, dependent being, that is, having attacking as their real way of winning fighting, winning and loving, such a one seems really to be always resisting. This, then, the kind of being in someone is sometimes, is one might say truly very often, very confusing. For one, having in them really as being attacking as the way of winning fighting, as the way of winning loving, always sometimes every minute in their living to themselves and to everyone knowing them, seems to be resisting, seems to be so fighting and winning, so loving and winning. This is then very confusing to everyone knowing that one. Slowly then the real fighting being, the real loving being in that one comes to be understood by someone. Sometimes not really by anyone, mostly in everyone, sometime by someone. This is true then of very many having in them independent, dependent being. That is, those having in them attacking as their real way of winning fighting, attacking as their real way of winning loving. It is true in many of them that to themselves mostly, and mostly to everyone ever knowing them, they have in them resisting as their way of winning fighting, resisting as their way of winning in loving. In those having in them dependent, independent being, that is, those having in them resisting as their real way of winning fighting, resisting as their real way of winning and loving, there are very many of them who seem to themselves sometimes, and mostly always to everyone ever knowing them, seem to be always and incessantly attacking, seem to be always winning by attacking in fighting and in loving. Sometime it comes out of them that they are not really winning. More and more perhaps it comes out of them that always attacking, they are never really winning. Sometimes someone will know it of them that attacking is not in such of them the way of winning fighting, winning loving. In sometime, everyone who knows them knows it sometime of them, that attacking is not in them the way of winning fighting, the way of winning loving. It is very confusing for everyone realizing this description must be really understanding that failing does not prove it to be true of someone, that attacking is not the real way of winning fighting, for one doing their fighting by attacking. Many, having in them attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, fail to succeed to winning by attacking, fail to succeed in loving by attacking. They may fail then those having in them such being. They may even succeed by resisting those having in them attacking as their way of winning. And yet these then are of the kind of them having attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, as their natural way of winning loving, are in short, of the independent, dependent kind of them. Of those having in them resisting as their natural way of winning fighting, they are often for a long time to everyone, to themselves then, and they are bragging of it, and they have it in them to themselves and to everyone that they are always succeeding by attacking. and sometimes they are really never failing, to themselves and to others who know them, and yet always to someone knowing the whole sum of them, the whole completeness of their living. Someone can know it in them that attacking is not in them their real way of winning fighting, of succeeding in being loved and in loving. So then, as I was saying, it is very confusing, and sometimes one only knows really the kind of being in some by the kind of yielding in them, the kind of sensitiveness in them, for there is in each kind of being, in independent, dependent being, in dependent, independent being, a kind of way of yielding, a kind of way of being dependent, a kind of way of having sensitiveness in them that makes that kind of them. There is then in independent, dependent being a kind of way of yielding, of having sensitive being that is different from the kind of way of yielding of having sensitive being in dependent, independent kinds in men and women. There is a kind of way of yielding, of being dependent, of having sensitive being in those having in them dependent, independent being that is different from the kind of way of yielding, of having dependent being, of having sensitive being in those having in them any of the kinds of independent, dependent being. In short, there is one way of having dependent being, of yielding, of sensitiveness, of having stupid being, of having feeling about objects, about practical living that goes with having attacking as the natural way of winning fighting, of winning loving, of winning anything. And there is another whole system of being that is very different from this, a way of yielding, a way of having sensitiveness in being, a way of seeing and feeling everything in living, a way of choosing a way of reacting to everything that goes with having it as being, the winning fighting by resisting as the real way of being, the winning anything in living, loving, and everything by resisting. So then sometimes there will be much, very much description of the way of yielding in each one, having in them one or the other of these two kinds of being, independent, dependent, dependent, independent. That is, of everyone, of all men, of all women. As I was saying, the one I was describing that had all independent, dependent being in solution, this one had as all of those having independent, dependent being in them have it as being, this one had attacking as the natural way of winning anything. This one, as I was saying, had all the being in a flabby kind of state that made this one, when this one was attacking, made all the being in this one then, when the being in this one was in motion, made it that the being in this one, all the being of this one, was then, when attacking, just in a state of motion. And so to anyone feeling this one would seem to have resisting being as the natural way of acting. For the movement of the whole being in this one being then in a state of attacking, really was then to everyone knowing this one in this state of action, for it was so slow, the moving of the whole being that made this one, that anyone coming in contact with this one then, or any such a one, sticking so to speak in the mass of this when meeting this one, would think of this one as resisting. But this was not true of this one then, or of any of such of them that have independent, dependent being in solution in them. It is stupid being in them, that wobbling in them, that is their moving that is so slow and uncertain that to anyone knowing them, feeling them, seeing them, it is not in them as attacking moving activity in them, but attacking, that is the being in this one and in the others like this one, having in them each one independent, dependent being. And so then often this kind of a one is from the spreading of the being in that one, always then slower and slower in moving in the attacking activity of such a one, and very, very often with such a one, the attacking never coming to real action as a using of the energy generated in the attacking feeling in independent, dependent being of such a kind of one. makes such a kind of one a nervous kind of being, and this is then the way independent, dependent being can in some be very confusing, for attacking does not seem to be the way of active being of them, and so it takes much knowing of the being in men and women to realize the action in them. This one then, the one I was describing, had then independent, dependent being, but attacking never came to really be ever an action. And so this one was to many very resisting, stubborn in resisting, and this was only because attacking being in this one never came to be anything more than the whole mass of being that was this one being just moving. As I was saying before, this one that I was describing was the least possible concentration, the most diffuse possible kind of existing of independent, dependent being. As I was saying, this one, a little more concentrated, was what made the being of Martha Hersland. Martha, who is now soon to be a complete one to everyone reading this description. As I was saying, the one I have been just describing had with this attacking always much nervous being. As I was saying, this one I was describing, being made a little into something having a little more concentration, would be the being I am now beginning describing. As I was saying, the one I was describing was of the independent, dependent kind of them. This was the being, too, that Martha Hersland had in her. The one I was describing had independent, dependent being in its weakest concentration. Martha Hersland had independent, dependent being in a state of a little more concentration. As I was saying, all her living, the first one I was describing, was a whole one, always a complete one to herself and to everyone. This then, as I was saying, being always a whole one to herself and everyone all through her living, was a thing everyone will know soon in Martha Hersland. The first one then I was describing was of the independent, dependent kind of them, that is, one having attacking as the natural way of winning fighting. This is the being, the independent, dependent being, is the being that is in Martha Hersland, the one I am now again beginning describing, the oldest of the three of them, the three Hersland children. As I was saying, there is a kind of way of yielding, a kind of way of having sensitive being that everyone, having independent, dependent being, have in them as their way of being. There will be just now very little description of this in anyone. Later, there will be very much description of this in everyone having in them independent, dependent being. Now there will be mostly a beginning of understanding of attacking and resisting and stupid being and nervous being, and a little of the yielding and the sensitive being in some having in them independent, dependent being. And now there will be a beginning of all these in one, and this one is Martha Hersland, the oldest of the three Hersland children. As I was saying, when Martha was a very little one, the Herslands were living in a 10-acre place, and they were poor people in small houses living near them. And the Herslands had a governess and servants then living in the house with them. Later, when Martha was a little bigger, she went to a school near them where the children living in the small houses near them went to get their instruction. And Martha was of them then, of all of them, the poor people near them. The Hersland children always had then a governess in the house with them. This made two different kinds of living for them. This was more troublesome to Martha than to the two other children who were boys, and so not really in actual relation to the family living and the governess in the house with them. To begin now a description of what everyone knowing Martha Hersland when she was a little one felt or knew or thought of the being that now everyone reading is commencing feeling, knowing. As I was saying, when Martha was a very little one and just beginning to go out with other children, the governess was never then with the Hersland children, any of them, when they were very little ones and went out with other children. The children were of the living of the people about them. They had that kind of living feeling in them, the kind of living feeling natural in the people living in the small houses near them. The Hersland family then, the Hersland children, all three of them, had the living feeling in them of the people about them. Mr. Hersland had not the living feeling of the people about them completely in him, for he went every day into a very different kind of living. But he had a good deal of it in him, for his past living was not strongly ever in him. Mrs. Hersland had no other daily living than her household and her children and the living feeling of the people in the small houses near them, but in Mrs. Hersland there was always in her as her real living feeling for her the past living, the rich, right American living that was the natural way of living in her. The three children, as I was saying, had each one of them more in them then of the living feeling natural to the people then around them than they had the living feeling belonging to the kind of living natural to the children of the father and the mother of them. Each one of the three of them, Martha, Alfred, and David Hersland, had in them the living feeling natural to the poorer people around them differently in them. This will come out in the long histories of each one of them. This is now a long history of the oldest of them, Martha Hersland, and this is now a beginning of description of the way she had in her to be of them, the people living near the Herslands, in small houses, near the 10-acre place where the Herslands were living then, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. As I was saying, when Martha was a little one, when she first went to school, and this was very soon after the Herslands began living in the 10-acre place, in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, for Martha had been born when the Herslands had just come to Gossels, and were living in the hotel, as I was saying, in the hotel where Mrs. Hersland knew Sophie Schilling and Pauline Schilling and Mrs. Schilling. And so, as I was saying, when they came, the Hersland family, to live on the 10-acre place, where they went on living to after the time when Martha, a grown woman, came back out of her trouble to live again with them, Martha, the oldest of the three Hersland children, was old enough to begin her schooling, was old enough to begin having living feeling forming in her, to be of them, the people living near them. As I was saying, Mr. Hersland believed in independence for his children, in democratic schooling for them, in having a governess in the house with them for their education, in healthy out-of-door living. Martha Hersland, then when she was a very little one, when she was a little one, when she was a bigger one, when she was running her own living, when she was a lost one, when she was shrunken, when she was older, and always all of her living, every minute in her living, was the same one, the same whole one to herself and to everyone ever knowing her being. She was, as I was saying, a little more concentrated version of the one I was just describing. Like that one, she was always all her living a whole one. Like that one, always all her living, being a whole one, had not really much meaning. This is now again a beginning of the being Martha had in her all her living. Some have their real being in young living. Some do not have it then in them. All have their real being in young living to some. Not anyone has their real being in young living to some. Martha Hersland had in her independent, dependent being, as I was saying. Martha, in her young living, was a whole one. Always, all her living, Martha was a whole one. Sometimes she was older, sometimes she was happier, sometimes she was nervouser, sometimes she was farther from and sometimes nearer failure. Always she had the same being in her. Always she was of the independent, dependent kind of them. Always she was like the other one I was describing, excepting that Martha had independent, dependent being in a little more concentrated form in her, and so she would keep together even without the skin of her to hold her. One part would stick to the other part of her. She would not be flowing everywhere if there was not a skin to hold her. So then she was a little, in more ways, a whole one than the one I was describing that had independent, dependent being in solution. Always then, as I was saying, Martha was a whole one. When Martha was a little one, as I was saying, she was of them, the poorer children, living near the Hersland family then, and she went to school with them. When she was a little one, as I was saying, the Hersland family always had a governess living in the house with them to educate the Hersland children in music, French, and German, and any other kind of education Mr. Hersland at any other time thought it would be good for them to be having. The Hersland family then had a governess living in the house with them when Martha was a little one, and then on to when Martha was quite old enough not to like them ever to be interfering with anything she wanted to be doing, with any kind of reading or knowing anyone or any way she was learning anything. Then later than that, they, the Herslands, still had one, and then more and more the governess living in the house with them had really nothing to do with the Hersland children. But always, as long as a governess was in the house with them, the governess would be a little sometime troublesome to Martha Hersland and her living then. To those knowing Martha Hersland then, when she was a young one, when she was beginning her individual being, she was then a whole one, to no one quite entirely pleasing, but most of those knowing her then liked her well enough whenever they thought about her, and sometimes then they did not like her. As I was saying, she went to school with the children near them, for the Hersland children, poorer children near them. As I was saying, when the Hersland family moved to the 10-acre place, Martha was already old enough to begin her schooling. As I was saying then, when she was a very little one and she was coming home with them, they went faster than she could then. They left her then, and she was running with the umbrella one of them had left with her, after saying she would carry it for her, and she was saying, "I will throw the umbrella in the mud," and then she was crying, "I have thrown the umbrella in the mud." And then later she got home, and the umbrella was not with her, but one of the other ones, one of those who had left her, went back that day later and got it for her. Then she was a very little one, and just beginning knowing the children near her. When she was a little bigger, she was in her living almost entirely of them, the people near her. As I was saying, they mostly all liked her well enough when they thought about her. They did not think very much about her. Sometimes when they thought about her, they did not like her. She was for them mostly then as if she had been one of them in her natural way of living. There was nothing in her to make her a different kind of child from the others of them. She was of them, and yet a little sometimes it was troublesome to her, and for them in her that she was not of them in the living that would have been natural for her. It was more important in her for them when a little they were beginning all of them to have loving in them. For she, not being of them a little, must not get into a kind of trouble that would be all right for them in the kind of living that was the natural way of living for them. Neither they nor she really knew this inside them ever in their living, but it was a little troublesome there to her and for them, troublesome as the governess was in her living, not really ever interfering, sometimes a little attempting to be interfering, always there as being a thing that had no meaning really in her living, but could not ever have been there ever if the living that was then for her real living had been for her her natural way of living. Slowly this came to be in her as something stronger, something slowly making a difference in her as she grew older. Slowly then things happened to these children she knew then as they grew older that would not happen to her as she grew older. She was living very much their life when she was not at all any more of them. This is now a little more description of the being in her and how they felt her, every one who then knew her. Mr. Hersland, as I was saying, in his middle living, had in him much impatient being. Mr. Hersland, as I was saying, had in him independent, dependent being as a bottom nature to him, as most of him. Martha Hersland, as I was saying, had independent, dependent being as all the being in her. Always more and more I am understanding independent being and all the kinds of ways it has of being, making different kinds in men and women. Always more and more I am understanding dependent independent being and all the ways it has of being in the kinds of men and women having such being in them. Always more and more then I am understanding being in all the kinds there are ever existing of men and women. To commence again now with Martha Hersland and how her father, Mr. David Hersland, felt her. As I was saying, Mr. Hersland had a strong feeling about educating his children. Mostly, always, it was strongly in him the feeling of the need of educating them. Always, it was changing in him the feelings he had in him about what kind of education was the right kind of education for them, but always, that is, mostly always, there was one thing constant in him, the wanting them to be individual and independent. Sometimes, when they were too much of one kind of living, he had a new theory of independence for them that took the form of restrictions on the liberty they were enjoying. And sometimes he wanted that they should be as they would have been if they had had the living that would have been natural for them. And this came to him a few times in the living of his daughter Martha, and he tried to make her over, but mostly he wanted them to have an education, making them to be strong and independent. About their living the life of the poor people near them, he never really thought about this in them. Mostly, as I was saying, when he was in the country, it was to him as if he were of their living. He had then no sense of social distinction. They were poor men, and he was a rich one. He never wanted then his children to have any position. His feeling about his daughter Martha then, in the beginning, was that she was of them. Later, that she could learn from them what they all knew in living. Later, when she sometimes met people, it would have been natural she should be knowing he was impatient at the way she was looking, and he was full up then with impatient feeling. Mostly she was never important to him. Very much later in her living, she filled him very full of impatient feeling. As I was saying, they were both of them of the independent, dependent kind of them. There was a great difference in the way they had in them, each one of them, independent, dependent being. Mr. Hersland to his children, when they were old enough to realize him, was very full of impatient feeling. They were then afraid of him, though they knew it of him that he never would go as far as his anger could drive him. They knew this of him more and more until almost they were not afraid of him. Mr. Hersland had in him independent, dependent being. His daughter, Martha, had in her independent, dependent being. This being was very different in Mr. Hersland than in Martha Hersland, as I was saying. This is now some description of the differences between them. This is now some description of the feeling in Mr. Hersland in different parts of her living about his daughter Martha, and what he thought and said about her. To begin then now with a little description of the different way their being was in the two of them. When Martha was a little one, she was a whole one. Always she was a whole one. When Martha was a young one, she was a whole one. She was not very interesting to her father or to anyone who knew her then in her young living. She was not very interesting ever to her father or ever very interesting really to anyone who ever knew her. Sometimes she was a little interesting to someone. She was never very interesting to her father or to anyone knowing her in her young living. She was never really interesting to her father in her living. Later in his living, she was always with him. In her young living, as I was saying, she was really not very interesting to anyone. Always, as I was saying, she was the same whole one. When she was first a young woman, she was a little interesting to some. She was never really very interesting to anyone. Always, as I was saying, all her living, she was the same whole one. She was, as I was saying, of the independent, dependent kind of them. More and more, it is interesting, More and more, I am understanding the being in men and in women. More and more, I am realizing that each kind of men and women, each kind of the two kinds of them, have completely in them, in whatever kind or condition of being anyone will find them, with more or less intelligence, with more or less strength, with more or less weakness in them, with more or less originality or energy or interest or success or failure in them, each kind of them, all the men and women of each of the two kinds of them, of each kind of the two kinds of them, have the same way of eating, drinking, loving, hating, succeeding, failing, fighting, escaping, have the same kind of being in them as all the others of the same kind of them. And that makes grouping of men and women always to me more interesting. Sometime in my explaining, it will be interesting to everyone. It will be interesting in explaining men and women for everyone interested in understanding men and women. Mr. Hersland, as I was saying, had in him independent, dependent being. As I was saying, more and more in his living, he was full up with impatient being. As I was saying, he had it in him to always be strong in beginning, to be very strong in attacking, and then he would go another way to another beginning, never knowing that he had not finished to really winning, never knowing this in him, not really even when in his later living his children, when they were angry at the impatient being then in him, and not then being any longer afraid of him, knowing then that he never would be carried through to the end of the anger in him, told it to him. He never really knew it in him, but this was the being in him, as I was saying. He never knew the being in his daughter Martha until she, in his old age living, managed for him, until she came back out of her troubles to them, and then he was beginning already to be shrunk from the outside of him, and she was then not interesting to him. She never really was interesting to him. He never knew it in her that she had independent, dependent being in her, because for him, she was not thorough in anything. She was always beginning and never really beginning anything. This was in her for him when she was a little one, and then when she was beginning her education, it was annoying to him, for always he was really beginning, and always she was almost beginning, and then when he was changing, she was then really beginning, and then it was to him in her stupid being that she was nervous then and not finishing anything, not thorough in anything. His feeling was very different with his two sons, who each in their way were annoying to him, but Martha was annoying to him, being as she was, of the same kind of being as the being that was in him. Martha, as I was saying, always was a whole one. As I was saying, when she was a young one, she was of the living of the people living in small houses near the Hersland family then. She was completely of their living then. The governess the Hersland family had living with them was sometimes troublesome to Martha in her living, but only one of them, the last one, Madeline Wyman, was ever really troublesome, and that was when she was trying, as I was saying, to carry out in the children, and mostly on Martha, who was a girl and older, the ideas of education Mr. Hersland had then in him. It was then that Mr. Hersland came to a realization that Martha was not really thorough in anything. Martha was hard-working and did well enough in her schooling, but when he wanted her to have disciplining, to make strong beginnings in French and German and music and swimming and exercising and dancing, as I was saying, she was always a little mixed up in beginning, and then had a nervous confusion from the changing. And Madeline Wyman was thorough and annoying to her. And then Martha was completely of them, the poorer people near them. As I was saying, Martha was interesting enough then to everyone, but not really very interesting to anyone knowing her then. As I was saying, she was more completely of them, the poorer people near them, when the governess Madeline Wyman was living with the Hersland family in the house with them, and for some years longer than she was of any other living, was more of them in her feeling, in her living, in her understanding of all living. But always then, all of them, the poorer people living in small houses near them, were having things happen to them. The young boys, the young girls, whom she knew then, which was not of her future living to have happened to her then. And always neither she nor they knew this in them, but always it was there between them. And Martha was then there in living, neither bird or beast or good red herring, and she did not know it, nor did anyone else know it of her then. End of section 25, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 2nd, 2024. Section 26 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 26. So then, Martha's young living was very confusing to her then, but she did not know it in her then. She had in her, as I was saying, independent, dependent being. She had attacking as her natural way of fighting, but as I was saying, she was only a little more concentrated in her being than that other one I was describing. And so when she was in motion, except in jerks, there was not really very much action. There was very much nervous being and confusion, and this was in her stupid being, and always, all her living, she was the same one, the same whole one I have been just describing. This then was the young living in her. It was well enough, but rather confused inside her. Confusion always was strong in her. All of her, when it was in motion, just was sort of knocking together, and that was mostly all the active being in her, and that was to many who knew her obstinacy and resisting in her, and to her father it was that she was never thorough. Sometimes there was stronger reaction for a moment in her, anger, or a deep commotion for something that was a disgrace to someone, or to her, and then she was a little more than the whole one that she mostly just was, and was mostly to everyone. This was then the being in her. Always then, she was not very interesting to anyone knowing her. Her mother had never a very lively realization of her. Her mother more and more was external to her, when she, Martha, was to her mother no longer inside her. Not that Mrs. Hersland ever knew this in her. Always she had a feeling of having had and having her as a child as part of her, and always she had her dresses and her hats and all as important to her. But as I was saying, Martha was then, when she was growing completely as there was really living being in her, of them the poor people living in the small houses near the Hersland family then. As I was saying later, there was a difference, that they were having living that could not be in one going to be having a different future from that any of them would have as natural to them. Earlier, when she was a young one, yes, there was a little difference between them, for she had a father and a mother to them, and these other children could be conscious of the father and the mother of her, and she had a governess living in the house with her, and servants, and all that made her in ways of living, but mostly to them, then the poorer people living in the small houses, those that knew her then, they did not feel the difference to be a difference that in any way cut her off from the living natural to them. Only they could sometimes be conscious of the mother or the father or the governess or the servants when they were with her. When they were not with her, not from anything in her, but from their being really existing the father and the mother and the governess and the servants of the Hersland family. So then, in her younger living, she was not cut off from them by her future, for the children she was then knowing were young then and not having any such feeling. Almost not at all then was she in any way cut off from them. Sometimes they, as I was saying, from hearing other people or their parents talking, from seeing them, or from something that Martha said in talking, could be conscious of Martha's mother or father or governess or servants living in the house with her, and so they might be just by a shade cut off from her. But mostly then, she was completely of them, the children and the poor people living near them. As I was saying, she was really then Martha, not very interesting to anyone knowing her then. She was completely of them then, the people living in small houses near the Hersland family then. She had no feeling in her of a different kind of living in her. All the active living there was in her was of the living of the poorer people near her. As I was saying, when she was quite a young one, there was not any feeling in any of them, not in the parents of these children then, any feeling that she was in her feeling cut off from them by not being able to have some things happen to her that could not happen to anyone having the kind of future that was the natural kind of future living for her. As I was saying, a little such a feeling came when she was somewhat older, when she was older with them. But in her younger living there was not in herself, not in any one of them, a little perhaps in her mother and the governesses and servants then living in the house with her, not any in her father then, not anything of such a feeling. And so she was completely of them then, to all of them, the children and the other people living in the small houses near the Hersland family 10-acre living place then. She was completely then of their living then, always even when the children or the others were conscious of the existing of Mr. or Mrs. Hersland or the governess or the servants living with them. At this time, Martha was completely of the living of these people near her, of the children and the parents of them, then in her younger living. Later, as I was saying, there was the developing of feeling the natural future for her, in them, and in her father, and a very little in her, and always a little more and more in all of them. And then it came that she went away to another kind of living. This is now a little history of how they felt her when she was young. When she was a little older, everyone who then came to know her. There will be then a little description of the transition to another kind of living that then came to her. When she was quite a young one, as I was saying, she was then quite completely of the living of the children and the people living near the Hersland family then, when the Hersland family were living in that part of Gossels where no other rich people were living then. She was completely of their living then. She could have happened to her then what could happen to any of them in their living, in their schooling, in their playing, in their quarreling, in their liking, in their disliking, in their being interesting one to the other of them. As I was saying, Martha Hersland was not then very interesting to any of them. She was good enough at doing anything. They were friendly enough with her, most of them. They did not most of them think very well of the way she did quarreling whenever she did any of that with any of them. One little boy wanted her to do loving, the little boy who with his sister lived with the father who smoked to help his asthma. But this was not very much of a success, for Martha then had a nervous feeling, and was not very daring, and was not very understanding, and had a confusion that was a little like wanting, a little like obstinate hesitation, a little like being afraid of everything, a little like a very stupid way of being, and the little boy then forgot about her being existing, for really Martha was not then to anyone very interesting. Martha was all right then, but she was not interesting enough to be successful in quarreling or in loving then. They all of them forgot her a little when she wanted to be quarreling, or they were quarreling, or they wanted to be loving, or she wanted to be loving. Perhaps a very little it was that she was not quite entirely, completely, altogether of them. Perhaps it was that she was not then really interesting to anyone. She was of them then, so that she was living their living entirely then with them. And they did begin with her then in loving or in quarreling, as they did with each other in their living then. But, as I was saying, she was not interesting then. The being in her, as I was saying, when it was active, was just knocking together in her, and that made in her a little confusion, and she was not stupid in ordinary living, and she was not interesting, and that was her younger living. When she was a little older, she was still always with them, the people, near the Hersland family then, in that part of Gossels where no rich people were living then. She was with them then, living their kind of being, hearing them talking and knowing everything happening to them. But not any of them then included her with them in quarreling or loving, not even as making a beginning. The natural future for her was then separating them. She was still very much with them. With the girls, she would help the mothers cooking or setting the table. She knew their daily living. She helped them in wiping the dishes when they were washing them, and was with them, and always then she was not of them, even as she had been to them when she was a younger one. And she never knew it then, and they never knew it then. She was not any more interesting then. Something happened to her then that made her now, for a little time, more than the whole one she was all her living to herself, and perhaps a little to some who then and later knew her. It was really just a little accentuation of being put in motion, and of that I will now give a very little description. No one knew very much what Martha was feeling about anything when she was in her young living. She was not ever telling very much of her feeling then to anyone, and never to anyone in the family living. Not any of the Hersland family ever were telling each other very much about what feeling they had in them. Martha was really not telling anyone very much in her young living the feeling she had in her about anything. And then, in a way, too, it was not in her ready for telling. It had not form in her yet, feeling in her. There was really then no way for her to tell anyone anything about her feeling. Now there will be a little more telling of the kind of a whole one she was, of the kind of nature there was in her. There will then be a little more telling of the moment in her when the movement of the being in her was a little faster, came to be almost violent emotion in her. There will then be a little telling of her living, what she was knowing, what she was feeling in her young living. There will be a little telling of how much she had heard about living and how much she had seen, how little and how much she knew then, and what then happened in her when she saw something that really made all her being move together and faster than it had ever had motion before in her. There will be then a little telling of how much she had heard about anything in living, how much she had heard and how little she knew, and what she saw then and what she felt then, when she saw something that I will now soon be telling. This is now a little description of how much she had heard and how little she knew and what she saw in her young living. There will then be a description of her seeing a man hitting a woman with an umbrella in another part of town from that in which the Herslands were living, and of her consequent deciding to go to college and get that kind of education. To begin then. Martha, as I was saying, was of the independent, dependent kind in men and women. Martha, as I was saying, had it in her to be of the kind of them that have attacking as their natural way of winning fighting. Martha, as I was saying, was of this kind of them. Martha, as I was saying, was mostly never really attacking. Martha, as I was saying, when her being was all of it in motion, and mostly when any of it was in motion, it was all of it in motion, and then it was mostly as pieces knocking together in confusion and in nervous being, and not then into really attacking. Sometimes it could happen, but this was not very often. Yes, in a sense, a very little of it was in her very often, but enough of it to really make an action was not in her very often. Sometimes it could happen that there was a strong impulse, and then there was a strong movement of her being, of all the being that was Martha Hersland, and always then it never really even then came to be really attacking. It just went off into very strong knocking together of pieces of the being in her, a livelier confusion inside her than just the ordinary confusion in her. And that was all there was of attacking in her, in the most active being ever in her. This was the being in her. It was independent, dependent being, the being that has attacking as the natural way of winning in fighting or in loving. But as I was saying, the being in her never got into motion to carry on to anything as object in attacking. It just remained inside her as knocking together in her to be a confusion and a nervous being in her. She had in her, as I was saying, independent, dependent being. That was all the being there was in her. As I was saying, attacking being was the natural way of winning fighting in her, but attacking never came to be really an action carrying on to anything outside her. She was, as I was saying, in her young living, not very interesting to anyone who then knew her. She did not then, as I was saying, tell very much to anyone any feeling she had in her. Really then, nothing came to be in her clear inside her to tell anyone, if anyone was there to listen to her. This was true of her mostly all her young living, as I was saying. She was then, as I was saying, all her young living, completely of them, the people living near the Hersland family then. She was then not of the living of her father and her mother. As I was saying later in her young living, she was very annoying to her father. She was not ready enough to be beginning. And then there was confusion in her when he was changing to a new beginning, and this was often like stubborn resistance. And often then her father would begin to have in him very much impatient feeling and some anger. And always then Martha a little was beginning to be beginning, and a little so then she had in her her own feeling, and a good deal then she was afraid to hear him when he was beginning with her, though always she felt it a little in her that it was really all impatient being in him, and that he never would carry it through against her as anger, the annoyed, impatient, angry feeling he had then toward her. As I was saying, all this was mostly a trouble to her when the governess Madeline Wyman was beginning to take charge of her. This was too annoying to be only confusing in her. What right had Miss Wyman to be forcing her, Martha, and resistance was then in Martha a thing having in her a clearer meaning than any time before in her living. Really, Martha was afraid of Madeline Wyman, more in a way than she was of her father. Madeline Wyman was a compacted power that kept going and always was there, and there was not really any way of getting away from her when one was in the house with her. This was then the beginning of more concentrated consciousness of feeling in Martha, this experience with Madeline Wyman. This did not last a long time, as I was saying earlier. Madeline Wyman came soon to be only of the living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, not at all of the 3 Hersland children. Always she was sometimes troublesome to them, but more and more, as I was saying, she was only of the living of Mr. and Mrs. Hersland, and not at all of the 3 Hersland children. Always, as I was saying, she was troublesome to them then, and later in their living, and there will be later more history written of the feeling about her in each one of the 3 of them. Now there is to be a little description of Martha Hersland and what she knew and saw and heard in her younger living. As I was saying, in her younger living, she was not really ever very interesting to anyone knowing her then. As I was saying, all the living there was really in her then was of the living of the children and the sisters and the brothers and the fathers and the mothers of the children that she was knowing then. The Hersland family living was not really important then as living for her being then. As I was saying, all the active living really in her younger living, was the living of the people living in small houses, the people who were, as I was saying, half poor city people, half poor country people in their living and their feeling. These were then the ones that gave to her living in her younger living all the meaning living had in her then. As I was saying, these children, these people, had in them, all of them, the feeling of city living and the feeling of country living. Martha Hersland, in her younger living, was completely of them, as I was saying. Martha Hersland had then, in her young living, the kind of feeling about living that they had in them. There was, as I was saying, always the difference of her having a different kind of father and mother and way of living from any of them. But that was not there in her feeling, and was not there in their thinking. It did, however, make a difference in her understanding of things that happened among them. As I was saying, in her very young living, and then a little later in her young living, she was completely of them. The people living in the small houses there then, there where there were no rich people living excepting the Hersland family, as I was saying. She was completely of them, of their living, of their way of feeling living in her later younger living. And yet already, as I was saying, there could be in her a little less really being of them, even than there had been, because already then future living was important in the present living of all of them, and her future living was a different thing from their future living. As I was saying, she had not been so very interesting to anyone in her younger living, to any one of them. As I was saying, there would be in them a little beginning with her, too, in quarreling. One little boy, as I was saying, tried a little in loving, in things they should not be doing, and really she was not resisting, but it could not come to anything, for there was not in her anything really active inside her then. She was really not even so important to them then, any of them, than when she had been a very little one. But really, as I have been saying, she never really was interesting to anyone in her younger living. As I was saying, in her later younger living, she was completely with them, and yet then she was the most cut off from them, for then future living was beginning to count in the being and feeling and doing of all of them, and always her future living, more and more certainly, was a different thing from that of those she was knowing then. She was then not really then very interesting really to any of them then. She was completely with them then in her daily living then in her later younger living. She was always with them then in her later younger living, she would be with them whatever they were doing, when she was not at home studying in some one of the ways her father then was thinking was important for her to be doing. She was with them then, in the daytime, in the evening, all the time she was with them, the people living in small houses near them. Some of the girls and some of the boys had already commenced to be working. I was saying that there was one family living in a small house near the Hersland family then, of a mother, a foreign woman, who was rather wooden, and a father who was not important to anyone, and 3 daughters who each one sometime came to have real beauty in them. It was the second one of them whom Martha knew very well in the later part of her young living. She had not come yet to have beauty in her, this one. She was just beginning to work out to learn dressmaking. The older one, who was working in the city somewhere, had come to have her beauty, and there were queer things one heard then about her, of her marrying a rich man, a man whose family made much money making chocolate, and everyone had heard of them from eating the chocolate they were making, and the name sounded very Italian, and somehow everyone knew, though no one of them had ever seen him, that he was a handsome, fierce-looking, black-mustached man, and a very rich one. None of the family of this girl ever said anything. Martha Hersland did not know really where she heard all about the oldest girl, for when she thought it over, she knew no one had told her. It came to be in her then like something she had dreamed about someone, and so it had all of it no real meaning for her. She knew dimly that all of them, the 3 Banks boys, one of whom was learning telegraphing, one of whom was learning shoemaking, the other learning nothing, and perhaps sometimes stealing something, she knew they knew the 3 girls and said things to them that Martha was never really hearing. But as I was saying, Martha was not really interesting then to anyone, and inside her feeling was not active to be to herself or to anyone a thing possibly having then any expression. The young Rodman boy was to her a little more an active awakening, because he said things to make her be understanding. There were 2 of them, the eldest, a big lumbering fellow, and this young one, who made fun of her whenever he saw her, and he just annoyed her, and that was not really very active then in her. She was, as I was saying, of them. She was always with them, all of them. She heard them talking. She knew what they were doing. She would listen to the mothers and the fathers of them talking. She had no other notion of living than that she saw and heard and felt and had when she was with them. And always her future would be a different one, and so she was not then understanding what all of them were living, for to her, her future living was unknown, and so she had no present living. With all of them then, it was a different thing. Their present living was their future living, and so she was not really ever then of them. As I was saying, Martha was not then really interesting to anyone. As I was saying, feeling was then in her not very clear to herself or to anyone. As I was saying, she was annoying then to her father by her not making very good beginnings, and not being, as he put it, really thorough in anything. No one of his children ever were to him in their younger living really thorough in anything. The other two were interested in resisting beginning or in beginning. He had not any such a satisfaction, as I was saying, with his daughter, and she was then, in her later younger living, annoying to him. He wanted her to learn housekeeping then, and to him it was a good thing for her to be with them, the poorer people living near them, so she could do what all those other girls she knew could do, as to cooking and dressmaking. And of course, Martha could not really do them, and sometimes then he asked her to do some such thing, and then of course she could not do it for him, and then he would be full up with impatient feeling that she could not do that thing, that always she was not, as he put it, ever thorough in anything. And always, all this time, she was studying in one way or another, with tutors or a teacher from the school near her, and sometimes by herself, and then there came to be a change in her and for her. Always her mother was not very close to her. The mother was there always for all of her children, but this was for Martha only when she was a little sick, or for dressing, or for an occasional visiting. This was the time when Mrs. Hersland was having in her most important feeling of herself inside her, as I was saying. So Martha was not then really very interesting to anyone. Martha always was a whole one, as I was saying. Martha was not then really very interesting to anyone. There will be much description of the feeling her brothers had about their sister in the long histories that will be written later of the two of them. There will be very much written of the feeling the father, Mr. Hersland, had about her in the history to be written later of the ending of the being in him. There will never be very much written of the feeling that the mother had about her. Always then, as I was saying, to each one she was a whole one. There has been now a little written of how those who knew her when she was a young one felt her. As I was saying, mostly she was not really very interesting to anyone. As I was saying, she was then not very interesting to anyone who then knew her. The servants and the governesses, excepting perhaps a little Madeline Wyman, when she was trying to carry out on her the theories of education Mr. Hersland always was explaining then to her, had not very individual feeling about her. She was one of the Hersland family to them. Some of her teachers at the school where Martha got her American education had a little more feeling about her. Some of them almost were nearly interested in her. She could have a kind of earnestness in her. It never came really to be there in her young living, and to some of her teachers then it was that she had a stupid way of being resisting, of being obstinate in her. But as I was saying, sometimes a little, one of them, almost would be interested in her, particularly after a governess or her father had been there to talk about her, to explain about her, to arrange about her. So then, as I was saying, Martha Hersland, in her younger living, was not really very interesting to anyone who then knew her. Martha Hersland, as I was saying, was always a whole one. Martha, as I was saying, was of the independent, dependent kind of them. The being in Martha, as I was saying, was mostly always just in a state of being in confusion. There was, as I was saying, in Martha, very much nervous being accompanying the confusion in her being whenever the being in her was in motion. Mostly always the being in her was in this kind of a confusion. As I was saying, Martha was of the independent, dependent kind of them. This is now again a little a description of the being in her. Martha was, as I was saying, of the independent, dependent kind of men and women. Martha was one of this kind of them, and had it as being to have this kind of being, all of it, that was in her, of the same degree of concentration. That is to say that there was no part of the being in her more accented, more effective in her than another part of the being in her. That is to say, it was like this in her. The one that I was describing, and that was a whole one, only ever by the skin of her holding her together, there might be one who might be like her. And so then this one, though still of the independent, dependent kind of them, would have this being with different accents, different meanings in different parts of the being that was this one. Some have all kinds of combinations of kinds in them, and some, as I was saying, have even another kind of substance mixed up with them, the dependent, independent kind of being, as we were saying. Now, Martha Hersland, as I said in the beginning of this description of the being in her, was like the one that I was describing that was all independent, dependent being in solution, and in so fluid a condition that this being is only made an individual one by the skin separating it from flowing over everything near it to lose itself in everything, and not have individual existing. Martha Hersland, then, as I was saying, was like this one, only Martha was a little more solid, and there was a little more solidity to her. But as I was saying, there was not much more really effective movement to her. The other one, the first one I was describing, when substance, that was all of her, was set in motion, mostly it just sort of bobbled up and down in her. It was not active enough to give any onward attacking motion to the whole of her that was made by the skin of her holding her together. And so there never came to be real attacking in her. Indeed, as I was saying, it was to most everyone seeing her, this one, as if she had resisting being in her, for the substance of her was a heavy, slightly sticky one, as I was saying, and though attacking being was the way of active being in her, it came to it that she was really resisting because she never got to anything more than a little bobbing motion, and this one was so an obstruction. Always, of course, there was a slight attacking action to her, for that was the nature of the being in her. But to everyone feeling her, it was resisting, stupid being, obstinacy of a dull kind in her, and that was the being in her. Now, Martha Hersland, as I was saying, was like this one, only a little more solid, and so when there was a strong emotion to give motion to her, there could be more real attacking being in her than there ever could be in the one I was just describing. As I was saying, Martha had as being a substance solid enough so that Martha's skin, so to speak, was part of the substance of her. She was a whole one then, more than just by being held together by a skin, as was the case in the other. Martha then had a little more real attacking movement in her than the other one I was describing, who in mixture of being was just like her. Martha had not really very much forward attacking motion in her. Mostly in her, too, it was a confused interaction, and made a confused being in her that was to many knowing her stupid being in her. This was in her to many knowing her like resisting being in her. But as I was saying, she had not really in her resisting being as a way of winning, as a way of fighting, as a way of loving. As I was saying, confused being that was resisting being in her to many knowing her was stupid being in her, was failure in her. As I was saying, Martha, when she was a young one, was not really very interesting to anyone who knew her then. She was, until she was nearly, almost a young woman, of the feeling and the living of poorer people, as I was saying, more than she was then of any other living. She was in her daily living of their living and their feeling, as I was saying. This is now a little description of the feeling and the living she then had in her. She was always then, as I was saying, of the living and the feeling of the people and the other people that knew them, of people in very small houses living near the Hersland family then. She was of their daily living then, as I was saying. This is now a little description of what she knew with them and what she did not know with them then. As I was saying, Martha Hersland was all through her younger living of the feeling and the living of, for her natural family living, poor people. She was of the daily feeling and the daily living of them more than she was of the daily feeling and the daily living of her family living and feeling. She was then, as I was saying, of the daily living and the daily feeling of the people near her, who had in them, as I said of them, half city feeling and half country feeling. She was, as I was saying, as much as there was in her then of feeling and living of their feeling and their living. She was with them often in the evening. She was with them more or less in the daytime. She was of their daily living and their daily feeling more than she was then of any other feeling or living. As I was just saying, she was with them often in the evening when she was not any longer a very young one. She was with them then very much of the daytime. She was, as I was saying, of their daily living and their daily feeling almost all the daily living and the daily feeling there was in her then. She was with them, as I was just saying, often in the evening, now that she was no longer a very little one, and very much of the daytime. Some of them, the younger ones whom she knew then, were beginning now to go out working, and she saw them when they came back from their working, and she was with them then, and she was with them then again in the evening. As I have said, almost all there was of daily living and daily feeling then in her was of the daily living and the daily feeling of these young people and their friends and relations. And this was not very important to anyone then, that this was the daily living and the daily feeling of Martha Hersland then. Sometimes Mr. Hersland suddenly remembered that Martha should not go out in the evening. Mostly he did not pay much attention to the daily feeling and the daily living in her then. Sometimes, as I was saying, he would suddenly remember she should not go out in the evening alone with these young people near them, and then he would forbid her going, and he would tell her that she should stay in the house and be with her mother, and then he would lecture her brother that he did not take better care of his sister. "You have to take care of her sometime, and you might as well begin, the sooner the better. You will have to do it sooner or later, I tell you." "I'll take mine later," said the brother, but he was careful that his father did not hear, and he went out that evening, as he did many evenings, as I will be telling later, in the long history of the living of him. But on that evening Martha Hersland could not go out to be with the others. Mr. Hersland's remembering that she should not go out in the evening did not happen very often. Mostly she went out in the evening and the daytime. Sometimes her father coming home from the city and seeing Martha standing in the yard of some of the small houses, talking, would get very angry that she was not at home studying. He could often get very angry and be full up with impatient feeling, as I was saying, whenever he remembered that Martha was his daughter and was not just what he would have her. At this time they had not any governess living in the house with them. Madeline Wyman had left them, and they had no governess after this one. Mrs. Hersland then did not have much meaning in the family living. She was weakening a little inside her then, as I said, when I was describing the living in her. She was lost then between her big children and the father of them, as I was then saying then when I was describing the being in Mrs. Hersland. So then, as I was just saying, Martha was in her daily living and her daily feeling more of them, the people in small houses near the Hersland family then, than she was of any other daily living or daily feeling then. As I was saying, she was with them often in the evening. As I was saying, she was not then very interesting to any of them then. As I was saying, the future which would be different for her in kind than the future of them made a separation between them in the things she was knowing with them and the things they were knowing among them, in the things she was feeling with them and the things they were feeling among them, in the things she was doing with them and the things they were doing among them, in the way she was interesting to them and the way they were interesting to each other among themselves then. As I was saying, all there was of daily living and daily feeling in her then was of the daily feeling and daily living they had among them. As I was saying, in a way she was separated from them, though all the living and feeling she had in her then was the living and feeling she had from them, by the future living that would be different in her living from the future living any of them would naturally be having. As I was saying, she was then not really very interesting to anyone. She might have been a little interesting a couple of evenings to Harry Brenner, but she never really was interesting to him. As I was saying, she was then of their daily living and their daily feeling, the poorer people near them, and she was with them a good deal in the daytime, and she was with them very often in the evening. As I was saying, sometimes her father remembered that she should not be out with them in the evening, and he would forbid her going out that evening, and he would lecture her brother Alfred because he did not take care of his sister, who should not go out in the evenings in the way she was doing. And the father was full up then, as I was saying, with impatient feeling, and then that would be the end of his interfering with Martha's daily living and daily feeling, and Martha's going out in the evening. The mother, Mrs. Hersland, was then, as I was saying in the history of her living, lost then among her children and the father of them. Always then, in her young living, Martha was of them, the people near them, and this was of her until she was almost a young woman. As I was saying, she was of them, the poorer people in her daily living and in her daily feeling. As I was saying, she was not so interesting to any of them as they were to each other then, and this was mostly because of the future living there was for her in her, and a little perhaps from the way being was in her, but mostly it was from the future living of her that was naturally to be different from that of those she was then knowing. As I was saying, she was not so interesting to any of them as they were to each other then, and she was not feeling and living and understanding anything really in the way they were doing then. As I was saying, she almost might have been interesting to them from her almost being interesting a couple of evenings to Harry Brenner, who was one of them, but she did not come to be really interesting to him. Perhaps it was the future living in her that made her not come to be really interesting to Harry Brenner then, although there was almost a beginning of being interested in him. That was the end of it, though, then. She never, as I was saying, was really interesting to any of them then. So then this was the being, the living, the feeling, the understanding in Martha Hersland, up to her almost being a young woman, this that I have been describing. Her father, as I was saying, had many ideas about her education, and then he had impatient feeling in him that she was not the kind of daughter he had wanted to have as a daughter to him. The mother, as I was saying then, had only a dim feeling then of the being and the living and the feeling there was then in her children. Things were a little dim in her then, but to herself then, she and they and the father of them were still then of the living that was the natural living for them. To herself inside her, they were never at any time, neither she nor her husband nor her children nor their family, ever really cut off from the living that was the natural living to them. Really, she was then lost among them. That was the real being in her then. Really, the being in herself and in her husband and her children was really then a very dim thing to her then. But always there was in her the feeling, as I was saying, of being in herself and in her husband and her children part of the well-to-do living, which was the natural being for her, the only being she ever had had, to her feeling, in her. So then, as I was saying, Martha Hersland, in her daily feeling, in her daily living, was of the daily living and the daily feeling of the people living in small houses near the Hersland family, then living in the part of Gossels where no other rich people were living. Her father, as I was saying, was of their daily living and their daily feeling too, somewhat then, and on Sundays when he walked and stopped to talk to them and sat down in the houses with the women when they were cooking and ate something there in the kitchen with them and felt inside him a feeling that they were women there in a room with him. Then it was to him a good thing. Then, when he had this kind of feeling of them, the women in him, then he thought and said it was a good thing Martha should learn how to do things, cooking and sewing and living and feeling like the women he was seeing then, having as women in him to him. Then when he was sitting with them in the kitchen, or sometimes in their little gardens. Then he said Martha should learn the living they had in them, and he said it to them, and then he said it to Martha when he saw her. This was one way he had of feeling about her being of the daily living and the daily feeling of these people living near them. Then sometimes of an evening, as I was saying, he would see Martha leaving the house, and he would suddenly remember then she should not go out of an evening. That was no way a daughter of his, in his position, should be acting. And then he would tell her he would see to it that she should stay home, and he would employ someone to look after her, and make of her the kind of educated person that it was right he should have for a daughter. And so, as I was saying, Martha Hersland, until she was almost a young woman, was in her daily living and in her daily feeling of them, the people living in the small houses near the 10-acre place where the Hersland family were living then, and she was with them and in the houses of them a good deal in the daytime, and she was a good deal with all of them in the evenings in the later part of her young living, And as I was saying, she was not really then interesting to any of them. And as I was saying, she was not then really feeling and really living and really understanding the living and the feeling that they had together then amongst them. This was the daily living and the daily feeling in Martha Hersland, and the being in Martha Hersland, this that I have been just describing, when it came that she had an awakening into realer feeling, and then she came to have a real attacking moment, and it lasted to her beginning her university education. This is now a little description of this in her. As I was saying, she had a being in her that was mostly in a condition always all her living of being in a state of confusion inside her. This gave to her always very much nervous being in her. This made her to everyone often very stupid in resisting and very slow in beginning and very foolish in not remembering anything that she should have been learning in her living. This will come out very clearly in the description of her living with her husband and then later with her father after she had come back to live with him after all the trouble she had in her living. It will come out very clearly then the being in her, the confusion always in her that made her to everyone knowing her mostly always very stupid in resisting and really very slow and yet very jerky and unexpected in beginning and very foolish in not remembering what having been experiencing something anyone would have supposed she would have been really learning. Now there will be a little more description of her daily living, of the living and the feeling of the living and the feeling of the people in the little houses near the Hersland family then in her young living, and the ending in her of this living and this feeling. The kind of being she had in her I have already a little been describing. The kind of a whole one that she was, and the nature and the kind of way her being was active in her. There has been, too, a little description of how much she had heard and how little she knew in living. As I was saying, she was not then really very interesting to anyone. No one knew anything very much then of what she was feeling about anything then, and she did not know what she felt then about anything in living, and nobody knew what she felt then about living, and really she did not clearly then feel anything. This was the way she was then when one day, when she was alone in another part of the town, where she had gone to take a lesson in singing, she saw a man hit a woman with an umbrella, and the woman had a red face, partly in anger and partly in asking, and the man wanted the woman to know then that he wanted her to leave him alone then in a public street where people were passing. And Martha saw this, and this man was for her the ending of the living I have been describing that she had been living. She would go to college, she knew it then, and understand everything, and know the meaning of the living and the feeling in men and in women. She would go to college, and she told it then to her father and her mother, and they had no objection. No one was paying very much attention, and she began her preparation. And she came to know some other young girls and young boys, not rich ones, like those it was natural she should then be knowing, but more of her natural kind than any she had known before in her living. One of them, John Davidson, she knew very well then, and he and she played music and sang together. And then she was ready, and then she went to college for more education. This is to be now more history of, in her, the ending of her older young living, and her subsequent going to college, and of the man she met there, and who there married her. As I was saying, Martha then was once a very little one, a baby, and then a little one, and then a young girl, and then a woman, and then she was older, and then later there was an ending to her. And always, all through this living in her, she was the same whole one inside her, and to every one who knew her. In the description of her that I have been writing so far, Martha has been a very little one, a baby, and then a little one, and then a young girl, and then about to become a young woman, and always then, in a way, to herself inside her, and to everyone knowing her, she had been the same whole one. This was then, as I was saying, in a way always true. She was always the same whole one inside her, and to everyone ever knowing her. In some, the nature in them is clearer when they are very young. In some, when they are young. In some, when they are not so young. In some, when they are getting older. In some, when they are old ones. Martha was mostly always to everyone who knew her the same whole one, when she was a very little one, a little one, an older one, a very old one. Mostly always she was to everyone about the same kind of a whole one. And this, in a way, always was true of her. All her living, she was the same whole one. There was very little change in her. Mostly all her living, the whole of her was repeating completely. When she was learning, when she was loving, when, in her later living, she was still struggling. She was then all her living the same whole one. There was the same concentration of being in her, the proportion of one thing to the other things active in her. As I was saying, this was in the main true of her. She was of the kind of men and women, and there are always many, many millions of them, and they are of every kind in a way of men and women, that is, of independent-dependent or dependent-independent kind of them, who are all their living the same whole one, who always are repeating the complete whole thing they always are in themselves and to everyone, who have the same concentration of the being in them, always all their living, when they are babies, when they are young ones, when they are older ones, when they are old ones, who have the same proportion of one thing to the other things active in them every minute in their living. End of section 26, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 4th, 2024. Section 27 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 27. As I was saying, Martha Hersland was of this kind of them, though there were moments in her living when it seemed a little different in her, for sometimes she really got into motion, and mostly, as I was saying, motion was just confusion in her. It never came to movement in her. It just was mixing up of being inside her. As I was saying, she was of the independent, dependent kind of being, those having in them attacking as their natural way of winning fighting, as their natural way of winning in loving. And, as I was saying, mostly in her, commotion in her did not make an actual attack by her for her, and this was not there really to herself inside her. To herself there was real movement in her, but to everyone then, there was only stupid resisting and nervous being in her, and this was mostly the whole history of her. As I was saying, this was not quite the whole history of her. It did come to happen in her, sometimes in the living, in the history of her, that the shock of commotion in her was so strong as to give a forward movement to her. As I was saying, that happened once to her when she was a very little one, when she threw down the umbrella. It happened every now and then in her. It happened, as I was saying, when she saw the man hitting the woman in the street with his umbrella to rid himself then of her, and of the asking in her. When she saw this, it was not a horror she had in her. Really, she had not any very certain feeling in her. Mostly in her living, as I was saying, she had not any very certain feeling. Mostly, as I was saying, it was confusion, excitement, and nervousness she had in her when there was movement inside her. Then, as I was saying, when she saw the man hit the woman with an umbrella, and she was just then passing, she had not then, as I was saying, any distinct feeling then in her about what she had been seeing. Not then, and not then later, but it gave a motion to her. It gave her direction to getting for herself a university education. This, then, that I have been describing is the being in Martha, and now there will be more history of her. As I was just saying, that which I have been describing is the being in Martha Hersland. I have been describing the living and the feeling she had in her until now she was almost a young woman, and a new life was to begin for her. As I was saying, she started then her preparation to get for herself a college education. As I was saying, no one was objecting. Her father, Mr. Hersland, was not very much interested just then in his children. She had teachers, and she could be taught enough by them to pass her entrance examination. She began a little then to know other kinds of young girls and boys than those that she had until then been knowing. She played duets in the evening and sang with John Davidson, who was preparing to go away to get an Eastern education. She was less and less, and then almost not at all with them, the people living near the Hersland family then. And then, as I was saying, she went to get her college education. This is now to be more history of her, and how she came to have a lover, and how he came to marry her, and how he came then to leave her, and what happened then to him, and what happened then to her. In short, this is now to be a history of all the living there ever was in her, all the being in her. As I was saying, there was not then very much change in the being in her. She was always then the same whole one. At first there was a little more movement in her. She learned a little at first how to have definite feeling in her. She learned that in the college life around her. But it was not really the being in her. And all this will come out in the history of her. This is now then more history of her. Now then there will begin to be a little history of another, of one of those who came to know her, who came to the same college where she was learning to do the things I have just been describing. This is now the beginning of the history of him, as I am saying. This is now a little description of the living there had been in Philip Redfern. There was then in the living of Martha Hersland, the being born in the hotel where the Hersland family was living when Mr. David Hersland came to Gossels to make for himself a great fortune, and brought with him his wife, little Fanny Hisson, who was to know there the Schilling family, who were to make in her the beginning of the feeling of herself inside her. There was then in the living of Martha Hersland that her father, Mr. David Hersland, and her mother, Fanny Hersland, came together to make her, and she was born in the hotel where Mr. and Mrs. Hersland were living when they first came to Gossels, where Mr. Hersland was to make for himself a great fortune, and where Mrs. Hersland was to have mostly a living that was not the way of living that it would have been natural for her to be having. Martha was born then in the hotel, and Mr. Hersland was just beginning then to succeed in winning fighting, and Mrs. Hersland was beginning then, through knowing the Schilling family, Sophie Schilling, Pauline Schilling, and the mother of them, to have a little in her to herself inside, the feeling of herself to herself in her, that it was not really natural for her to have ever really in her. Then, in the living of Martha Hersland, she was a little one in the 10-acre place where the Hersland family lived a little later, and there it was that Mr. Hersland was winning fighting, and then having impatient feeling in him, and then being full up with impatient feeling, and then having in him beginning failing in winning, and then having in him only beginning. And there Mrs. Hersland had always more and more in her from the for her queer poor people near her, and the servants and governesses in the house with her, the feeling of importance of herself to herself inside her. And then she had there in her the beginning of the weakening in her, the being lost among her children and her husband living in the house with her. In the living of Martha Hersland, she was a little one in the 10-acre place, and she was then living there the half-city, half-country living of the people around her. And she went to school then, and she was healthy enough then and happy enough then, and she was always then getting older and getting bigger, and she had some troubles then, and always she was of them, the people in the small houses near the 10-acre place where she was living then, and she had always the living in her and the being in her I was describing, and sometimes she got a little fatter, and sometimes a little thinner, and sometimes she was happy enough, and often she was not so happy, and mostly always she was healthy, and sometimes she had uneasy feelings in her, and often her father was a trouble to her, and often the governess was troublesome to her, and mostly her mother was not very important for her, and she went on, and the family living of the Hersland family was changing some, as I was saying, and a little Martha was changing in her, as the family living was changing around her, and when it came to her to want her own education, no one was paying much attention to her. Each one of the Hersland family had then themselves inside them to themselves each one, the father, as I was saying, and the mother, as I was saying, and Alfred Hersland and his brother David, as I will be saying in the history of the two of them. Always a little then, Martha had trouble with each one of them, the family living in the house together, her father and her mother and her brother Alfred and David, the younger brother, But mostly then, they none of them were really important to her. She was all taken up then with the being in her. Mostly each one of them then, the family living together, were taken up then by themselves then, each one by the being in them. And that was the history of the Hersland family, then when Martha went to college for more education. This was then the living of the Hersland family when Martha was having it in her that she was a young woman. This was the history of all of them then, that they were each one of them taken up with the being inside of them then, the father, Mr. Hersland, with much impatient feeling then in him, the mother, with important being in her from the governess Madeline Wyman, who came often to see her, and from having weakening commencing then in her. Martha, from the having seen the man hit the woman with the umbrella, and so then having in her the need of a college education for her. The brother Alfred, who was then beginning to do things that were full of interesting feeling for him. The younger brother David, who was beginning then, and always from then it went on in him, to find the meaning for him of something in each day of living that would make living have meaning for him. Each one of them then, the Hersland family then, were each one of them all taken up with themselves inside them. And this was the history of them, as I was saying, when Martha went away from them to get a college education. Each one of the Hersland family was then each one of them too much taken up with the being inside themselves then to pay much attention to another one. Martha went away to college then, as I was saying, and there she was learning to be like them, the young men and women of her generation. And there, as I was saying, she came to know Philip Redfern. Philip Redfern was born in a small city and in the southwestern part of this country. He was the son of a consciously ill-assorted pair of parents, and his earliest intellectual concept, so in his later living he was always saying, as I will soon be telling, was the realization of the quality of these two decisive and unharmonized elements in his child life. He remembered too very well his first definite realization of the quality of women when the inherent contradictions in the claims made for that sex awoke in him much confused thought. He often said that he had often puzzled over the fact that he must give up his chair to and be careful of little girls, while at the same time he was taught that the little girl was quite as strong as he and quite as able to use liberty and to perfect action. In his later living he said that when he was a very little one, this had been so much a puzzle to him. Little girls then, to him, had everything. He wished then, when he was a little one, and this was a puzzle to him. He wished he had been a little girl so, and so have everything. His mother was his dear, dear friend then, and from her he received then all the thoughts and convictions that were definite and conscious then, and for a long time after in him. She was an eager, impetuous, sensitive creature, full of ideal enthusiasms in her being, with moments of clear purpose and vigorous thinking, but for the most part was excitably prejudiced and inconsequent, insensitive enthusiasm, and given to accepting and giving and living sensations and impressions under the conviction that she had them as carefully thought out theories and principles that were complete from reasoning. Her constant rebellion against the pressure of her husband's steady domination found effective expression in the inspiring training of her son to be the champion of women. It would be a sublime proof of the justice of all the poetry of living, so she was always thinking, for the son of James Redfern to devote the strength of the father that was soon to be in the son of him to the winning of liberty, equality, opportunity, beauty, feeling for all women. James Redfern was a man determined to be master always in his house. He was a man courteous and deferential to all women. He never came into any vivid relation with any human being. He was cold and reserved and had a strong, calm, attacking will in him, and he was always perfectly right in doing everything. This was always true of him. He never knew it in him that his wife had a set purpose in her to make their son any particular thing in living. Such a thing could never be a real thing to him. Such a thing no woman he could have living in the house with him could have in her to him. It could have no meaning, such a fantastic notion, and then, too, she never said it to him. It would not have any meaning excepting as words if she had ever said it to him. The things that have no meaning as existing are to everyone very many, and that is always more and more important in understanding the being in men and women. Often it is very astonishing. It is like seeing something and someone who always has been walking with you, and you always have been feeling that one was seeing everything with you, and you feel then that they are seeing that thing the way you are seeing it then, and you go sometime with that one to a doctor to have that one have their eyes examined, and then you find that things you are seeing they cannot see, and never have been seeing, and it is very astonishing, and everything is different, and you know then that you are writing completely only for one, and that is yourself then, and to every other one it is a different thing, and then you remember everyone has said that sometime, and you know it then, and it is astonishing. You know it then, yes, but you do not really know it as a continuous knowing in you, for then in living always you are feeling that someone else is understanding, feeling, seeing something the way you are feeling, seeing, understanding that thing. And always it is a shock to you sometime with everyone you are ever knowing, and many never really know it of anyone, that they are feeling, seeing, understanding a different way from them, and this is very, very common. As I was saying, it never would come to Mr. James Redfern to be realizing that Mrs. Redfern had a destiny for their son, such as being a champion of women. Such a thing would be a fantastic dream that could come from sickness in someone, and nothing more to him. And as I was saying, she never said it to him. Mr. Redfern was very willing that Mrs. Redfern should be the tender, dear friend of their son. He was too simply certain of the being in himself and in his son to pay much attention to the emotional influences that Mrs. Redfern brought to bear on him then, when he was a young one. He was simply certain, that was the being in him, that his son would be a rational man. Emotional women and romantic children had pleasant, fantastic dreams that were all right for them. He demanded from his son then obedience, and in his presence self-restraint, and for the rest, when Philip was a man, being his father's son would make him the man all the Redferns had been. Philip Redfern, when he was a man, was to most everyone who ever came to know him a person having in him a strange and incalculable nature. The strong enthusiasm of emotion of his mother's nature early awoke in him, with the stimulation she was always then giving to him, very much interest to him for the emotional life he could have in him. The interest for knowledge and domination were in him equally strong, and from the beginning he devoted himself to meditation and analysis of the emotions he had in him. The constant spectacle of an armed neutrality between his parents early filled him with an interest in the nature of marriage and the meaning of women. Many children who are always in the society of older men and women have their elders' feelings in them, and these older men and women in their talking and their feeling, if they have very decided quality in them, to give to them the children always with them a knowledge of life quite out of relation to the reality of the children's experiencing, and sometimes such a one of such children, while knowing and accepting many facts that his elders would have listened to in astonished horror from him, often will be really ignorant of the meaning of the simplest things that happen to everyone living, which other children have in them as natural things for them to be knowing then. Philip Redfern then had in him then, when he was a young one, and was living with his mother and his father, as the only people then for him in him, his own living, where there was much knowledge from reading and thinking, wonderful dreams, keen analysis, much real emotion of sympathizing, and very little experiencing of beginning living. From his father then, and from his mother too then when he was a little one, Philip Redfern learned careful and scrupulous courtesy to women, and to himself, and to every one he was ever seeing or feeling or meeting in books or in living, or in his hearing talking, or in his dreaming, and from his father then power of reserve, and these were in him, without the determined standards that governed the elder Redfern. Philip learned his principles from his mother, and these were in her longings and aspirations rather than reasoned, settled purposes and experiencing, and they were real in him, though really then he did not believe in them, though then and longer he lived by them. When Philip was beginning to be a young man, he went to college, as I was saying in my describing the living of Martha Hersland. He had never been to a school. His learning had been gathered from his father and largely by himself in reading. Now, for the first time in his living, he, with his brilliant personality, for he had that then to himself and to everyone, keen intellect, ardent desires, moral aspirations, and principles that he knew he could know by analyzing them, were not well-reasoned principles for him to have in him, but were to him as his mother's being was in him, as a dear, dear friend inside him, was to be thrown into familiar relations with young men and women. The college of which Redfern became a member was the typical co-educational college of the West, a completely democratic institution. Mostly no one there was conscious of a grandfather unless as remembering one as an old man living in the house with them, or as living in another place and being written to sometimes by them, and then having died, and that was the end of grandfathers to them. No one among them was held responsible for the father they had unless by some particular notoriety that had come to the father of someone. It was then a democratic Western institution, this college where Redfern went to have his college education. This democracy was too simple and genuine to be discussed by anyone then. No one was really interested how any man or woman of them came by the money that was educating them, whether it came through several generations of gentlemen to them, whether it came through 2 generations or 1, whether one of them earned it for herself or for himself by working or teaching or working on a farm or at bookselling or at anything else that would bring money to them in the summer, or whether they earned a little by being a janitor to a school building in the winter, or had it given them by someone interested in them. This democracy was then almost complete among them, and was the same between the men and women as between the men as between the women. This democracy was really almost complete among all of them, and included very simple comradeship among them all of the men and women there together then. The men mostly were simple, direct, and earnest in their relations with the women there being educated with them. The men, most of them, treating them with generosity and kindliness enough, and never really doubting, even for a moment, their right to any learning or occupation the women, any of them, were able to acquire then. The students were, many of them, earnest, experienced men and women who had already struggled solidly with poverty and education. Many of them were interested in the sciences and the practical application of them, but also there was among them a kind of feeling and yearning for beauty, and this then often showed itself in them in much out-of-door wandering, and was beginning a little with some of them to realize itself in attempting making pictures and sculpture. It was of such a sober-minded, earnest, moral, democratic community that Redfern was now become a part. His moral aspirations found full satisfaction in the serious life of the place, and his interest in emotional enthusiasm found a new and delightful exercise in the problem of woman that presented itself so strangely here. At this time, the return to honest nature to him was complete delight in him, for elaboration was then not so necessary in his conviction, but that vigor and force unadorned then made him forgetful of subtlety and refinement. The free, simple comradeship of the men and women at first filled him with astonishment, and then with delight. He could not feel himself a part of it. He could not love the sense of danger in the presence and companionship of women. His instincts bade him be on guard, but his ideal he felt to be here realized. Among the many vigorous young women in the place, there was Martha Hersland. She was a blonde, good-looking young woman, full of moral purpose and educational desires. She had an eager, earnest intelligence, fixed convictions and principles by then, and restless energy. She and Redfern were students in the same studies in the same class, and soon singled themselves out from the crowd. It was all new, strange, and dangerous for the Southwestern man, and all perfectly simple and matter of course for the Western girl. They had long talks on the meanings of things, he discoursing of his life and aims, she listening, understanding, and sympathizing. This intercourse steadily grew more constant and familiar. Redfern's instincts were dangerous, was always there as a conviction in him. His ideal simple and pure was almost always real inside him. Slowly he realized in this constant companion the existence of instincts as simple and pure as his ideals. They were going through the country one wintry day, plunging vigorously through the snow and liking the cold air and rapid walking, and excited with their own health and their youth and the freedom. "You are a comrade and a woman," he cried out in his pleasure. "It is the new world. Surely there is no difference, our being together, only it is pleasanter and we go faster," was her eager answer. "I know it," said Redfern. "I know it. It is the new world." This comradeship continued through the 3 years. They spent much time in explaining to each other what neither quite understood. He never quite felt the reality of her simple convictions. She never quite realized what it was he did not understand. One spring day a boyfriend came to see her, a younger brother of John Davidson, who used to play duets with her, and all three went out in the country. It was a soft, warm day. The ground was warm and wet, and they were healthy, and they did not mind that. They found a fairly dry hillside and sat down all three, too indolent to wander further. The young fellow, a boy of 18, threw himself on the ground and rested his head on Martha Hersland's lap. Redfern did not stop a start of surprise, and Martha Hersland smiled. The next day Redfern frankly came to her with his perplexity. "I don't understand," he said. "Was it all right for Davidson to do so yesterday? I almost believed it was my duty to knock him off." "Yes, I saw you were surprised," she said, and she looked uneasy, and then she resolutely tried to make him see. "Do you know that to me, a Western woman, it seems very strange that anyone should see any wrong in his action. Yes, I will say it, I have never understood before why you always seemed on guard." She ended pretty steadily. He flushed and looked uneasy. He looked at her earnestly. Whatever was there, he certainly could not doubt her honesty. It could not be a new form of deliberate enticement, even though it made a new danger. After 2 years of marriage, Redfern's realization of her was almost complete. Martha was all that she had promised him to be, all that he had thought her. But that all proved sufficiently inadequate to his needs. She was moral, strenuous, and pure, and sought earnestly after higher things in life and art. But her mind was narrow, and in its way insistent, her intelligence quick, but without grace and harsh, and Redfern loved a gentle intelligence. Redfern was a hard man to hold. He had no tender fiber to make him gentle to discordant suffering, and when once he was certain that this woman had no message for him, there was no way in which she could make to him an appeal. Her narrow, eager mind was helpless. It was part of him, elaborate chivalry, and she, though harsh and crude, should never cease to receive from him this respect. He knew she must suffer, but what could he do? They were man and wife. Their minds and natures were separated by great gulfs. It must be again an armed neutrality, but this time it was not as with his parents an armed neutrality between equals, but with an inferior who could not learn the rules of the game. It was just so much the more unhappy. Mrs. Redfern never understood what had happened to her. In a dazed, blind way, she tried all ways of breaking through the walls that confined her. She threw herself against them with impatient energy, and again she tried to destroy them piece by piece. She was always thrown back bruised and dazed, and never quite certain whence came the blow, how it was dealt, or why. It was a long agony. She never became wiser or more indifferent. She struggled on always in the same dazed, eager way. Such was the relation between Redfern and his wife when Redfern, having made some reputation for himself in philosophy, was called to Farnham College to fill the chair of philosophy there. There was then a dean presiding over the College of Farnham who, in common with many of her generation, believed wholly in the essential sameness of sex, and who had devoted her life to the development of this doctrine. The Dean of Farnham had had great influence in the lives of many women. She was possessed of a strong purpose and vast energy. She had an extraordinary instinct for the qualities of men and rarely failed to choose the best of the young teachers as they came from the universities. She rarely kept them many years, for either they attained such distinction that the great universities claimed them, or they were dismissed as not being able enough to be called away. Philip Redfern had taken his doctor's degree in philosophy, had married, and presently then he came to hold the chair of philosophy at Farnham College. Two very interesting personalities in the place were the dean, Miss Charles, and her friend, Miss Donner. Redfern had previously had no experience of women's colleges. He knew something of the character of the dean, but had heard nothing of any other member of the institution, and went to make his bow to his fellow instructors in some wonder of anticipation and excitement of mind. The new professor of philosophy was invited by the dean to meet the assembled faculty at a tea at her house 2 days after his arrival in the place. He entered alone and was met by the dean, who was then just about beginning the ending of her middle living. She was a dignified figure with a noble head and a preoccupied, abrupt manner. She was a member of a family which was proud of having had in 3 successive generations 3 remarkable women. The first of these 3 was not known beyond her own community, among whom she had great influence by reason of her strength of will, her powerful intellect, her strong common sense, and her deep religious feeling. She carried to its utmost the then woman's life, with its keen worldly sense, its power of emotion and prayer, and its devout practical morality. The daughter of this vigorous woman was known to a wider circle and sought for truth in all varieties of ecstatic experience. She mingled with her genuine mystic exaltation a basal common sense, and though spending the greater part of her life in examining and actively taking part in all the exaggerated religious enthusiasms of her time, she never lost her sense of criticism and judgment, and though convinced again and again of the folly and hypocrisy of successive saints, never doubted the validity of mystic religious experience. In the 3rd generation, the niece of this woman, the Dean Hannah Charles, found her expression in still wider experience. She did not expect her regeneration from religious experience and found her exaltation in resisting. Through her influence, she was enabled to keep the college in a flourishing state and to keep the control of all things entirely in her own hands. But she was anxious that in the teaching staff there should be someone who would be permanent, who would have great parts and a scholarly mind, and would have no influence to trouble hers, and before many years she found Miss Donner, who ideally fulfilled these conditions. Miss Donner was a graduate of an Eastern college and had made some reputation. She was utterly unattached, being an only child whose parents died just before she entered college, and was equally detached by her nature from all affairs of the world, and was always quite content to remain where she was, so long as some took from her all management of practical affairs and left her in peace with her work and her dreams. She was possessed of a sort of transfigured innocence, which made a deep impression on the vigorous practical mind of Miss Charles, who, while keeping her completely under her control, was nevertheless in awe of her blindness of worldly things and of the intellectual power of her clear, sensitive mind. Though Miss Donner was detached by the quality of her nature from worldly affairs, it was not because she loved best dreams and abstract thought, for her deepest interest was in the varieties of human experience, and her constant desire was to partake of all human relations, but by some quality of her nature she never succeeded in really touching any human creature she knew. Her transfigured innocence, too, was not an ignorance of the facts of life, nor a Puritan's instinct. Indeed, her desire was to experience the extreme forms of sensuous life, and to make even immoral experiences her own. Her detachment was due to an abstracted spirit, that could not do what it would, and which was evident in her reserved body, her shy eyes, and gentle face. As I was saying, Philip Redfern had been invited by the dean to meet the assembled faculty at a tea at her house. He entered in some wonder of anticipation and excitement of mind, and was met by the dean, Miss Charles. "You must meet Miss Downer," she said to him, breaking abruptly through the politeness of the new instructor, who was, as I said, Southwestern. Redfern looked with interest at this new presentment of gentleness and intelligence who greeted him with awkward shyness. Her talk was serious, pleasant, and intense, her point of view clear, her arguments just, and her opinion sensitive. Her self-consciousness disappeared during this eager discussion, but her manner did not lose its awkward restraint, her voice its gentleness, or her eyes their shyness. While the two were still in the height of the discussion, there came up to them a blonde, eager, good-looking young woman whom Redfern observed presented as his wife to his new acquaintance. Miss Downer, checked in her talk, was thrown into even more than her original shy awkwardness, and looking with distress at this new arrival, after several efforts to bring her mind to understand, said, "Mrs. Redfern, yes, of course, your wife, I had forgotten." She made another attempt to begin to speak, and then suddenly, giving it up, gazed at them quite helpless. "Pray go on, as I am very anxious to hear what you think," said Mrs. Redfern nervously, and Redfern, bowing to his wife, turned again to Miss Downer and went on with the talk. An observer would have found it difficult to tell from the mere appearance of these three what their relation toward each other was. Miss Downer was absorbed in her talk and thought, and oblivious of everything except the discussion, her shy eyes fixed on Redfern's face, and her tall, constrained body filled with eagerness. Redfern was listening and answering, showing the same degree of courteous deference to both his companions, turned first toward one and then toward the other one, with impartial attention, and Mrs. Redfern, her blonde, good-looking face filled with eager anxiety to understand, listened to one and then the other with the same anxious care. Later, Redfern wandered to a window where Miss Hannah Charles, Miss Downer, and Mrs. Redfern were standing looking out at a fine prospect of sunset and a long line of elms, defining a road that led back through the town of Farnham to the wooded hills behind. Redfern stood with them looking out at the scene. Mrs. Redfern was listening intently to each one's thinking. "Ah, of course you know Greek," she said with eager admiration to Miss Downer, who made no reply. It happens often, about the 29th year of a life, that all the forces that have been engaged through the years of childhood, adolescence, and youth in confused and sometimes angry combat range themselves in ordered ranks. One is uncertain of one's aims, meaning, and power during these years of tumultuous growth, when aspiration has no relation to fulfillment, and one plunges here and there with energy and misdirection during the strain and stress of the making of a personality, until at last we reach the 29th year, the straight and narrow gateway of maturity, and life, which was all uproar and confusion, narrows down to form and purpose, and we exchange a dim possibility for a big or small reality. Also, in our American life, where there is no coercion in custom, and it is our right to change our vocation as often as we have desire and opportunity, it is a common experience that our youth extends through the whole first 29 years of our life, and it is not till we reach 30 that we find at last that vocation for which we feel ourselves fit and to which we willingly devote continued labor. It must be owned that while much labor is lost to the world in these efforts to secure one's true vocation, nevertheless it makes more completeness in individual life, and perhaps in the end will prove as useful to the world, and if we believe that there is more meaning in the choice of love than plain propinquity, so we may well believe that there is more meaning in vocations than that it is the thing we can first learn about and win an income with. Redfern had now come to this fateful 29th year. He had been a public preacher for women's rights. He had been a mathematician, a psychologist, and a philosopher. He had married and earned a living, and yet the world was to him without worth or meaning, and he longed for a more vital human life than to be an instructor of youth. His theme was humanity. His desire was to be in the great world and of it. He wished for active life among his equals, not to pass his days as a guide to the immature, and he preferred the criticism of life in fiction to the analysis of the mind in philosophy. And now the time was come, in this his 29th year, for the decisive influence in his career. Cora Downer had on her side, too, her ideals, which in this world she had not found complete. She, too, longed for the real world, while wrapped away from it by the perverse reserve of her mind and the awkward shyness of her body. Such friendship as she had yet realized she felt for the Dean, Miss Hannah Charles, but it was not a nearness of affection. It was a recognition of the power of doing and working, and a deference to the representative of effective action, and the habitual dependence of years of protection. Whatever Miss Charles advised or undertook seemed always to Miss Downer the best that could be done or effected. She sustained her end of the relation in being a learned mind, a brilliant teacher, and a docile subject. She pursued her way expounding philosophy, imbibing beauty, desiring life, never questioning the things nearest her, interested only in abstract ideas and concrete desire, and all her life was arranged to leave her untouched and unattached. But in this shy, abstracted, learned creature there was a desire for sordid life and the common lot. It was interesting to see the slow growth of interest to admiration and then to love in this awkward, reserved woman, unconscious of her meanings and the world's attention, and who made no attempt to disguise or conceal the strength of her feeling. Redford's life experience had been to learn that where there was woman, there was for him danger, not through his own affections, but by the demand that this sex made upon him. By this extreme chivalry, he was always bound to more than fulfill the expectations he gave rise to in the mind of his companion. Indeed, this man loved the problem of woman so much that he willingly endured all pain to seek and find the ideal that filled him with such deep unrest, and he never tired of meeting and knowing and devoting himself to any woman who promised to fulfill for him his desire. And here in Cora Downer he found a spirit so delicate, so free, so gentle and intelligent that no severity of suffering could deter him from seeking the exquisite knowledge that this companionship could give him. And he knew that she too would willingly pay high for the fresh vision that he brought her. It is the French habit in thinking to consider that in the grouping of two and an extra, it is the two that get something from it, all who are of importance and whose claim should be considered. The American mind, accustomed to waste happiness and be reckless of joy, finds morality more important than ecstasy, and the lonely extra of more value than the happy two. To our New World feeling, the sadness of pain has more dignity than the beauty of joy. It takes time to learn the value of happiness. Truly, a single moment snatched out of a distracted existence is hardly worth the trouble it takes to seize it, and to obtain such, it is wasteful to inflict pain. It is only the cultivators of leisure who have time to feel the gentle approach, the slow rise, the deep ecstasy, and the full flow of joy, and for these pain is of little value, a thing not to be remembered, and it is only the lack of joy that counts. Martha Redfern, eager, anxious, and moral, had little understanding of the sanctity of joy, and hardly a realization of the misery of pain. She understood little now what it was that had come upon her, and she tried to arrange and explain it by her Western morality and her New World humanity. She could not escape the knowledge that something stronger than community of interest bound her husband and Miss Downer together. She tried resolutely to interpret it all in terms of comradeship and great equality of intellectual interests, never admitting to herself for a moment the conception of a possible marital disloyalty. But in spite of these standards and convictions, she was filled with a vague uneasiness that had a different meaning than the habitual struggle against the hard wall of courtesy that Redfern had erected before her. This struggle in her mind showed itself clearly when she was in the company of her husband and Miss Downer. She would sit conscientiously bending her mind to her self-imposed task of understanding and development. When, in the immediate circle of talkers that included her husband and Miss Downer, she gave anxious and impartial attention to the words of one and the other, occasionally joining in the talk by an earnest inquiry, and receiving always from Redfern the courteous deference that he extended to everyone, to everything, to all women. She listened with admiring attention, particularly to Miss Downer, who, genuinely unconscious of all this nervous misery, paid her in return scant attention. When she was not in the immediate group of talkers with these two, she kept her attention on the person with whom she was talking, and showed the burden of her feeling only in the anxious care with which she listened and talked. She was not to be left much longer to work out her own conclusions. One afternoon in the late fall, in the second year of their life at Farnham, Miss Charles came to the room where she was sitting alone, and in her abrupt way spoke directly of the object of her visit. "Mrs. Redfern," she began, "you probably know something of the gossip that is at present going on. I want you to keep Mr. Redfern in order. I cannot allow him to make Miss Downer the subject of scandalous talk." She stopped and looked steadily at the uneasy woman who was dazed by this sudden statement of her own suspicion. I don't understand," she stammered. "I think you understand quite well. I depend upon you to speak to him about it." And with this the dean departed. This action on Miss Charles' part showed her wisdom. She knew very well the small power that Mrs. Redfern had over her husband, and she took this method of attack only because it was the only one open to her. Mrs. Redfern could not accomplish anything by any action, but she was a woman and jealous, and there was little doubt, so the dean thought, that before long she would effect some change. Martha Redfern's mind was now in a confusion. Miss Charles had added nothing to her facts. Nevertheless, her statement had made a certainty of what Mrs. Redfern had resolutely regarded as an impossibility. She sat there long and long, thinking over again and again the same weary round of thoughts and terrors. She knew she was powerless to change him. She could only try to get the evidence to condemn him. Did she want it? If she had it, she must act on it. She dreaded to obtain it, and could not longer exist without it. She must watch him and find it all out without questioning, must learn it by seeing and hearing, and she felt dimly a terror of the things she might be caught doing to obtain it. She dreaded the condemnation of Redfern's chivalrous honor. She did not doubt his disloyalty. She was convinced of that, and she still feared to lose his respect for her sense of honor. "He is dishonorable. All his action is deceit," she said to herself again and again, but she found no comfort in this thought. She knew there was a difference, and that she respected his standard more than her own justification. In the long, weary days that followed, she was torn by these desires. She must watch him always and secretly. She must gain the knowledge she dreaded to possess, and she must be deeply ashamed of the ways she must pursue. She was no longer able to listen to others when her husband and Miss Downer were in her presence. She dared not keep an open watch, but her observation was unceasing. Redfern was not wholly unconscious of this change in his wife's manner, perhaps more in the relief that she ceased her eager efforts to please him than in the annoyance of her suspicious watching. Redfern was a man too much on guard to fear surprise, and with all his experience, too ignorant of women's ways to see danger where danger really lay. It was the end of May, and one late afternoon, Mrs. Redfern, filled with her sad past and sadder future, sat in her room watching the young leaves shining brilliantly in the warm sunshine on the long row of elms that stretched away through the village toward the green hills that rose beyond. Mrs. Redfern knew very well the feel of that earth, warm with young life and wet with spring rains, knew it as part of her dreary life that seemed to have lasted always. As she sat there in sadness, The restless eagerness of her blond, good-looking face was gone, and her hands lay clasped quietly without straining. Time and sadness had become stronger in her than desire. Redfern came into the house and passed into his own study. He remained there a short while and then was called away. As soon as he was out of sight, Mrs. Redfern arose and went into his room. She walked up to his desk and, opening his portfolio, saw a letter in his writing. She scarcely hesitated, so eager was she to read it. She read it to the end. She had her evidence. Categories that once to someone had real meaning can later to that same one be all empty. It is queer that words that meant something in our thinking and our feeling can later come to have in them and us not at all any meaning. This is happening always to everyone, really feeling meaning in words they are saying. This is happening very often to almost everyone, having any realization in them, in their feeling, in their thinking, in their imagining of the words they are always using. This is common then to many having in them any real realization of the meaning of the words they are using. As I was saying, categories that once to someone had real meaning come later to that same one not to have any meaning at all then for that one. Sometimes one reads a letter that they have been keeping with other letters, and one is not very old then, and so it is not that they are old then and forgetting, they are not very old then, and they come in cleaning something to reading this letter, and it is all full of hot feeling, and the one reading the letter then has not in them any memory of the person who once wrote that letter to them. This is different, very different from the changing of the feeling and the thinking in many who have in them real realization of the meaning of words when they are using them. But there is in each case so complete a changing of experiencing in feeling and thinking, or in time or in something, that something, someone once alive to someone, is then completely a stranger to that one. The meaning in a word to that one, the meaning in a way of feeling and thinking that is a category to someone whom someone was knowing, these then come to be all lost to that one, sometime later in the living of that one. This is very true then. This is very true then of the feeling and the thinking that makes the meaning in the words one is using. This is very true then that to many of them, having in them strongly a sense of realizing the meaning of the words they are using, that some words they once were using later have not any meaning, and some then have a little shame in them when they are copying an old piece of writing where they were using words that sometime had real meaning for them, and now have not any real meaning in them to the feeling and the thinking and the imagining of such a one. Often this is in me in my feeling. Often then I have to lose words I have once been using. Now I commence again with words that have meaning. A little perhaps I had forgotten when it came to copying the meaning in some of the words I have just been writing. Now to begin again with what I know of the being in Philip Redfern. Now to begin again a description of Philip Redfern. And always now I will be using words having in my feeling, thinking, imagining, very real meaning. As I was saying, Philip Redfern was to very many who knew him a queer one. He was to very many who knew him a bad one. He was to some who knew him so good a one that he was almost a real saint for them. This was true of him then. And now I will begin a little more description of the kind of being in him, of the kind of being he had in living, of the many millions men and women always being like him. End of section 27, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 6, 2024. Section 28 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 28. He was of the kind of men and women who, in the end, to everyone, have been as if they had been a failure. There are many of them, many of this kind of them, many of the kind of which Redfern was one, that have had very much reputation, have been well known for their living, for the being in them, in their living very many of this kind of them. These see themselves, always have, do, and will see themselves all their living as virtuous, as heroic, as noble, as successful, as beautiful, as whatever is the best way of being to them. See themselves so through the weakness as well as through the strong things in them. Many men and many women see themselves as virtuous always in their living. This is a little now very interesting. Many then have it in them that their weakness is a virtue in them. There are very many of this kind of them then. Johnson, when he forgets his emotion, the emotion he had when he was friendly or loving or fighting. Johnson, when he forgets his emotion and declares it to have been all the other one's doing, attributes his having yielded to this indulging in loving, fighting, friendly action to the weakness in him of always yielding. This weakness of his is uppermost in him and to himself. Having forgotten that he had been himself wanting the thing he had once, later in describing, feeling of thinking the action over, he says it was because he has the weakness of never being able to resist anyone who wants anything. Perhaps Johnson began, but later he forgets his having been wanting the thing. He remembers only that always he does anything anybody wants him to be doing. That is the weakness in him. That is to him the whole principle of the being in him. Frank Hackert attributes his doing anything to the philanthropy in him. She was lonesome and threw herself on him, took possession, and what did he do but take care of her? This, later in telling, in remembering, in feeling, is always the history of any woman and him. Mary Helbing always puts it down to that they wanted it and she gave it, but she had no responsibility. It was because she was so game that she did it. That is always the reason she does it. She is so game, she never refuses anything that is a challenge. There is never anything that she is ever wanting in her living that she is ever getting. Sarah Sands puts her yielding down to unsuspiciousness. That is the reason she yields. She is so easy. That is the secret of it. Philip Redfern was of this kind of them. He was, to himself, completely chivalrous, completely a gentleman. Women, everyone, should always have complete courtesy always from him. And they are right, all of them, all these things, each thing in each one, are characteristics in each one, but they all think that one characteristic is the whole of them. They all of them forget the other things in them that are active in them. They all have it in common that in remembering anything, they forget all the emotion they had then in them, and so it must have been the other person's fault it happened, anything. All of them in remembering have not had any emotion except the one, and so they had none then, and so it must have been the other person. This is a little now very interesting. As I was saying, Philip Redfern was of this kind in men and women. There will be now more description of virtuous being, virtuous feeling in men and women. There will be now some description of religious feeling in some men and women, of virtuous and religious feeling in them, of the being in them, of the sensitiveness in them, of the worldly feeling in them, of succeeding and failing in them. First, then, there will be more description of the kind of being in some men like Philip Redfern, of religious, virtuous feeling in some men. As I was saying, some of the things all men have in them in their daily living have it to come in more men only from the bottom nature in them than other things in them. Nothing of all the things all men have in them in their daily living comes in all men from the bottom nature of them. Eating, drinking, loving, anger in them, beginning and ending in them, come more from many men from the bottom nature of most of them than other things in them. But always there are many men of all the millions of each kind of them who have it in them not to have even eating and drinking and doctoring and living and anger in them and beginning and ending in them come from the bottom nature of them. Men in their living have many things inside them. They have in them, each one of them has it in him, his own way of feeling himself important inside in him. They have in them, all of them, their own way of beginning, their own way of ending, their own way of working, their own way of having loving inside them and loving coming out from them, their own way of having anger inside them and letting their anger come out from inside them, their own way of eating, their own way of drinking, their own way of sleeping, their own way of doctoring. They have each one of them their own way of fighting. They have in them, all of them, their own way of having fear in them. They have, all of them, in them, their own way of believing, their own way of being important inside them, their own way of showing to others around them the important feeling inside in them. Mostly everyone has some kind of way of conceiving of themselves as a strong one, as a weak one, as a good one, as a bad one, as a virtuous, as an honorable one, as a religious, as an irreligious, as an unreligious one. Mostly everyone has some kind of way of conceiving of themselves as a strong one, as a weak one, as a good one, as a bad one, as a virtuous one, as an honorable one, as a religious one, as an irreligious one, as an unreligious one. Some, as I am saying, have honor in them and religion from the nature of them when this is strong enough in them to make it their own inside them. Some can make their own honor, some their own living, some their own religion. Some are weak and can do one thing, make one thing their own. Some are strong enough, and all of it, loving, honor, and religion in them, all of it is someone else's, of someone else's making. Some can just resist and not make their own anything. There are many of them. Some, out of their own virtue, make a god, who sometimes later is a terror to them. Out of their own virtue, they make a god who sometimes later is a terror to them. Some make some things like laws out of the nature of them, out of the nature of some other one. Some are controlled by other people's virtue, and then it scares them. Listen to each one telling about their own virtue, and that grows to make a god for them, grows to be a law for them, and often afterwards scares them. Some afterwards like it, some forget it, some are it. Some honor what is right to them for them to be doing. Some separate honor from the doing of the thing, have it as a feeling. Some love themselves enough to not want to lose themselves. Immortality can to them mean nothing but this thing. Some love themselves negatively. Then impersonal future life is for them all right, a good enough thing. Some love themselves and others so hard that they are sure that they will exist even when they won't. They do to themselves exist even when they don't. These have a future life feeling, an individual thing. Some love themselves, and they are it, and that is all there is of it in them. And they do not have future life in them to be an important thing. Men and women have being in them, all of them, when they are living. Many men and women have in them a feeling of future life in them, very many of them. Some for this life, some for another life, some for both lives, this and another one. Some have a stronger, some have a weaker feeling of themselves inside them. Some have more, some have less loving in them for themselves than others have in them. Some have more, some have less loving in them for other ones than others have in them. Some have more, some have less feeling for something than other ones have in them, and all these things in each one are part in them of the virtuous feeling, of the religious feeling they have in them, each one, each man and woman, each one having, man or woman, being in them. Each man or woman has some being in her or in him. There are some who have not any feeling of virtue in them. There are not very many of them. There are perhaps some millions of them. Mostly everyone, as I am saying, has in her or in him some kind of feeling of being of virtue in living. Some from the things they feel as weakness in them, some from the things they feel as strength in them. Philip Redfern had it in him to make a virtue for him of a thing he felt as a weakness in him. There are very many of this kind of them, many, very many men, many women. Mostly all of this kind of men and women have some kind of religion in them. This is now a discussion of the being in some of them. As I was saying, Philip Redfern was of the kind of men and women, and there are always many men of this kind of them, and some women of this kind of them, who have in their living a good deal of reputation from the living and the being in them. And then they are not successful in living, successful in the whole of their living, and to many knowing them they are romantic in their living, or beautiful, or dramatic in their living, and to some, saints in living. And Redfern was such a one, and to most everyone he was a man always failing in his living, and to Miss Downer he was a saint among men, and to Mrs. Redfern he was wonderful in the honorable courtesy in him, and mostly everyone sometime thought he was a bad man, and mostly to everyone he was a man given to lying. He said once of someone, "Lathrop tells a lie as if it were the truth, and I tell the truth as if it were a lie." He was to himself a man simple, sensuous, and passionate, and that was to himself the whole of him. As I was saying, his weakness was to himself the strength in him, and so always all his living to everyone who ever came to know, excepting to some to whom he was a saint in suffering, to everyone mostly he was failing from the weaknesses there were in him. To himself, as I was saying, he was a simple, sensuous, passionate being from whom chivalry demanded he should be always yielding when he himself was not active in feeling. He was a man always on guard, with everyone always able to pierce him. That was the living he had in him. For the rest of his days he was a literary man and sometimes a politician. He plunged deeply into the political life of his time and failed everywhere. In this life, as in all of his human relations, his instincts gave the lie to his ideals and his ideals to his instincts. It was interesting to many to witness the life of this man, to see him go up again and again against the yielding spirit in him, go up with unwearied courage only to meet with certain defeat. He was himself the only one of all the lookers-on who dreamed of victory. The others, whether watching with indifference, with deep sympathy or stern condemnation, with malicious or righteous triumph, knew that he would fail. But he always struggled on, filled to the very end with hope and courage, always defeated, and always ready to make the fresh assault. As I was saying, there was a Johnson who had made some reputation in his living, by the living that was romantic to everyone knowing, by the being in him, and always he was certain in telling, feeling, and thinking that everything that had happened to him, when, as was the way in him, he was finished with that thing, that it was because he was weak and open to any suggesting, and that made it happen that he was in a relation, and he had the right to get out in any way he wanted, for that was the right he had to defend himself when everyone had him where they wanted to have him, because he was so weak to everyone's suggesting. He would brag of things he had done when he was filled up with them, and always he was filled up with them, and he would know he had a right to run away or do anything to defend himself, for everyone could hold him by suggesting to him, by the sensitive suggestibility in him, and this was his great weakness in him, and he made of it the principle of his living to himself in his talking, thinking, feeling, and he was of the kind of them, and perhaps Lord Byron and Oscar Wilde were of this kind of them. He was of them who become romantic, heroic, beautiful, saintly by the weakness in them that is there always acting. That is true of them. But always these are doing things and boasting of them in their active living. There are very many of such of them. Redfern was such a one. A Johnson I was describing was such a one. Some have only this a little in them, enough to make them very sentimental in their living. Some have it a little more in them than those having it just a sentimental being in them, and some of such of them are men's men, and some of such of them are women's men. And Hackert, that I was just describing, was one of such of them. Some have it just a little more in them than the sentimental ones, and they are dramatic in their living. And there are very many women, and there are very many men who have this being in them, and a Sarah Sands was such a one, as I was just saying. There are some who have this way of being only in spots in them. There are many such of them, many women and many men of such of them. As I was saying, such a one as the Johnson I have been just describing, when he forgets his emotion that made him do a thing, always declares it to have been all the other one's doing, attributes his having yielded to his own weakness of being very susceptible to suggesting, that being the thing in him uppermost in him, to make a principle continuous in him of living. This is all different from self-righteousness, which is a way of being that everything in one is right and should be so considered by everyone. Self-righteousness is believing that the one acting is so right that if everyone acted like them, everything would be right in living, and everyone would be a good one. This is a very different thing from the feeling that I am describing. These that I am describing make a principle to free them from the weakness in them. It is a weakness. They are always saying it of them. One, that he is too susceptible to suggesting. Another, that when a woman needs protecting, of course, he must give her that because she is a weak thing, and he is always weak in yielding protection to a weak woman. Another, because she is so unobserving that she has no realization of what anybody is doing, though maybe it is her vanity that keeps her from really seeing. All these things are true as characteristics in each one of them that make a principle of them. These things are in each one of them. That is quite true of them, but they all think that characteristic is the whole of them, and so they have not to themselves the responsibility of the condition. Some are noble in it, some are not, but all of them are sure of it, for that is the principle of their being to each one of them. In short, they all, each one of this kind of them, forget their emotion they had in the thing they were doing, and so to themselves after, it must have been the other person's fault that it happened, this thing, and these then, after, have no emotion of this thing, unless they are living it again in imagining, and then they are the same as when they had it really in them. Always else they have not the emotion. It is the other person's fault the thing happened between them. These have no emotion that they are remembering, except the kind of weakness they know always to be in them each one, and so they had no emotion then. They knew that well in them, and so it must have been their weakness and the other person's willing them that made them have this thing in them. As I was saying, Philip Redfern was such a one. As I was saying, all this is very interesting in the meaning of virtue and religion that such a one has in them. This kind of being can be in them, having independent-dependent or dependent-independent being in them, having any kind of being in them. Johnson, when he forgets his emotion and declares it to have been all the other one's doing, attributes his having yielded to his own weakness, that being the thing in him to him uppermost in him. Frank Hackert attributes his to philanthropy. She was lonesome and threw herself on him, took possession, and what did he do but take care of her? Melanctha put it down to that they wanted it, and she gave it, but she had no responsibility. It was because she was so game that she did it. Sarah Sands puts her yielding down to unsuspiciousness. That is the reason she yields. She is so easy, and that's it. All these things are true as characteristics in each one, but they all think that characteristic is the whole of them. It isn't. They all forget their emotion, and so it must have been the other person's fault it happened, and they have now no emotion, and so they had none, and so it must have been the other person's. Philip Redfern, as I was saying, was of this kind in men and women. He was always on his guard, and always a woman could reach him inside his guard, and he must do then what it was right for a man always on guard to do when he was touched inside the guard. He must give them their revenge, and always again they would touch him. He must always be elaborately on guard, and always he must give them what they asked of him when they touched him, in spite of his guarding himself from them. This was the way his being worked in him. As I was saying, many men and some women, many women and some men of this kind of them make a good deal of reputation in their living from the living and the being in them. Mostly all of them, at least very many of them, anyway, it is not uncommon among them that they make a failure of the whole of their living. Mostly they want to succeed in winning recognition. Mostly they get some from their living. Very many of them are failing in the whole of their living. Often someone thinks one of such of them a saint, a hero, a very noble person. Often very many think such a one to be a very bad one. Philip Redfern, as I was saying, was such a one. There were very many different ways of feeling the being in him, as I was saying. This has been now a very little description of the being in him. As I was saying, to the ending of his living, he had the same living in him, and as a whole living, his living was failing. Philip Redfern then had to himself a feeling of the being in him that was to him, in a way, a simple thing. Philip Redfern was to Miss Downer a man of saintly strength and courage and chivalrous feeling and self-sacrificing. Philip Redfern was to Mrs. Redfern a man before whom she wanted to be intelligent and honorable in acting and in feeling and delicate, and to be pleasing by knowing Greek and naive realism. Philip Redfern was to very many a man who was always lying. Philip Redfern was to very many a very brilliant man gone altogether wrong. Philip Redfern was to very many a man always wronging everyone. Philip Redfern was to many a very brilliant man and a very weak one. Philip Redfern was to some the kind of man I have been just describing. This has been now a little history of him. Virtue and virtuous feeling in men and women is a very peculiar thing. More and more there will be a description in this writing of all the kinds of ways anyone can have virtue in them. Now there will be a very little description of virtue in men and women, and then there will be a little more description of their sensitive being. Everyone has then their own way of being important inside them from the things in them, each one, that are virtues in them to them, or vices in them to them, or strong things in them to them, or weaknesses in them to them. Mostly everyone has some kind of way of having some distinction inside them to themselves, to their feeling and their thinking and their talking. Mostly everyone has some kind of way of feeling some distinction in them, some from the tastes in them, some from the not having tastes or any way of doing anything in them, some, as I was saying, from the strong things in them, some, as I was saying, from the weak things in them. Mostly everyone has some way of finding themselves inside them more or less distinguished. They have this feeling, mostly everyone, more or less inside them, always in their living. Mostly everyone is in some way a distinguished man or a distinguished woman inside themselves to themselves, from something, from doing, being something, from not doing or being something, from doing things like someone, from doing things like everyone, from doing things better or worse than someone, from doing things not so well or better than almost anyone, from doing something and not doing some other thing, from doing some things and never doing some other things. There is every kind of thing that can give distinction, and mostly everyone has some kind of distinguished feeling in themselves, to themselves, inside them. Being virtuous, being sentimental, being dramatic, being religious, being anything is interesting in each one having in them that thing that they have in them. Being distinguished each one inside them by something to themselves in their feeling is very interesting. Sometime I want to understand every kind of way anyone can have the feeling of being distinguished by the virtue they have in them. Sometime I want to understand every kind of way anyone can have the feeling of being distinguished in them, and every kind of thing that can give anyone a feeling of such distinction in themselves inside them. Sometime I want to understand the complete being in each one and all the details of their coming to have in them their kind of feeling, imagination, thinking, knowing, certainty inside them, virtuous feeling in them, anything in them that gives to them inside them the feeling of being distinguished to themselves inside them. I want to know sometime all about sentimental feeling. I want to know sometime all the different kinds of ways people have it in them to be certain of anything. These and virtuous feelings in each one, of themselves to themselves having virtue inside them, is to me very interesting. Always more and more I want to know it of each one, what certainty means to them, how they came to be certain of anything, what certainty means to them, and how contradiction does not worry them, and how it does worry them, and how much they have in them of remembering, and how much they have in them of forgetting, and how different anyone is from any other one, and what anyone and everyone means by anything they are saying. All these things are to me very interesting. As I was saying, virtuous feeling and being certain of anything is to me very interesting. Having virtuous feeling and any certain feeling, that is, being certain of anything, is to me very interesting in everyone. Having certainty in them is in each one of the kind of way that their kind of men and women have it of having it in them. Having certainty in them is a thing very interesting in each one having a certainty of anything in her or in him. Certainty and virtuous feeling and religion, these are to me all three just now very interesting. Shortly, I will try to tell a little of the way some come to have their certainty in them. Some build certainty up with little and little sure things and make a pile of them. Some are summary and all-embracing in the certain feeling they have always in them. Some are certain of almost anything. Some are hardly certain of anything. Some have to have a complete system for each certain feeling in them. Some have a sense of dramatic arrangement to complete the scene of the certain conviction, the certain emotion they have in them, and the complete scene changes for them with each new certainty they have in them. Certainty worries some, and some never have certainty to be a worry to them. Some have certainty by comparison, by comparing the thing they have then with what any other one they are knowing is having. Some never compare anything with anyone. Certainty is a real thing in them. In some of such of them as a little pile, they are gradually increasing. In some, in something that they keep there inside them, always of the same dimension. Some need company to keep their certainty from freezing or melting or evaporating or in some way disappearing. Some need company to keep any certainty in them. Some like company around them while they have their own certainty inside them. Some need to have the certainty in the presence of the company that they need to have with them. Certainty is certainly very interesting. I wish I knew all the kinds of certainty all the kinds of men and women ever existing have in them. Certainty and virtuous feeling and important feeling in men and in women is to me just now very, very interesting. As I was saying, the kind of certainty, the kind of virtuous feeling, the kind of important feeling anyone has in them comes from the nature of them, from the kind they are of men and women. Some men and some women are strong enough to make their own kind of certain feeling in them. Some are weak and can do one thing their own in the way of a certainty in them. Some are strong enough in living, and all of it, all the certain feeling in them, is someone else's. Some can just resist and not get anyone else's certain feeling, and never make any of their own certain feeling to be inside them. Some have everybody's certain feeling in them. Some have a sentimental sense of the beauty and the loveliness and the truth of certain feeling, and it is so lovely and so noble, and everybody is so good and so beautiful, and everybody has some certain feeling, and in some such a feeling of certain feeling is a real thing. There are many ways of being sentimental. Sometime there will be some description of some kinds of ways of being sentimental. Out of their own certain feeling, some make a god, who sometimes later is a terror to them. That is a kind of feeling that some have about laws of nature, as they call them. Many make of their certain feeling a god which later terrifies them. Some are controlled by others' certain feeling. To some it is a comfort, such a certain feeling. Some have it that someone else's certain feeling scares them. Listen to each one telling of the certain feeling in them. It is very interesting. Some like their own certain feeling. Some later forget it. Some later are scared by it. Some later are it. Some love their certain feeling enough never to want to lose it. Some have it when they are not any longer believing in it. Some can completely lose it. Some get mixed up with theirs and other ones, and they have very much trouble with all of it. All the certain feeling they ever come to know in living. Some love their certain feeling and they never lose it. Some love it and they sometime lose it. Some always are looking for it. Some are immortal in themselves by it. Some neither have it nor haven't it. Some are to themselves only a part of it. Some love it so hard that other people have it. Some have it, some never really have it, some never really own it. Many need company for it. This is very common. Some need drama to support it. Some need lying to help it. Some love it, some hate it. Some never are very certain they really have it. Certain feeling in men and women is very interesting. What was Philip Redfern's way with certainty and virtue and distinction in himself to himself inside him? He was to himself, as I was saying, simple, sensuous, and passionate. This was not really a description of him to any other one. This was all he ever said to any one of the being in him. This was the feeling he had in him of the being he had in him. He never said it any differently of himself to anyone. He was to himself of the good kind in men and women. He was on guard because women and other things were dangerous things. He always felt he would be winning, and always he was failing, and this was always happening to him. Always to mostly everyone he was lying. Always he was telling all that it was right for him to tell to anyone. That was the way any man would act. Of that he was very certain. No man would tell more than he should tell if he was the kind of a man Redfern would speak of as a good one. This was very certain knowledge in him, in Philip Redfern. He was certain always that he was telling all that it was right for him, for any man, to tell to anyone. To mostly everyone, he was a man who was mostly always lying about himself and about every other one who had any relation to him. This was true in his living. He was telling all that it was right he should be telling to anyone. Everyone was always feeling, always saying that he was mostly always lying. To himself, it was not a virtue in him that he was never telling anything more about anything about himself, about anyone, than it was right that he should be telling. It was to himself then, this in him, not a virtuous feeling in him. It was a thing it was natural for him to be doing, never to tell anything. It was not right that he should say really to anyone. He had not then from this any feeling of virtue in him. He had a feeling of virtue, although it was, as he felt it in him, a weakness in him, that he always kept himself on guard, so that temptation should never come close to him. This was to him, in a way, a virtue in him, that he always was on guard, so that no woman, nothing he did not want, should touch him, should come close to him. This was to him a virtue in him, though it was from the weakness of him that he needed to be always guarding, but it was a weakness of what can any man do when a demand is made upon him, kind of weakness in him. That was a weakness that any man, who was a man, must have in living. And so he, Redfern, always being on guard, had from that to himself a virtuous feeling in him. And this then, as I am saying, is very common. One man, Johnson, as I was saying, had it that he always ran away and left the other one to manage any trouble they had made together. And this was a weakness in him, yes, But it was a consistent thing in him, and he needed it for living. And it really was wisdom in him, this thing, and so in a way it was a virtuous thing in him. Some have this kind of virtuous feeling in resisting always all experiencing. There are many ways, as I was saying, of having this kind of virtuous feeling. As I was saying, people having in them any of the kinds of being I have been describing very often have very much reputation in their living, sometime from the living and the being they have in them. Very many of them in their living are to someone believing in them saints or heroes or beautiful creatures or wonderfully romantic creatures in their living, and are to very many people knowing them liars and cowards and bad men and bad women, and to themselves they are men and women having in them a weakness, yes, and a virtuous feeling, yes, and a certain feeling of the real distinction of the consistent action their weakness entails on them. Johnson, as I was saying, always attributes his having yielded to be in any situation to his own weakness, that being the uppermost thing in him to him, and always then, that being the true reason he is in the situation he is in, to himself then, he has it as the only right thing for him always to be doing then is escaping. And he always then does run away and leave the other one with the trouble or the blame of the situation they both were in. Hackert attributes his troubles, when he has any, and he often has them, to the philanthropy in him. She was lonesome and took possession of him, and what did he do but take care of her? And so after all, when someone else needs him, he must leave her, for of course he must help the one that needs him most. That's easy for anyone to see, and that is what Hackert is always doing, being a man's man and a woman's man, and philanthropic in his feeling. Another one puts her yielding to her grit, and she has given everything, herself and everything, and then the other one wants more, and that is a ridiculous thing, and of course she will not pay any attention to the clamoring of that other one who has been given everything, and by one who never wants anything from anyone. Another put her yielding down to guilelessness, and always believing anything anybody wants to make her believe. And then she gets sick and must defend herself by attacking. And she ought really to learn to attack the other one before she has suffered by them. But this can never come to her because of the nature in her to be always believing in everyone. Redfern always was on guard. That was his contribution to defending himself. And then someone came close to him. And then he gave that one always all her living, everything she ever wanted from him. He always gave to everyone who ever was in any relation with him completely everything they could ask of him every minute in his living, and to the ending of their or his living. This was a certain thing in his feeling. He gave everyone unceasingly everything they could possibly demand of him. That was his being and his living to himself, all his living. That was his being and his living to one or two, and these made a great person or a saint of him to them. And to very many, he was one who was, in a complete sense, a man never trustworthy in anything, never realizing his obligation to anyone. This, then, has been some description of the being in Philip Redfern. To the last hour of his living, he was faithful to the certainty of having been faithful to everyone who ever had come to have any claim upon him. To the last hour of his living, he was to himself completely giving himself to anyone that had come to touch him. Always he was guarding himself. Always to the last moment of his living, to himself, always to himself, to the last moment of his living, he was faithful to everything he owed to everyone and anyone. This is now then a little more description of the being in three women who had each one their own feeling about him, Miss Downer, Miss Charles, and his wife, Mrs. Redfern. This is now a little more description of the being each one of the three of them had in them, the being and the completed living of each one of them. To begin then with Miss Downer, her feeling and her living, and her feeling Philip Redfern in her living. To very many, to sometimes any, one would think, mostly everyone, someone's way of loving, some other one's way of loving, some other one's way of living, some other one's way of keeping some things and not other things, of throwing away some things and not other things, someone's way of buying some things and not buying other things, is a foolish one. Mostly everyone finds that things other ones are wanting are very foolish things for anyone to be wanting, for that one to be wanting, to be buying, to be keeping. Each one has in him a very certain feeling of things anyone, having any sense in them, should be wanting to have in living. It is very hard for mostly everyone to understand why another one has that way of loving, that way of being angry in them that they have in them. Some try to understand the other one's way of doing these things, but mostly everyone finds it very puzzling. What can anyone want with buying, keeping, wanting any such thing, each one says, of something someone has been wanting, buying, keeping? This is very common. Very many could forgive someone anything, excepting the way that one has angry feeling or injured feeling in them. Some could let anything pass, excepting the kind of way someone has of loving. That gives them an angry feeling. That is all there is about it to them. It is very, very common that someone could forgive anybody anything, excepting the way they have of having angry or injured feeling in them. This is very, very common. Some can never understand the queer ways in another one. Mr. Hersland always was saying to his 3 children that the ways they had in them were only habits. There was no need they should have these ways in them. He had ways in him. They were him to him. The ways his children had in them were habits, and it was not at all necessary that they should have any such habits in them. Many think that someone, some others, could do the work they are doing in some other way from the way these are doing their working. As I'm saying, it is very, very common that someone could forgive someone anything excepting the way they have angry feeling or injured feeling or loving feeling in them. Now then, to begin a little description of the being in some women and the feeling they each had about the other one and the feeling they each one had about Redfern. Perhaps no one ever will know the complete history of everyone. This is a sad thing. Perhaps no one will ever have, as a complete thing, the history of anyone. This is a very sad thing. Sometime each one will have made a complete history of them in the repeating, always coming out of them. Sometime, perhaps someone will really know it of someone. That will be a very contenting thing to some. Some, seeing a mistake in their copying, say then, "Oh, how can I ever be certain? Perhaps I have made many mistakes I have not been noticing." This is a sad thing. Some, every time they see a mistake they have been making, say, "If I almost did not see this one in reading it again, very likely there are very many I did not see, for I would not have seen this one if I had not been noticing very carefully when I was seeing this one, and this is a very sad thing." Some say then, "I noticed this one, and so always I am noticing all the mistakes I am ever making, and that is very pleasant if anyone can believe what they are hearing from someone." And then someone says with a mistake they have been noticing, "This is certainly the first mistake I have ever made in copying," and that is comforting too. Only one can hardly at all believe that one. And then someone says of a copying, "I never make any mistake in copying," and that is almost irritating to be hearing, for always everyone is making mistakes, and that is a very sad thing. Perhaps no one ever will know the complete history of everyone. This is a sad thing. Perhaps no one will ever have, as a complete thing, the history of anyone. This is a very sad thing. Surely someone, sometime, will have a complete history of someone. All this gives to some a very despairing feeling. Someone is hearing something, and they think then, "It is only by an accident that I have heard that thing. I have known that thing. Always there are many things that I am not knowing. That is very certain. Everyone always is repeating. That there is not any denying. Certainly sometime, someone always paying all attention must know sometime the history of someone. Perhaps no one ever gets a complete history of anyone. This is very discouraging thinking. I am very sad now in this feeling. Always hearing something gives to some a sad feeling of realizing everything they have not been hearing and that they are not knowing, and perhaps they can never have really in them the complete history of anyone. No one ever can have in them the complete history of anyone, and that is then a very melancholy feeling in them. There is a little comfort to some of such of them that always everyone is repeating the whole of them, that always everyone always is repeating all the being in them, and then that is a little comfort to such a one, and then such a one knows always how important each repeating in each one is to make a completer realization of that one, and how each repeating is more and more a completion of the history of the being of each one, and then such a one, knowing how many repeatings out of each one that one is not hearing, has in that one a very dreary feeling. Sadness is then in that one, sadness and gentle melancholy despairing. Repeating is in each one, yes, always coming out of them. Yes, that is a comforting. Each repeating is important to be knowing, and that is interesting, and that is a sad thing to one wanting to have in them complete histories of men and women. Sometimes, in listening to a conversation, which is very important to two men, to two women, to two men and women, sometime then it is a wonderful thing to see how each one always is repeating everything they are saying, and each time in repeating, what each one is saying has more meaning to each one of them, and so they go on and on and on and on repeating, and always to someone listening, repeating is a very wonderful thing. There are many of them who do not live in each repeating coming out of them, but always repeating is interesting. Repeating is what I am loving. Sometimes there is in me a sad feeling for all the repeating no one loving repeating is hearing. It is like any beauty that no one is seeing. It is a lovely thing. Always someone should be knowing the meaning in the repeating always coming out of women and of men, the repeating of the being in them. So then, everyone is a brute in her way or his way to someone. Everyone has some kind of sensitiveness in them. Some feel some kinds of things, others feel other kinds of things. Mostly, everyone feels some kinds of things. The way some things touch some and do not touch other ones and kinds in men and women, then I will now begin to think a little bit about describing. To begin then, I am thinking it is very interesting, the relation of the kind of things that touch men and women with the kind of bottom nature in them, the kind of being they have in them, in every way in them, the way they react to things which may be different from the way they feel them. I am thinking very much of feeling things in men and women. As I was saying, everyone is a brute in her way or his way to someone. Everyone has some kind of sensitiveness in them. Mostly everyone has some inner way of feeling in them. Almost everyone has some way of reacting to stimulus in them. This is not always the same thing. These things have many complications in them. I am beginning now a description of three women, Miss Downer, Miss Charles, and Mrs. Redfern. I am beginning now a realization of the way each one of them is, in her way, a brute to someone. Each one has, in her way, a kind of sensitiveness in being. This is now some description of each one of the three of them, Miss Downer, Miss Charles, and Mrs. Redfern. In listening to a conversation, as I was saying, repeating of each one, and the gradual rising and falling and rising again of realization is very interesting. This is now some description of the three women, and, as I was saying, of the sensitiveness in each one of them to some things, and the insensitiveness to other things, and the bottom nature in them, and the kinds of repeating in them, and the bottom nature and the other natures mixed with the bottom nature in each one of them. End of section 28, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 8, 2024. Section 29 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 29. Sensitiveness to something, understanding anything, feeling anything, that is very interesting to understand in each one. How much, when, and where, and how, and when not, and where not, and how not they are feeling, thinking, understanding. To begin again then with feeling anything. Mostly every one is a brute in her way or his way to someone. Mostly every one has some kind of sensitiveness in them. Mostly every one can have some kind of feeling in them. Very many men and very many women can have some understanding in them of some kind of thing by the kind of being sensitive to some kind of impression that they have in them. Some kinds of men and women have a way of having sensation from some things, and other men and women have it in them to be able to be impressionable to other kinds of things. Some men and some women have very much of sensitive being in them for the kind of thing they can be feeling. They can then be very loving or very trembly from the abundant delicate fear in them, or very attacking from the intensity of the feeling in them, or very mystic in their absorption of feeling, which is then all of them. There are some men and women having in them very much weakness as the bottom in them, and watery anxious feeling, and sometimes nervous anxious feeling then in them, and sometimes stubborn feeling then in them. There are some who have vague or vacant being as the bottom in them, and it is very hard to know with such ones of them what feeling they have ever in them. And there are some with almost intermittent being in them, and it is very hard to tell with such of them what kind of thing gives to them a feeling, what kind of feeling they ever have really in them. As I was saying, mostly everyone sometimes feels something, someone, is understanding something, someone, has some kind of sensitiveness in them to something, to someone, mostly everyone. As I was saying, some men and some women have very much of sensitive being in them for something that can give to them real feeling. They can then, some of these of them, when they are filled full then of such feeling, they can then be completely loving, completely believing. They can then have a trembling, awed being in them. They can have then abundant, trembly feeling in them. They can then be so full up then with the feeling in them that they are a full thing, and action has no place then in them. They are completely then a feeling. There are then men and women, there are then women and men, who have then this finely sensitive, completed feeling that is sometime all them, and perhaps Cora Downer was one of such of them. Perhaps she was one of them, and was such a one in loving Philip Redfern. Perhaps that was the whole being she had in her then. Each one, as I am saying, has it in them to feel more or less, sometime, something. Almost certainly each one, sometime, has some capacity for more or less feeling something. Some have in them always and very little feeling. Some have some feeling and much nervous being always in them. Some have as a bottom to them very much weakness and eagerness together then, and they have then such of them some sensitiveness in them to things coming to them, but often after they are then full up with nervous vibrations, and then nothing can really touch them, and then they can have in them nervous vibratory movement in them, anxious feeling in them, and sometimes stubborn feeling then in them, and then nothing can touch them, and they are all this being then, this nervous, vibratory, quivering, and perhaps Mrs. Redfern was such a one. Mrs. Redfern, who had been Martha Hersland, and was married now to Philip Redfern, and had come to Farnham, and had there seen Philip Redfern come to know Miss Downer, and had been then warned to take care of him by the Dean of Farnham, Miss Charles. She never knew then, Mrs. Redfern never knew then, that she would not ever again have Redfern again. This never could come to be real knowledge in her. She was always then and later, always working at something to have him again, and that was there always in her to the end of him and of her. There will be a little more description of her written in the history of the ending of the living in her father, in the history of the later living of her brother Alfred Hersland, who now just when her trouble was commencing, was just then marrying Julia Dehning, in the history of her brother David Hersland, her younger brother. More description of her will be part of the history of the ending of the existing of the Hersland family. There will be very much history of this ending of all of them, of the Hersland family, written later. The Dean, Miss Charles, was very different from either Miss Downer or Mrs. Redfern. She had it in her to have her own way of feeling things touching her. Mostly there was in her less reactive than self-directive action in her than there was in the two women who were just then concerning her, Miss Downer and Mrs. Redfern. It is hard to know it of anyone, whether they are enjoying anything, whether they are knowing they are giving pain to someone, whether they were planning that thing. It is hard to know such things in anyone when they are telling, when they are not telling to anyone, what they know inside them. It is hard telling it of anyone whether they are enjoying a thing, whether they know that they are hurting someone, whether they have been planning the acting they have been doing. It is hard telling it of anyone whether they are enjoying anything, whether they know that they are hurting anyone, whether they have been planning the acting they are doing. It is very hard then to know anything of the being in anyone. It is hard then to know the being in many men and in many women. It is hard then to know the being and the feeling in any man or in any woman. It is hard to know it if they tell you all they know of it. It is hard to know it if they do not tell you what they know of it in it. Miss Cora Downer then could do some planning, could do some hurting with it, that is certain. This is perhaps surprising to some reading. To begin then with her feeling and her being and her acting. As I am saying, she had it in her to be compounded of beautiful, sensitive being, of being able to be in a state of being completely possessed by a wonderful feeling of loving, and that was then the whole of the being that was being then in her. And then it came to be in her that she could be hurting first Miss Charles and then Mrs. Redfern, then Miss Charles and Mrs. Redfern by planning. This is then the being in her, this that I am now with very much complication slowly realizing. Not yet completely realizing, not yet completely ready to be completely describing, beginning now to be describing. The Dean, Miss Charles, was a very different person. She was of the dependent, independent kind of them. To understand the being in her, there must be now a little realization of the way beginning is in very many persons, having in them a nature that is self-growing and a nature that is reacting to stimulation, and that have it in them to have these two natures acting in not very great harmony inside them. Mrs. Redfern, as I was saying in a long description that has been already written, was a very different kind of person from Miss Downer and Miss Charles. These are then the three of them that were struggling, and each of them had in them their own ways of being brutal, hurting someone, had each of them their own way of being sensitive to things and people near them. Sometimes I am almost despairing. Yes, it is very hard, almost impossible I am feeling now in my despairing feeling, to have completely a realizing of the being in anyone. When they are telling it, when they are not telling it, it is so very, very hard to know it completely in one, the being in one. I know the being in Miss Downer that I am beginning describing. I know the being in Miss Charles that I am soon going to be beginning describing. I know the being in Mrs. Redfern. I have been describing the being in that one. I know the being in each one of these three of them, and I am almost despairing, for I am doubting if I am knowing it poignantly enough to be really knowing it, to be really knowing the being in any one of the three of them. Always now I am despairing. It is a very melancholy feeling I have in me now I am despairing about really knowing the complete being of any one of each one of these three of them, Miss Downer and Miss Charles and Mrs. Redfern. Miss Downer, as I was saying, was to Redfern the most complete thing of gentleness and intelligence he could think of ever seeing in anybody who was living. Miss Downer had it to have in her the complete thing of gentleness, of beauty in sensitiveness, in completeness of intelligent sensitiveness, in completely loving. She was the complete thing then of gentleness and sensitiveness and intelligence, and she had it as a complete thing, gentleness and sensitiveness and intelligence in completely loving. It was in her complete in loving, complete in creative loving. It was then completed being. It was then completely in her, completely loving Philip Redfern. And always to the ending of his living, in all the other loving and other troubling and the other enjoying of men and women in him, he was faithful to the thing she had been, was, and would be to him, the completed incarnation of gentleness and sensitiveness and intelligence, gentle intelligence and intelligent sensitiveness, and all to the point of completely creative loving that was to him the supreme thing in all living. Miss Downer was then completely what Redfern found her to him. She was of them, of the independent, dependent kind of them, who have sensitive being to the point of creative being, of attacking, of creative loving, creative feeling, of sometimes creative thinking and writing. She was then such a one, and completely then this one, and she had in her completely sensitive being to the point of attacking. She could have in her a planning of attacking, and this came to be in her from the completeness of sensitive creative loving that she had then in her then when she was knowing Philip Redfern. Perhaps she was not of this kind of them. Perhaps she was at the bottom of the resisting kind of them. I think she was of the resisting kind of them, and so she needed to own the one she needed for loving. So she could do resisting, to planning, making, and attacking. I am almost despairing. Yes, a little I am realizing the being in Miss Downer and in Miss Charles and Mrs. Redfern, but I am really almost despairing. I have really in me a very, very melancholy feeling, a very melancholy being. I am really then despairing. Miss Charles was of the kind of men and women that I speak of and have spoken of as the dependent, independent kind of them. I will now tell a little about what I mean by self-growing activity in such of them and reactive activity in such of them. As I was saying a long time back, when I was describing the dependent, independent kind of them, reaction is not poignant in them unless it enters into them. The stimulation is lost in them and so sets it, the mass, in motion. It is not, as in the other kind of them who have it to have a reactive emotion, to be as poignant as a sensation, as is the case in the independent, dependent kind of them. Miss Charles, then, as I was saying, was of the kind of them where reaction, to have meaning, must be a slow thing, but she had quick reactions, as mostly all of them of this kind of them have them, and those were in her mostly attacking being, as is very common in those having in them dependent, independent being. It is so very confusing that I am beginning to have in me despairing melancholy feeling. Mrs. Redfern, as I was saying, was of the independent, dependent kind of them, and being in her was never really attacking. It was mostly never active into forward movement. It was incessantly in action as being in a state of most continual nervous agitation. They were then very different in their being, the three of them, Miss Downer and Miss Charles and Mrs. Redfern, and they had, each one of them, their own way of hurting the other ones in their then living, of having in them sensitiveness to something. It is hard to know it of anyone, whether they are enjoying anything, whether they are feeling something, whether they are knowing they are giving pain to someone, whether they were planning that thing. It is a very difficult thing to know such things in anyone is knowing. Very difficult even when they are telling that one all the feeling they have in them. a very difficult thing when they are not telling anything. It is a very difficult thing to tell it of anyone, whether they are enjoying a thing, whether they know that they are hurting someone, whether they have been planning the acting they have been doing. It is a very difficult thing to know anything of the being in anyone. It is a very difficult thing to know the being in anyone if they tell you all that they themselves know of it as they live it, if they themselves tell you nothing at all about it. It is a very difficult thing to know the being in anyone. It is a very difficult thing to know whether anyone is feeling a thing, enjoying a thing, knowing that they are hurting someone, planning that thing, planning anything they are doing in their living. It is a difficult thing to know the being in anyone if that one tells to anyone completely all that that one has in them of telling. It is a very difficult thing to know the being in anyone if they are not telling anyone anything that they can have as telling in them. It is a very difficult thing to know it of anyone, the being in them. It is a very difficult thing to tell it of anyone what they are feeling, whether they are enjoying, whether they are knowing that they are hurting someone, whether they had been planning doing that thing. It is a very difficult thing to know these things in anyone. It is a difficult thing if that one is telling everything they can be telling, if that one is telling nothing. It is certainly a difficult thing to know it of anyone, whether they have in them a kind of feeling, whether they have in them at some time any realization that they are hurting someone, whether they had planned doing that thing. Miss Downer had come to live with Miss Charles. They had come to know each other in the way that it was natural for each one of them to know the other one of them. The two of them, then, had come to know Mrs. Redfern. They both had come then, each in their way, to know her and to feel her and to have an opinion of her. Miss Downer had this being in her. She could have some planning in her. This came from the completeness of pride in her. This now comes to be clearer, that she had as completely pride in her as sensitiveness and intelligent gentleness inside her. She had in her pride as sensitive, as intelligent, as complete as the loving being in her when she was loving Redfern. She had in her pride as sensitive, as intelligent, as complete as the being ever in her. She had always had in her a pride as complete, as intelligent, as sensitive as the complete being of her. She had in her a pride as intelligent, as sensitive, as complete as the being in her. This made it that she had planning in her. This made attacking sometimes in her. This never made any action in her toward a lover. This gave to her a power of planning, and this was in her, and she could be wonderfully punishing some around her. This could be turned into melodrama if the intelligence in her had not been so gentle and so fine in her. This, in many who are like her, is a melodrama. In her, it made her able to do some planning against some to punish them, not for interfering, but for existing, and so claiming something that entirely belonged to her. What was in Redfern to him himself a weakness in him was to her a heroic thing to be defending. Pride was in her then as delicate, as gentle, as intelligent, as sensitive, as complete as the being in her. This is now more description of her. This is now some description of the way she could be hurting another, how she could be feeling another, how she could have planning in her, how she did have planning in her. This is now more description of her and the being in her. I am now a little understanding the whole of her. I have in me still now a little melancholy feeling. Miss Charles was of the dependent, independent kind of them, as I was saying. Everybody is perfectly right. Everybody has their own being in them. Some say it of themselves in their living, I am as I am, and I know I will never be changing. Mostly everyone is perfectly right in living. That is a very pleasant feeling to be having about everyone, in the living of everyone. Mostly not very many have that pleasant feeling, that everybody is as they are, and they will not be very much changing in them. And everybody is right in their living. It is a very pleasant feeling, knowing everyone is as they are, and everybody is right in their living. Miss Downer was as she was, and she was not ever changing. Miss Charles was as she was, and was not ever changing. Mrs. Redfern was as she was, and always she wanted to be changing, and always she was trying. Miss Downer, as I was saying, was as she was all her living, and was not really ever changing, and she was very right in her living, and she was very complete in her being, and her pride was as complete in her as her being, and so she could be planning her conviction of how far Mrs. Redfern should not go in presumption, how far Miss Charles should not go in her interfering, how completely Philip Redfern was a saint in living and in her devotion, and she could carry out all this in its completion. Mrs. Redfern had no understanding in desiring. Philip Redfern always should give her, always would give her, always would give to everyone anything anything they were ever asking. This was the being in him. Asking was not presumption in Mrs. Redfern. Desiring was presumption, and Miss Downer could then have in her a planning of perfect attacking. Always Mrs. Redfern should have anything she could ever ask of anyone. That was a very certain thing. Always Mrs. Redfern would have from Mr. Redfern anything she was ever asking of him. Always then to them, to Mr. Redfern and to Miss Downer then, always then Mrs. Redfern had everything from Redfern that she ever could ask of him. This was then a very certain thing. Always then Mrs. Redfern had the right to ask anything, and always she would have anything she should ever be asking of Philip Redfern. She had in her, Mrs. Redfern, no intelligence, no understanding in desiring. Miss Downer had in her then a perfect power of planning the attacking that should keep Mrs. Redfern in her place of condemnation, for Mrs. Redfern had not in her any intelligence in desiring. She had a right to anything she ever could be asking, and she would have it given to her then whenever she asked for anything. Mrs. Redfern was never changing in her being. Always she was trying. Always she was without understanding in her desiring. Always Miss Downer could completely plan an attacking when the time came for such action to restrain Mrs. Redfern in her unintelligent desiring. Miss Downer was then perfectly right in her being. She was never changing. She was completely loving. She was completely understanding desiring. She was complete in the pride of attacking in her complete sensitive, completely intelligent, completely gentle being, completely understood desiring. Mrs. Redfern had no understanding in desiring. Mrs. Redfern always was trying to change the being she had in her to find some way of having intelligent desiring in her. Always she would have from Redfern anything she could, anything she should, anything she would ever ask him to be giving to her. That was the being in her. There were 3 of them then, Miss Charles, Miss Downer, and Mrs. Redfern. Miss Charles was then not permitted by Miss Downer to interfere with the being inside her, ever at any time in their living. Miss Charles was never asking anything of anyone. Miss Charles was then one of the dependent, independent kind of them. Miss Charles was then one having general moral and special moral aspirations, and general unmoral desires, and ambitious and special unmoral ways of carrying them into realization, and there was never inside her any contradiction. And this is very common in very many kinds of them, of men and women, and later in the living of Alfred Hersland there will be so very much discussion of this matter, and now there will be a little explanation of the way it acts in the kind of men and women of which Miss Charles was one. Some have it in them, some having in them a being like Miss Charles, some of such of them have it in them to have it in the beginning very strongly in them, that they have generalized moral aspirations, strongly detailed moral struggles in them, and then slowly in them comes out in them that they are vigorous, egotistical, sensual natures, loving being, living, writing, reading, eating, drinking, loving, bullying, teasing, finding out everything, and slowly they get courage in them to feel the being in them they have in them. Slowly they get courage in them to live the being they have in them. Some, like Miss Charles, keep on having tranquilly inside them, equally strongly in them, moral aspiration, general and detailed in them, egotistical, expedient domineering as a general aspiration, and as detailed living in them. Some are always struggling, some of this kind of them. Some get to have in them that the moral fervor in them in the general and specific expression of them get to be the whole of them. Some get to have it all fairly mixed up in them. This is now a little description of how one of them, when she was a young one of the first kind of them, who slowly came to have the courage of feeling, and then, living the real being, came to have the struggle as a beginning. Later there came the courage to be more certain of the real being. This is now a little piece of such a description of such beginning experiencing. As I was saying, in many of such ones, there is the slow reacting, slow expressing being that comes more and more in their living to determine them. There are in many of such ones aspirations and convictions due to quick reactions to others around them, to books they are reading, to the family tradition, to the lack of articulation of the meaning of the being in them that makes them need then to be filled full with other reactions in them, so that they will then have something. Some then spend all their living struggling to adjust the being that slowly comes to active stirring in them to the aspirations they had in them. Some want to create their aspirations from the being in them, and they have not the courage in them. It is a wonderful thing how much courage it takes even to buy a clock you are very much liking, when it is a kind of one everyone thinks only a servant should be owning. It is very wonderful how much courage it takes to buy bright-colored handkerchiefs when everyone having good taste uses white ones or pale-colored ones. When a bright-colored one gives you so much pleasure, you suffer always at not having them. It is very hard to have the courage of your being in you, in clocks, in handkerchiefs, in aspirations, in liking things that are low, in anything. It is a very difficult thing to get the courage to buy the kind of clock or handkerchiefs you are loving when everyone thinks it is a silly thing. It takes very much courage to do anything connected with your being unless it is a very serious thing. In some, expressing their being needs courage, for foolish ways to everyone else in them. It is a very difficult thing to have courage to buy clocks and handkerchiefs you are seriously liking, and everybody thinks then you are joking. It is a very difficult thing to have courage for something no one is thinking is a serious thing. As I was saying, Miss Charles had in her what I am calling dependent, independent being. That is, being that is not in its quicker reacting, poignant in its feeling. Not having emotion, then have the keenness of sensation as those having independent, dependent being have it in them. Miss Charles was then such a one. This is then a very common thing, as I am saying. Miss Charles had in her this being. As I am saying, there are two ways then of acting in a being like those I have been just describing. The acting from the personality slowly developing, the acting from the organized reaction to contemporary ideals, tradition, education, and need of having, before the developing of their own being, completed aspiration. Often these keep on as they did in Miss Charles, and no one is knowing which is the stronger way of being in such a one. Sometimes there is, as I was saying in the beginning, very much struggling, and then slowly the personality comes to action, and that one drops away the early filling. Sometimes the early filling comes to be the later filling, and in such a one then there is not any changing. This is quite interesting, and will be always more and more dwelt upon. This then was the being in Miss Charles, and this was the meaning of her action with Miss Downer and Mrs. Redfern and Mr. Redfern that I have been describing. There will be now a very little more description of the being in them, of the virtuous feeling in them, of the religious feeling in them, of the sensitiveness in them, of the worldly feeling in them, of the succeeding and failing in them, in each one of the three of them, Miss Downer, Miss Charles, and Mrs. Redfern. Every one has their own being in them. Every one is right in their own living. This is a pleasant feeling to have in one about everyone. This makes everyone very interesting to one having such a feeling in them. Everyone is right in their living. Everyone has her or his own being in her or in him. Each one is right in the living in her or in him. Each one of these three of them were right in their living. This is now a little more description of the being in each one of them. It is a very difficult thing to know it of anyone, whether they are enjoying anything, whether they are knowing they are giving pain to someone, whether they were planning that thing. It is a very difficult thing to know it of anyone, what is the kind of thing they are sensitive to in living, what is the bottom nature in them, whether they will in living be mostly succeeding or mostly failing. It is hard to know such things in anyone when they are telling everything they have in them, when they are not telling to anyone anything of what they know inside them. It is a very difficult thing the telling it of anyone, whether they are enjoying a thing, whether they know that they are hurting someone, whether they have been planning the acting they are doing. It is a very difficult thing then to know anything of the being in anyone. It is hard then to know the being in many men and in many women. It is a very difficult thing then to know the being and the feeling in any man or in any woman. It is hard to know it if they tell you all they know of it. It is hard to know it if they do not tell you what they know of it in it. Nevertheless, now almost I am understanding the being in the three of them, Miss Charles, Miss Downer, and Mrs. Redfern. There will be now a very little more description of the being in them, of the virtuous feeling in them, of the religious feeling in them, of the sensitiveness in them, of the worldly feeling in them, of the succeeding and failure in them. In each one of the three of them, Miss Charles, Miss Downer, and Mrs. Redfern. Miss Cora Downer could do some planning, could do some attacking with it, that is certain. This is perhaps surprising to some reading. To begin then with her feeling and her being and her doing, and her succeeding and her failing. She was then complete in her loving. She had complete understanding in desiring in all her relation with Philip Redfern. She had completely then the realization later in her that Philip Redfern was saintly, and she had then in her the complete possession of her adoration, the complete understanding and possession of her adoration of the saintly being in him. And this was then in her a complete succeeding in being and in living. This was not exactly virtuous or religious being in her. This was complete understanding desiring and complete intelligent being in her. And this was in her succeeding in her being and in her living. This is very certain. This was in her succeeding in her being and in her living. She had then in her complete understanding in desiring. She had then completely in her completed intelligence in adoration, and this was complete being in her, and it was a complete possession of her and by her, and this was then completed succeeding in living. This is now very certain. She had then complete succeeding in her living, as I was saying. She had in her complete pride in her, and this could be in her strong, sensitive attacking. But this was not completely a succeeding in her living. As I was saying, Mrs. Redfern had in her no intelligence whatever in desiring. This was in her then presumption in her to Miss Downer, not the things for which Mrs. Redfern was asking. Mrs. Redfern had the right to ask for anything or everything. It was desiring in her that was a thing Miss Downer could rightly condemn in her, and later she made it very certain to everyone that Mrs. Redfern had no intelligence, no understanding in desiring, and then at last Mrs. Redfern reproached her, and so then, in a sense, Miss Downer was then failing in her being completely proud inside her. Mrs. Redfern attempting to attack her, attacking her even though failing in attacking, was a failing of the complete, intelligent pride in the understanding, sensitive, planning, attacking pride in Miss Downer. And so Miss Downer, in her living, was not then completely succeeding. This is certain. There was then complete succeeding in Miss Downer in her loving, in her completely understanding desiring, in her complete intelligence of adoration, in the completion of the being then in her. There was in her then some failing that Mrs. Redfern could attack her with going on attempting desiring. This is all very certain. Miss Downer held Miss Charles from really touching her real being. She did not hold her from really touching Redford's being. She never recognized this failing in herself inside her, but it was a failing of the completeness of pride in her, and later, much later, when Redfern was no longer existing in living, it made them separate from one another. Later, it in spots made Miss Downer bitter. Miss Charles then was not succeeding in keeping Miss Downer with her. She was winning by not then having any remembrance in her of the trouble she had had with her. Miss Downer then was succeeding and failing in some ways, as I have been saying. There was real succeeding in her, as I have been saying. There was real failing in her, as I have been saying. This is all very certain. This has been some description of the being in Miss Downer and of her failing and of her succeeding. Miss Charles was of the kind of them, the kind of men and women I know very well in living. I know very well all the varieties of this kind of them. In each kind of them they are nice ones. They are those that are not such nice ones. They are pleasant ones and they are unpleasant ones. They are those having that kind of being in them so lightly it hardly then makes them that kind of them. There are then some of them having that being in them, that kind of being in them so concentratedly, it is a wonderful thing to see them, to see a kind of being so complete in one man or in one woman. Miss Charles was of a kind of being I know very well in living, very well indeed in living. I know very well all the varieties of the kind of being that Miss Charles was in living, in all the very many millions ever living, having had or having that kind of being in them. Some, then, of a kind of being are nice ones. Some of that kind of them are not very nice ones. Some of that kind of them are not at all nice ones. Some of a kind of them are nice ones of that kind of them, and then they have a mixture in them of other kinds of being in them. And then that one is not a nice one, though that one has a nice kind of one kind of being in that one. That often makes one a very puzzling one to everyone. There are then all kinds of ways of being one kind of them in men and women. Some are a nice kind of a kind of them, and some are not a nice kind of that same kind of them. Sometimes being in one who is a nice one of a kind of them, and then has other things mixed up in them, is very perplexing, and sometimes no one in such a one ever comes to an understanding of that one. Well then, that is true then, that of each kind of them there are nice ones and nice enough ones, and not very nice ones, and not at all nice ones, and very horrid ones. This can be in them with any strength or weakness of their kind of being in them. It is from the mixing and the accenting and the relation of parts of their kind of nature in them. There is one thing very certain of each kind of them. Of each kind there is of men and women. There are nice ones, and then there are not at all nice ones of them. And about some, mostly everyone is agreeing, and about some there is very much disagreeing. And there are very many ways of feeling everyone, and everyone has their own being in them. Yes, everyone has their own being in them, and yes, everyone is right in living their own being in them. And this is a very difficult thing to be realizing, and it is a very pleasant thing to have inside one when it comes to be really in one. Miss Charles was of a kind of men and women I know very well in all the kinds of ways of being they have in them. Miss Charles was one of the independent, dependent kind of them. Miss Charles was one who was herself a very strong one in her being, and it slowly came to be more and more filling inside her. Miss Charles was one who had it in her to have reaction in her to influences around her when she was younger, to desires in her, to tradition and mob action, and to very many things then, and they made moral aspiration in her. They made a reformer of her. They made an aggressive, attacking person of her, and when she was a young one, all this then almost completely filled her. She was, as I was saying, of the dependent, independent kind in men and women and resisting. Slow realization was the bottom way of feeling and of fighting and of understanding in her. This came then slowly to be stronger in her. This made then of her one that could be feeling and understanding brilliant men and brilliant women, brilliant and sensitive men and brilliant and sensitive women, made her feel them then and choose them then. Then, when her resisting, sensitive understanding had come to be more completely the whole filling in her, then, when slow, steady, detailed domination came to be then really filling then inside her, then when reforming attacking was changed in her to the personal being that then was mostly all the filling in her. It was never all the filling in her. Always she had in her a little of the special reforming attacking, which was reaction in her, quick reaction to things and conditions around her. And always she had very much in her of the generalized moral attacking conviction that came from the generalization of her attacking and that made a righteous moral person of her. And this is a very common thing. And later there will be endless discussing of the meaning of this kind of moral being in all kinds of men and women, the generalized conviction and the relation of it to the concrete living, feeling, being in them. But this will come later in the beginning of the understanding of Alfred Hersland that will pretty soon now commence to be written. End of section 29, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 12, 2024. Section 30 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 30. Miss Charles was of the dependent, independent kind of them. These have it in them, then, to have when they have quick reaction in them, that is not a stirring from the depths of them, these have it very often that this in them is a violent attacking, often continuous bragging, often moral reforming conviction, often nervous action in them, often incessant talking, incessant action, incessant attacking in them, and this is in those of them that are the pure thing of dependent, independent being, and attacking is not their way at all of winning fighting. There are some who have in them resisting being, and they have in them attacking being as another nature in them. But that is a different thing from this thing that I am now describing, from the being in Miss Charles. Miss Charles was completely dependent, independent being. Attacking was not her way of winning fighting. It was resisting, as I was saying, in telling what she did to win her fighting for Miss Downer with Redfern. That was then when she was a young one, when she was no longer a young one, when her own being was almost completely then her filling, when there was in her the generalized moral emotion that came from the reaction that filled her a good deal in her young living, reaction that made attacking being then in her who had in her to have resisting as her way of winning fighting. That was then what gave to her then attempting, dominating everyone by attacking. And this is a very common thing in those having in them dependent, independent being. This is a very common thing in them in their young living when their real way of winning fighting has not come yet to be in them. I am not saying that those having in them dependent, independent being cannot have in them religion and moral or reforming passion as the expression of the being in them. There are very many of them who have it in them, as I was saying. The old man Hisson had it in him, and there are very many of them of this kind of them, and there are very many of many various kinds of them of the dependent, independent kind of them that have religious or virtuous or moral or reforming passion in them as the whole expression of the being in them. But these express this then by resisting fighting, which is their way of winning fighting. As I was saying, there are many having in them dependent, independent being, and there are some of them who have it in them only when they are younger ones, and some have it in them very strongly in them up to their ending. There are very many of them who have much attacking of quick reacting, much attacking in bragging, in being quickly certain of everything, of being very quick in judging everything. And these then, some of them, are mostly all filled up with this kind of reacting attacking in them, which is not in them their real way of winning fighting. This is a very important thing to know in men and women, a very important thing to know in them, in knowing them, in judging of the power in them of succeeding or failing in their living. The independent, dependent kind in men and women can have quick reaction that is completely poignant, that is attacking in them, that is their real way of winning fighting. Those having in them dependent, independent nature in them have not real power in quick resisting, in attacking fighting. Many of them have this filling them all their living. Many of them have this filling them in their young living, when their own way of winning fighting is not yet developed in them enough to fill them. Some have almost nothing of this kind of acting in them, some of the dependent, independent kind of them. All this is very important, very, very important. Sometime there will be very, very much description of every kind of being in every kind of men and women. Miss Charles was of the kind of them, the kind of men and women I know very well in living. I know very well all the varieties of this kind of them. Some of each kind there is of men and women are very nice ones of their kind of them. Some of each kind there is of men and women are not nice ones at all of their kind of them. Miss Charles was not a very nice one. She was not a not nice one at all of her kind of them. Being nice or not a nice kind of one, a pleasant or unpleasant kind of one, was not in her an important thing. This is a very certain thing. She was, as I was saying, in her younger living aggressive in her detailed and generalized conviction of morality and reformation and equalization. Later in her living, she went on in the direction she had been going, but her methods then were from the being in her, and that then mostly entirely filled her. That made her control everything, everyone near her by steady resisting pressure, and that was then the way of winning in her. Everything near her, everyone near her, every detail of everything was then more or less completely owned by her. She was of the kind of them who own the thing they need for loving. Later, as I was saying, Miss Downer left her. Miss Charles had a little owned Redfern almost, and Miss Downer many years later left her, and Miss Charles went on always to her ending, completely owning the College of Farnham. There has been now enough description of Miss Charles. There has been enough description of Miss Downer. There has been enough description of Miss Downer and of Miss Charles. There will be now a very little more description of Mrs. Redfern. At the time of the ending of the living of the Redferns at Farnham, Alfred Hersland was just coming to his marrying of Julia Dehning. The Redferns, after the ending of their living at the College of Farnham, never lived anywhere together again. Mrs. Redfern never understood this thing. Always she was expecting it to begin again, their living together, until after the complete ending of being in Redfern. That made her certain then that they would never live together again. After the ending of their Farnham living, the Redferns never lived anywhere together again. Mrs. Redfern never understood this thing. She never knew that she would not ever again have him. This never could come to be real knowledge in her, and she was always working at something to have him again, and that was there always in her to the end of him and of her. First she was traveling and studying, and then she was working to make some women understand something, and many laughed at her, and always she was full of desiring, and always she was never understanding in desiring. When there was the end of her living with Redfern, her brother Alfred was just coming to his marrying Julia Dehning. Martha was then traveling and studying, and then she came back to be with her father, and her mother was weakening then, and later she was dead, and Mr. Hersland lost his great fortune, and Martha then took care of him. There will be now a little more description of her, and then of her with him. There will be a little more description of her written in the history of the ending of the living in her father, in the history of the later living of her brother Alfred Hersland, in the history of her brother David Hersland. More description of her will be part of the history of the ending of the existing of the Hersland family. There will be very much history of this ending of all of them, of the Hersland family, written later. There will be now a little more description written of her and of her living with her father when she came back to the family living, back out of her trouble, after the ending of the living in Philip Redfern. After the ending of the Redferns' living at Farnham, the two of them, Mr. and Mrs. Redfern, never lived anywhere together again. Mrs. Redfern never understood this thing. Always she was expecting it to begin again, their living together, and always she was studying and preparing herself to be a companion to him in intellectual living. Always then she was studying and striving and traveling and working. And then he was dead, and then she knew that they would not live together again. Then she was certain of this thing. That was her living then until he was dead, and she went back to the 10-acre place where then her father and mother were living, and her mother was weakening then. And a little while later then she died there, and Martha finished her living staying with her father, who had then lost his great fortune. No one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. I was saying that he had in his middle living the need in him of having people around him who were not in him in his feeling, who were there around him getting from his beginning the realization of their being. He was to them life-enhancing. This would have been in him, this need in him in the middle of his middle living, whatever would have been the power of completion in him. For it is a need in all of them who have in them the being big in a beginning. As I was saying, no one knowing him could really be completely certain then in him, before the complete ending of his middle living, about the completeness of beginning in him, the carrying power in him of a beginning and going on in action. No one knowing Mr. Hersland before the complete ending of his middle living could have been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. No one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. Later, in the ending of his middle living, he was beginning to lose his great fortune. His wife was dying and dead then, and Martha was living with him, and his sons Alfred and David were in Bridgepoint then. Martha was living with him at the ending of his middle living and from then on. As I was saying, no one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. Later, in his middle living, he was beginning to lose his great fortune. At the ending of his middle living, he had pretty completely no great beginning in him, and Martha, his daughter, was then living with him. Martha had never in her, as I have been saying, understanding in desiring. After the ending of her living with Redfern, she went about traveling, studying, working, and some laughed at her then, and she went on, and always she could never understand this thing. Martha had not in her any understanding in desiring. She went on, as I was saying, not hoping, but intending to get ready to live again with Philip Redfern, and be intellectually a companion to him. She went about traveling and studying and working and intending to be completely the thing Redfern wished a wife who lived with him to be. And she went on intending to be completely this thing, and very many laughed about her then, and she never saw Redfern again. She never understood this thing. She had no understanding in desiring. Redfern died young. When he was dead, Martha came home to Gossels, and it was then the beginning of the ending of her father's middle living. He was beginning then to lose his great fortune. He was full up then, pretty nearly, with impatient feeling. Martha had no understanding in desiring. She would always, after a meal, offer him sugar to put in his coffee. And he never took sugar in black coffee, and she never learned this thing, and he was then completely filled up with impatient feeling. He never liked to be helped in putting on anything, and always Martha helped him on with his coat, and always he would be completely then filled up with impatient feeling. Martha Redfern then lived at home all the time her father was losing his great fortune, and then he was needing attacking women to fill him where he was shrunk away from the outside of him, but he did not want to be filled so with Martha then, not then or later in his living. She was never inside him to him. She offered him sugar, and he never took sugar in black coffee, never, and she tried to help him on with his overcoat when he was leaving, and he never had wanted such a kind of attention, and Martha always commenced again and again, for Martha was always full up with desiring beginning, and he was full up then with impatient feeling, only he was not really completely full up then with anything. He was then shrunk away from the outside of him. At least, this was then beginning in him. As I was saying, no one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. In the ending of his middle living, he was beginning to lose his great fortune. He had then still beginning in him. Mostly then he was full up with impatient feeling. Later he was shrunk away from the outside of him. No one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. I was saying that he had in his middle living the need in him of having people around him who were not in him in his feeling, who were there around him, getting from his being strong in beginning, big as all the world in his feeling, getting so a realization of their own being, getting from him the enhancing of being in them. This would have been in him, this need of having men around him who received then from him the enhancing of the being in them. This would have been in him then in his middle living, whatever would have been the power of completion of him, whatever strength he could have in him, much or little in him, of carrying a beginning through to a complete winning. For it is a need in very many men and very many women in their middle living. It is a need in all of them who have in them the being big in a beginning. As I was saying, no one knowing him could really be completely certain then about the power in him to be completely succeeding, to be completely failing, to be succeeding or failing in his living. No one who knew him before the ending of the middle living in him, not those men who were around him and got in them from hearing, feeling, seeing, hearing about the big beginning always in him, got in them the enhancing of the being in them. Not these then, in his middle living, could know it in them of him whether he would have succeeding as the complete being in him, failing as the complete being in him. These could not know it then of him. Those men who began beginning with him and then left him to do their own ending, being afraid of the way of going on with a beginning in him, wanting to be doing their own ending, these could not be certain in his middle living whether he would be ending his beginning in success or in failing. These then, up to the ending of his middle living, could not be certain of it about him. Those men who were fighting against him, those whom he was brushing away from around him, those whom, when he was not succeeding in brushing them away from before him, he went another way then, and he was full up with beginning action, and he did not then really know it in him. These could not know it certainly in them of him. Later, they might think they had been certain about him. They were not then certain about him, not any of them completely certain then. This is a certain thing. None of any of them he was brushing away from before him, he was not succeeding in brushing away from before him. Those he was fighting against, or those who were fighting around him, none of them had in them to be certain then in them whether he would be succeeding or failing in his completed living. It is a most difficult thing to tell about very many men whether they will be succeeding or failing. It is a most difficult thing to know it about them. No one can be certain of them, of very many of them, before the complete ending of their middle living, whether they will be succeeding or failing in their living. In many men and in many women, the character in them comes completely to be repeating, and one can know it completely in them. As in repeating it comes out of them, one can come to know of them the complete limits of the variation of all repeating in them, and yet no one, can yet be completely certain of them, whether they will be succeeding or failing in the whole living of them. And this is always and always a certain thing, and always it is more exciting than knowing in one completely the character of them, the whole repeating in them, the whole range of being in them, and yet not then being completely certain of them, whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. There are many kinds of men and women, as I have often been saying, and some of one kind of them have more succeeding in them than others of that kind of them. Some of that kind of them have more failing in them than others of that kind of them. And some are very uncertain about whether there is succeeding or failing in them. It is an uncertain thing always about them to their ending. No one knowing Mr. Hersland up to the ending of his middle living, not any men knowing him then, not any of them, could be certain whether he would be succeeding or failing in his completed living. Not any women knowing him then, whether they were feeling power with him, or in him, or not feeling anything much about him, not his wife, not any governess or servant living in the house with him, not any woman managing him, or not succeeding in managing him, not any woman could be really certain about him before the ending of his middle living, whether the beginning in him, whether the being in him, would be a completion of winning in him, or succeeding or failing in him. Not his children when they were angry with him for the impatient feeling that filled him, and they knew then that he went away from men and from them and from women when he could not brush them away from around him. Not his children when they were angry with him and told him how they knew the being in him. Not his children then were completely certain in them, could be really certain whether he would be completing his living in succeeding or in failing. It is a very difficult thing, an exceedingly difficult thing to know it of very many men, even when one is certain of all the being, all the possible variations of repeating ever coming out of them, to be certain whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. It is an exceedingly difficult thing in very many men and very many women to know it of very many men and very many women. It is an exceedingly difficult thing to know it of them, whether they will be succeeding or failing in their living. One can know the complete being in them, all the repeating coming out from them, and it is then still very often not before the ending of their middle living that one can be really certain whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. No one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living could have really been completely certain that he would never bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living. No one then, not anyone from any way of knowing, not any man, not any woman, not any children, could be really certain about him. Not from any way of knowing him, not from knowing all the being in him, all the repeating ever coming out of him, could have been really certain before the ending of his middle living that he would not be succeeding in living. At the ending of his middle living, he was beginning not succeeding in living. He was beginning losing his great fortune. It is so very exceedingly a difficult thing to know about the going to be succeeding, the going to be failing in living, in a very great many men and women. It is an exceedingly difficult thing, although one can know of them all the being they have in them, all the variations of repeating of the being in them ever coming out of them. No one knowing Mr. Hersland up to the ending of his middle living, not any of the men knowing him, feeling him, seeing him, hearing about him, working with him, working with him some and against him some, not any man or any woman or any one of his children could really be certain about him before the ending of his middle living, from any way of knowing, from knowing anything about him or in him, could really be certain that he would not be succeeding in living. At the ending of his middle living, he was beginning not succeeding in living. He was beginning losing his great fortune. More, it is certain that each one has his or her own being in her or in him, and always in repeating, in all their living, it comes out of them, and more of each one comes to know of them, all the possible variations in each one of the repeatings always coming out of them, and each one then steadies down to be a whole one to someone watching and understanding. This is very certain. Always each one has their own being in them, and always each one is repeating the whole being in them, and always then more and more someone can be certain about them, the being in them, the complete gamut of variation in the repeating of them, and always about very many of them. Even then it is an exceedingly difficult thing to know it of such a one is so then knowing, whether they will be failing or succeeding in living. I have been repeating again and again that no one knowing Mr. Hersland in his middle living, knowing Mr. Hersland before the ending of his middle living, could really have been completely certain that he would not, bring through to a completed beginning anything in his living, that he would be succeeding or failing in living. No one could be really certain about him, about succeeding or failing in living, until the end of his middle living. He was then beginning definitely not succeeding in living. He was beginning then really losing his great fortune. There will be more description of Mr. David Hersland, always more description of him, always in this history of many men and many women. There will be a little more and a little more description of him always in this history of many men and many women. It is an exceedingly difficult thing in very many women and in very many men to know it of them, whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. I have been saying it very often about Mr. David Hersland. It is true about very many women and very many men of all the kinds there are of men and women. It was, as I have been repeating, what no one could tell for certain about Mr. David Hersland. No one could tell it about him before the ending of his middle living for certain. Not anyone, whether he would be succeeding or failing in living. At the ending of his middle living, he was beginning not succeeding in living. He was beginning losing his great fortune. It is an exceedingly difficult thing to know it of anyone, whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. It is an exceedingly difficult thing to know it of anyone. It is a very difficult thing to know the complete being in anyone, but always, more and more, it comes to be certain in each one is knowing, the complete being in them. Sometime, too, it almost comes to be certain about them, whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. In some, it comes to be certain to someone the complete being in them. And still, it is not a certain thing whether they will be succeeding or failing in living. Mr. Hersland, as I have been saying again and again, was one of such of them. There are always many of such of them in all the kinds there are of men and women. Mr. Hersland, then, was very completely such a one. Martha, his daughter, Mrs. Redfern, was less completely such a one. It came very nearly being certain that she would not be succeeding in living, but she might have been succeeding in living. It was not a certain thing, not completely a certain thing, and it was not a certain thing that she was not succeeding in living, not succeeding in living before the ending of her living. There will then be more description of Mr. David Hersland, and always more description of him, always, in this history of many men and many women. There will be a little more and a little more description of him always being written, always in this history of a good many men and a good many women. There will be more description of Martha Hersland, Mrs. Redfern, written in the history of the ending of the living of Mr. David Hersland, her father, in the history of the living and the later living of her brother Alfred Hersland, in the history of her brother David Hersland, and in the history of the ending of his living. There will be always more history of her, and it will later come to be part of the history of the ending of the existing of the Hersland family. There will be very much history written of the ending of all of them, of the Hersland family, written later. End of section 30, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 14th, 2024. Section 31 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 31. Alfred Hersland and Julia Dehning. I have been giving the history of a very great many men and women. Sometime I will give a history of every kind of men and women, every kind there is of men and women. Already I have given a history of many men and women. Sometime I will be giving a history of all the rest of them. This is now pretty nearly certain. I have been already giving the history of a very great many men and women. I will be now giving the history of a number of more of them, and then a number more still of them, and then still of some more of them, and then this will be the end of this history of very many men and women. Sometime then I will give a history of all of them, and that will be a long book. And when I am finished with this one, then I will begin that one. I have already begun that one, but now I am still writing on this one, and now I am beginning this portion of this one, which is the complete history of Alfred Hersland and of every one he ever came to know in living, and of many other ones I will be describing now in this beginning. Sometime I want to understand every kind of way any one can have the feeling of being distinguished by the virtue they have in them. Sometime I want to understand every kind of way anyone can have the feeling of being distinguished in them, and every kind of thing that can give anyone a feeling of such distinction, of such virtue in themselves, inside them. Being distinguished each one inside them by something to themselves in their feeling is very interesting. Being virtuous each one inside them by something to themselves in their feeling is very interesting. Being right each one inside them by something to themselves in their feeling is very interesting. Many have a very certain feeling, a sure feeling, about something inside them. Many have a certain feeling about something inside them. Many need company for it. This is very, very common. Many need a measure for it. This will need explaining. Some need drama to support it. Some need lying to help it. Some love it. Some hate it. Some never are very certain they really have it. Certain feeling in men and women is very common. Some, as I am saying, have sure feeling in them, have honor in them and religion from the nature of them, when this is strong enough in them to make it their own inside them. Some can make their own honor, some their own loving, some their own religion. Some are weak and can do one thing, make one thing their own. Some are strong enough, and all of it, loving, honor, certainty, and religion in them, all of it is someone else's, of someone else's making. Some can just resist and not make their own anything. There are many of them. Some, out of their own virtue, make a god who sometimes later is a terror to them. Out of their own virtue, they make a god who sometimes later is a terror to them. Some make some things like laws out of the nature of them, out of the nature of some other one. Some are controlled by other people's virtue, and then it scares them. Listen to each one telling about their own virtue, and that grows to make a god for them, grows to be a law for them, and often afterwards scares them. Some afterwards like it, some forget it, some are it. Some honor what is right to them for them to be doing. Some separate honor from the doing of the thing, have it as a feeling. Some love themselves enough to not want to lose themselves. Immortality can to them mean nothing but this thing. Some love themselves negatively. Then impersonal future life is for them all right, a good enough thing. Some love themselves and others so hard that they are sure that they will exist even when they won't. They do to themselves exist even when they don't. These have a future life feeling, an individual thing. Some love themselves and they are it, and that is all there is of it in them. And they do not have future life in them to be an important thing. Men and women have being in them, all of them, when they are living. Many men and women have in them a feeling of future life in them. Very many of them, some for this life, some for another life, some for both lives, this and another one. Some have a stronger, some have a weaker feeling of themselves inside them. Some have more, some have less loving in them for themselves than other ones have in them. Some have more, some have less loving in them for other ones than others have in them. Some have more, some have less feeling for something than other ones have in them. And all these things in each one are part in them of the virtuous feeling, of the religious feeling they have in them each one, each man and woman, each one having man or woman being in them. Each man or woman has some being in her or in him. I want to know sometime all about sentimental feeling. I want to know sometime all the different kinds of ways people have it in them to be certain of anything. These and virtuous feelings in each one, of themselves to themselves having virtue inside them, is to me very interesting. Always, more and more, I want to know it of each one, what certainty means to them, how they come to be certain of anything, what certainty means to them, and how contradiction does not worry them, and how it does worry them, and how much they have in them of remembering, and how much they have in them of forgetting, and how different anyone is from any other one, and what anyone and everyone means by anything they are saying. All these things are to me very interesting. As I was saying, virtuous feeling and being certain of anything is to me very interesting. Having virtuous feeling and any certain feeling, that is, being certain of anything, is to me very interesting in everyone. Having certainty in them is, in each one, of the kind of way that their kind of men and women have it of having it in them. Having certainty in them is a thing very interesting in each one, having a certainty of anything in her or in him. Certainty and virtuous feeling and religion, these are to me all three just now very interesting. Shortly, I will try to tell a little of the way some come to have their certainty in them. Some build certainty up with little and little sure things and make a pile of them. Some are summary and all-embracing in the certain feeling they have always in them. Some are certain of almost anything. Some are hardly certain of anything. Some have to have a complete system for each certain feeling in them. Some have certainty in them, and they do not know it then in them. Some have to have it come out of them as action, and then they are not certain. Some are certain only after there is not any more action in them from that certain thing in them. Some have some action in them, and then slowly they know they have certainty in them. Some have to understand a thing to accept it, and then afterwards they have certainty in them. Some have hardly any certainty at all ever really in them. Very many have very many certainties always in them. Some have a sense of dramatic arrangement to complete the scene of the certain conviction, the certain emotion they have in them. And the complete scene changes for them with each new certainty they have in them. Certainty worries some, and some never have certainty as a worry to them. Some have certainty by comparison, by comparing the thing they have then with what any other one they are knowing, hearing, seeing is having. Some never compare anything with anything in anyone. Certainty is a real thing in some of such of them as a little pile they are gradually increasing. In some, as something that they keep there inside them, always of the same dimension. In some, as something they have because they are defending that thing. In some, as something they have because they are attacking someone for that thing. In some, as something that gives to them for that thing a stubborn feeling in them. Some need company to keep their certainty from freezing or melting or evaporating or in some way disappearing. Some do not know they have certainty in them, do not ever concern themselves with such a thing. Some have it, some do not have it in them. Some have it sometimes, some have it sometime in them. Some have it and do not know it. Some have it and do not know it until it is acting. Some are not certain then, when it is acting, that they have it in them. Some have it and lose it while they are speaking. Quite a number have it and lose it while they are speaking or noting. Some almost always almost have it, and they do not have it just at the last moment before they are certain. Some are very energetic to express it, but always they do not have it in them. Some are energetic to express it, and they always almost have it in them. In some, it passes very easily out of them. Very many lose it every second in their living. Some are always thinking they are losing this thing. Some need company to keep any certainty in them. Some like company around them while they have their own certainty inside them. Some need to have the certainty in the presence of the company that they need to have with them always in their living. Certainty and virtuous feeling and important feeling in men and women is very interesting. I wish I could know everything of any such thing. I would then be a very wise one to everyone. Some feel some kinds of things, others feel other kinds of things. Mostly everyone feels some kinds of things. The way some things touch some and do not touch other ones, and kinds in men and women then, I will now begin to think some about describing. It makes me a little unhappy that everything is a little funny. It makes me a little unhappy that many things are funny and peculiar and strange to me. It makes me a little unhappy that everything and everyone is sometime a little queer to me. It makes me a little unhappy that everyone seems sometime almost a little crazy. It does make me a little unhappy that everyone sometime is a queer one to me. It does make me sometime a little uncertain. It does sometimes make me very uncertain about everything, and always then it is perplexing what is certain, what is not certain, who is a queer one, what is a funny thing for someone to be wanting or not wanting, or doing or not doing, or thinking or not thinking, or believing or not believing. It does certainly make me a little unhappy that everyone sometime is a queer one to me. It does certainly make me a little unhappy, quite often, that everyone is really inside them, or in thinking, in doing, or in feeling, or in believing, a queer one. It certainly does make me an uncomfortable one, and sometimes a little an unhappy, a gently, almost melancholy, sulky one, that everyone sometime is a queer one. More and more in living, each one is certain that other ones have believing something in them that is almost an impossible thing for each one to believe that any other one can really be believing, any other one who is not a crazy one. Always more and more in living, each one, every one, is learning that other ones are believing something, thinking something, that one thinks another one is doing something that one only would be doing if he is a crazy one, and the other one is not a crazy one, and the other one is believing a thing that to someone is not possible that anyone not a crazy one could really be believing. This is a very common thing. This is a very common thing, and very many more and more in their living come to a realizing that other ones are believing things, and it is more and more interesting, and sometimes very depressing to anyone of such of them that wants to be understanding the being in men and women. This then is, as I am saying, a very common thing that others are believing things that it seems absolutely impossible those ones should be believing. And often it is altogether puzzling, and more in living, if anyone is listening to other ones thinking and believing, more and more this is borne in on that one. Always it is very interesting. Sometimes it is surprising, sometimes puzzling, sometimes depressing, sometimes a very funny thing, and in every kind of a way, always to one listening to others repeating, always more and more, it is borne in on such a one. As I have been saying, each one has their own being in them. Each one has their own sensitiveness to things in them. Each one is of a kind of them. Of each kind of them, some are more completely themselves than others of their kind of them. And this is now a very long discussion of the way being is in some and in others of one kind of them, and then of being in some and in others of all the kinds of them, all the kinds there are of men and women. Disillusionment in living is finding that no one can really ever be agreeing with you completely in anything. Disillusionment, then, in living, that gives to very many, then, melancholy feeling, some despairing feeling, some resignation, some fairly cheerful beginning, and some a forgetting and continuing, and some a dreary trickling weeping, some violent attacking, and some a letting themselves do anything. Disillusion, then, is really finding, really realizing, really being certain that no one really can completely agree with you in anything, that, as is very certain, not those fighting beside you or living completely with you, or anybody really, can really be believing anything completely that you are believing. Really realizing this thing, completely realizing this thing, is the disillusionment in living, is the beginning of being an old man or an old woman, is being no longer a young one, no longer a young man or a young woman, no longer a growing older young man or growing older young woman. This is then what everyone always has been meaning by living bringing disillusion. This is the real thing of disillusion, that no one, not anyone, really is believing, seeing, understanding, thinking anything as you are thinking, believing, seeing, understanding such a thing. This is then what disillusion is from living, and slowly then, after failing again and again in changing someone, after finding that someone that has been fighting for something, that everyone that has been fighting something beside you for a long time, that each one of them splits off from you somewhere, and you must join on with new ones, or go on all alone then, or be a disillusioned one who is not any longer then a young one. This is then disillusionment in living, and sometime in the history of David Hersland, the younger son in the Hersland family, living then in a part of Gossels where they alone of rich people were living, there will be completely a history of the disillusionment of such a realizing, and the dying then of that one, of young David Hersland then. This is then complete disillusionment in living, the complete realization that no one can believe as you do about anything. So not really any single one, and to some, as I am saying, this is a sad thing. To mostly everyone, it is sometime a shocking thing, sometimes a shocking thing, sometime a real shock to them. To mostly everyone, a thing that only very slowly, with constant repetition, is really a complete certain thing inside to give to them the being that is no longer in them, really young being. This is then the real meaning of not being any longer a young one in living. The complete realizing that not anyone really can believe what any other one is believing, and some there are, enough of them, who never have completely such a realization. They are always hoping to find her or him. They are always changing her or him to fit them. They are always looking. They are always forgetting failing or explaining it by something. They are always going on and on in trying. There are a very great many of them who are this way to their ending. There are a very great many who are this way almost to their very ending. There are a great many men and women who have some time in them, in their living, complete disillusion. There is then, as I am saying, complete disillusion in living, the realizing, completely realizing, that not anyone, not one fighting for the same thinking and believing as the other, not anyone has the same believing in her or in him that any other one has in them, and it comes then sometime to most everyone to be realizing with feeling this thing, and then they often stop having friendly feeling, and then often they begin again, but it is then a different thing between them. They are old then and not young then in their feeling. Young ones sometimes think they have it in them, this thing. Some young ones kill themselves then, stop living then. This is often happening. Young ones sometimes, very often even, think they have in them this thing, but they do not have it in them. Mostly not any young one, as a complete realization, this thing, they have it in them, and it is sometimes, very often then, an agony to them. Some of them kill themselves or are killed then, but really, mostly not any of them, have really realized the thing. They may be dead from this thing, they have not realized the thing. It has been an awful agony in them. They have not really grasped the thing as having general human meaning. It has been a shock to them. It may perhaps even have killed completely, very completely, some of them. Mostly then a young one has not really such a thing in them. This is pretty nearly certain. Later there will be much description of disillusionment in the being of David Hersland, who was always in his living, as I was saying, trying to be certain from day to day in his living what there was in living that could make it for him a completely necessary thing. This is then a very little description of feeling disillusionment in living. There is this thing then, there is the moment, and a very complete moment to those that have had it, when something they have bought or made or loved or are is a thing that they are afraid, almost certain, very tearful, that no one will think it a nice thing. And then someone likes that thing, and this then is a very wonderful feeling to know that someone really appreciates the thing. This is a very wonderful thing. This is a thing which I will now be illustrating. Disillusionment in living is the finding out nobody agrees with you, not those that are or were fighting with you. Disillusionment in living is the finding out nobody agrees with you, not those that are fighting for you. Complete disillusionment is when you realize that no one can, for they can't change. The amount they agree is important to you until the amount they do not agree with you is completely realized by you. Then you say you will write for yourself and strangers. You will be for yourself and strangers, and this then makes an old man or an old woman of you. This is then one thing. Another thing is the perfect joy of finding someone, anyone really liking something you are liking, making, doing, being. This is another thing, and a very pleasant thing. Sometimes not a pleasant thing at all. That depends on many things, on something. It is a very strange feeling when one is loving a clock that is to every one of your class of living an ugly and a foolish one, and one really likes such a thing, and likes it very much, and liking it is a serious thing. Or one likes a colored handkerchief that is very gay, and every one of your kind of living thinks it a very ugly or a foolish thing, and thinks you like it because it is a funny thing to like it, and you like it with a serious feeling. Or you like eating something, and liking it is a childish thing to everyone. Or you like something that is a dirty thing, and no one can really like that thing. Or you write a book, and while you write it you are ashamed, for everyone must think you are a silly or a crazy one, and yet you write it, and you are ashamed. You know you will be laughed at or pitied by everyone, and you have a queer feeling, and you are not very certain, and you go on writing. Then someone says yes to it, to something you are liking or doing or making, and then never again can you have completely such a feeling of being afraid and ashamed that you had then when you were writing or liking the thing, and not anyone had said yes about the thing. In a way, it is a very difficult thing to like anything, to do anything. You can never have again either about something you have done or about something anyone else has done the same complete feeling if someone else besides the first one sees it, some other one if you have made it, yourself if you have understood something. You can never again have the complete feeling of recognition that you have then. You can have very many kinds of feelings. You can only alone and with the first one have the perfect feeling of not being almost completely filled with being ashamed and afraid to show something, to like something with a really serious feeling. I have not been very clear in this telling. It will be clearer in the description of master and schools in living and in working, and in painting and in writing and in everything. It is a very queer thing, this not agreeing with anyone. It would seem that where we are, each of us, always telling and repeating and explaining and doing it again and again, that someone would really understand what the other one is always repeating. But in loving, in working, in everything, it is always the same thing. In loving, someone is jealous, really jealous, and it would seem an impossible thing to the one not understanding that the other one could have about such a thing a jealous feeling, and they have it, and they suffer, and they weep and sorrow in it. And the other one cannot believe it. They cannot believe the other one can really mean it. And sometime the other one perhaps comes to realize it, that the other one can really suffer in it. And then later, that one tries to reassure the one that is then suffering about that thing, and the other one, the one that is receiving such reassuring, says then, "Did you think I ever could believe this thing? No, I have no fear of such a thing." And it is all puzzling to have one kind of feeling, a jealous feeling, and not have a fear in them that the other one does not want them. It is a very mixing thing, and over again, when you are certain it is a whole one, someone, one must begin again and again. And the only thing that is a help to one is that there is really so little fundamental changing in anyone, and always everyone is repeating big pieces of them. And so sometime, perhaps someone will know something, and I certainly would like very much to be that one, and so now to begin. All this leads again to kinds in men and women. This then will be soon now a description of difference in men and women, morally and intellectually in them, between concrete acting, thinking and feeling in them, and generalized acting, thinking and feeling in them. Many women and men have a completely sure feeling in them. Many men and women have certain feeling with something inside them. Many have a very certain feeling about something inside them. Many need company for it. This is very common. Many need a measure for it. This will need explaining. Some need drama to support it. Some need lying to help it. Some are not letting their right hand know what their left hand is doing with it. Some love it. Some hate it. Some never are very certain they really have it. Some only think they love it. Some like the feeling of loving it they would have if they could have it. Some have a feeling they would have it if they had their life to live over again, and they sigh about it. Certain feeling in men and women is very interesting. As I was saying, in many there is the slow reacting, slow expressing being that comes more and more in their living to determine them. There are in many of such ones aspirations and convictions due to quick reactions to others around them, to books they are reading, to the family tradition, to the spirit of the age in educating, in believing, to the lack of power of articulating the being in them that makes them need then to be filled full with other reactions in them so that they will then have something. Some of such of them spend all their living in adjusting the being that comes to active condition inside them in their living to the being they have come to be in living from all being that has been affecting them in all their living. Some of such of them want a little in them to create their living from the being inside them, and they have not the power in them for this thing. They go on then living the being of every one that has been making them. It is a wonderful thing how very much it has to be in one, how it needs to be so strongly in one anything, how much it needs to be in one anything, so that thing is a thing that comes then to be done. It is a wonderful thing how very much it needs to be in one anything, any little, any big thing, so that that thing will be done by that one. It is a wonderful thing, as I was saying, and I am now repeating. It is a wonderful thing how much a thing needs to be in one as a desire in them, how much courage anyone must have in them to be doing anything, if they are a first one, if it is something no one is thinking is a serious thing. If it is the buying of a clock one is very much liking, and everybody is thinking it an ugly or a foolish one, and the one wanting it has for it a serious feeling, and no one can think that one is buying it for anything but is doing a funny thing. It is a hard thing to be loving something with a serious feeling, and everyone is thinking that only a servant girl could be loving such a thing. It is a hard thing then to buy that thing. It is a very wonderful thing how much courage it takes to buy and use them, and like them, bright-colored handkerchiefs, when everyone, having good taste, is using white ones or pale-colored ones, when a bright-colored one gives to the one buying them so much pleasure that one suffers always at not having them, when that one has not bought one of such of them. It is a very difficult thing to have your being in you, so that you will be doing something, anything you are wanting, having something, anything you are wanting, when you have plenty of money for the buying, in clocks, in handkerchiefs, so that you will be thinking, feeling anything that you are needing, feeling, thinking, so that you will be having aspirations that are really of a thing filling you with meaning, so that you will be having really in you, in liking a real feeling of satisfaction. It is very hard to know what you are liking, whether you are not really liking something that is a low thing to yourself then. It is a very difficult thing to get the courage to buy the kind of clock or handkerchiefs you are loving when everyone thinks it is a silly thing, when everyone thinks you are doing it for the joke of the thing. It is hard then to know whether you are really loving that thing. It takes very much courage to do anything connected with your being that is not a serious thing. It takes courage to be doing a serious thing that is connected with one's being, that is certain. In some, expressing their being needs courage, in foolish ways, ways that are foolish ones to everyone else in them. It is a very difficult thing to have courage to buy clocks and handkerchiefs you are loving, you are seriously appreciating, with which you have very seriously pleasure with enjoying, and everybody is thinking then that you are joking. It is a very difficult thing to have courage for that which no one is thinking is a serious thing. Some have a measure in living, and some do not have any measure to determine them. Many in their living are determined by the measure of someone. They are to themselves to be like someone or very near to what that one is for them. They are like someone or are something like that someone. They have then a measure by which they can determine what they are to be, to do in living. Such then are always followers in living. Many of such of them have their own being in them. All of such of them have some being in them. All of such of them have a measure that determines them. They are themselves inside them. They need only come very near doing, being some certain thing which is established already as a standard for them by someone who did not have any standard to make her or him someone, and that one is a master, and the others having themselves inside them, and such a one as a measure for them, are schoolmen. And now there will be very little description of these things in men and women, for it is something that is important in the being in David Hersland, the second son. The important thing now to be discussing is concrete and abstract aspiration. concrete and generalized action in many men and women of very many kinds of them. And now there will be a beginning of discussing the feeling in each one of being a bad one, of being a good one, the relation of aspiration and action, of generalized and concrete aspiration and action. It happens very often that a man has it in him, that a man does something, that he does it very often, that he does many things, when he is a young one and an older one and an old one. It happens very often that a man does something, that a man has something in him, and he does a thing again and again in his living. There was a man who was always writing to his daughter that she should not do things that were wrong, that would disgrace him. She should not do such things, and in every letter that he wrote to her, he told her she should not do such things, that he was her father and was giving good moral advice to her, and always he wrote to her in every letter that she should not do things, that she should not do anything that would disgrace him. He wrote this in every letter he wrote to her. He wrote very nicely to her, he wrote often enough to her, and in every letter he wrote to her that she should not do anything that was a disgraceful thing for her to be doing. And then once she wrote back to him that he had not any right to write moral things in letters to her, that he had taught her, that he had shown her, that he had commenced in her the doing the things that would disgrace her, and he had said them when he had begun with her. He had said he did it so that when she was older she could take care of herself with those who wished to make her do things that were wicked things, and he would teach her, and she would be stronger than such girls who had not any way of knowing better. And she wrote this letter, and her father got the letter, and he was a paralytic always after. It was a shock to him getting such a letter. He kept saying over and over again that his daughter was trying to kill him, and now she had done it. And at the time he got the letter, he was sitting by the fire, and he threw the letter in the fire, and his wife asked him what was the matter. And he said, "It is Edith, she is killing me." "What, is she disgracing us?" said the mother. "No," said the father, "she is killing me." And that was all he said then of the matter, and he never wrote another letter. It happens very often that a man has it in him, that a man does something, that he does it very often, that he does many things, when he is a young man, when he is an old man, when he is an older man. Some kind of young men do things because they are so good then, they want everyone to be wise enough to take care of themselves, and so they do some things to them. This is very common, and these then are very often good enough kind of young men who are very good men in their living. There will soon be a little description of one of them. There are then very many men, and there is then from the generalized virtue and concrete action, that is from the nature of them, that might make one think they were hypocrites in living. But they are not, although certainly there are in living some men wanting to deceive other men, but this is not true of this kind of them. One of such of these kind of them had a little boy, and this one, the little son, wanted to make a collection of butterflies and beetles, and it was all exciting to him, and it was all arranged then. And then the father said to the son, "You are certain this is not a cruel thing that you are wanting to be doing, killing things to make collections of them?" And the son was very disturbed then, and they talked about it together, the two of them, and more they talked about it then, and then at last the boy was convinced it was a cruel thing, and he said he would not do it. And his father said the little boy was a noble boy to give up pleasure when it was a cruel one. The boy went to bed then, and then the father, when he got up in the early morning, saw a wonderfully beautiful moth in the room, and he caught him, and he killed him, and he pinned him, and he woke up his son then and showed it to him, and he said to him, "See what a good father I am to have caught and killed this one." The boy was all mixed up inside him, and then he said he would go on with his collecting, and that was all there was then of discussing. And this is a little description of something that happened once, and it is very interesting. It happens very often that a man has it in him that he does things, that he does something, that he does many things when he is a young man and an older man and an old man, that he feels always in a way about everything, that he is a good enough man in living, that he is a very good man. Some kinds of young men do things with a feeling that they are teaching people to be strong and good ones and to take care of themselves, and they are doing something, and almost everyone would say it was a very wicked thing, this thing they are doing. And in some, it makes of them a very unpleasant person. And some of such of them are not the least bit unpleasant ones because they have no mixing between the generalized conception and the concrete action. Many old men do things to keep themselves warm then, when they are old ones and they are needing to be warm then. Some of them are cold then, and they need to be warm then, and need to be warmed up then. And some are shrunk away from the outside of them then, when they are old men and need someone to fill them. And they do concrete actions then, and their generalized sensation is keeping warm then. Their generalized intention is of keeping warm then. And this is all very interesting. And always, if Alfred Hersland and Mr. Herman Dehning and George Dehning come to be clear ones in this describing, always then, sometime, many will be completely understanding this being I am now understanding, now completely understanding. There are very many kinds of men. In each kind of them, there are some of them who have it in them to have the being in them, so that the concrete things they are doing are very different from the generalized feeling in them of what it is right and decent and good and bad to be doing. There are very many kinds of men, quite a number of kinds of them, and of each kind of them, there are always very great many millions of them always living, and very many millions of them always have the being in them, very many millions of each kind of them, that the being in them is so in them that the concrete actions, feelings in them, are very different in them from the generalized feeling strongly in them. And this is true of many of all the kinds there are of men. And these then may be sentimental from this thing, and it may be very simply in them. They may be very unpleasant then from this thing, and they may not be unpleasant to hardly any one from this thing. And this is something that in all the living of every one of them is interesting in them. In all the living of a great many men is interesting to them. There are so many of them, each kind of them does it differently from the other kinds of them. Each one of a kind of them does it differently from the others of that kind of them. And in some, it is more in the thinking than the feeling. In some, more in acting than in thinking and in feeling. It is a very complete thing to be understanding. Each one has in him his own being. Each one of them has in him his own way of repeating this thing in him. Each one has in him the way of having this in him that his kind of men have it in them. Women have it in them. That will come later in writing. It happens then very often that a man has it in him that he does something, and that thing is a concrete acting, and no one would ever think that man had done that thing, and that man is a good man, and he does it very often. It happens very often that a man does something, and he does it very often, and it is an awful shock to him if sometime someone tells it to him. And as I was saying, one of such of them was a paralytic from being told it by one of his children in his later living, and always such a man does a thing, and it is a concrete thing. And as a man, he has many concrete actions in him, and these he does very often, and in his living, in his feeling, a complete, generalized, sincere feeling, always completely him, not a sentimental thing, a real thing in him, by which he very often is completely living, and he does a concrete thing, and does it very often, does many of them, that have no place in his generalized, sincere feeling, and sometimes it is told to him, and he can be killed then, and almost by hearing this thing said of him, so strongly is it in him that he is not doing that concrete thing, that he has never done that thing. These then, this kind of them, are not self-righteous men who think the way they do things should be the way of all men. They are not men like those I was describing who make an ideal out of the weakness in them. They are the men, the very ordinary men, who have it in them to believe that they have inside them in their living, in their feeling, in their thinking, what all good decent men have in them, in their thinking, in their living, in their feeling, and this is a generalized conviction of themselves to themselves, always in them, all their living, and they see themselves in their living, and their being and their thinking, in their feeling as good enough men, good enough fathers, good enough husbands, good enough citizens, and always they are seeing themselves as each of them, and so they see all of their concrete actions, and sometimes, and very often, they are doing something. That thing they do very often, and that thing is a thing not any man who is a good enough man would be doing. And mostly a very great many of them, of these who are to themselves completely good enough men, are very, very often doing such a thing. And it is to them, when they are young ones and a little older ones, that they are doing it to be instructing to others, so that other ones will know something. And when they are older ones, they do it then, because in their realer feeling, they know things are not so important as they once were thinking they were to them and everyone, and then when they are old ones, they need any way there is that can warm them, and always to themselves, they are the generalized good enough men, and always then, they are doing very often a thing, some things that are not included in such a generalization, and then sometimes it is told to them, it comes to them. Very many never have it brought in to them, a very great many of them. Some of them have it brought in to them, and some of such of them have their lives broken, are made sick men then, and all this is very common. This is the being in very many millions of every kind of men, and this is interesting, and this is soon to be a history of Alfred Hersland and his connection with the family of Mr. Henry Dehning. It is very perplexing, the generalized conception, which is of virtue in many men and many women, and the concrete feeling that is not of virtue in them. This is perplexing. One comes then to understand this thing as a complete thing, and then always it is a shock to that one, as in living cases of this always are being thrust upon that one. Someone builds up convictions from some other one. Some know then that they do not believe that thing, and some do it then because it is a pleasant thing. Some do it to please someone. Some begin to believe it, and then they lose it, and they don't say anything. Some begin not to believe, and then they come, when they are older ones, to believe what they began with as not believing, but saying it to please someone. Very many then, in very many ways, have other ones' convictions come to be the determining frame for them. Some believing it then, some who are not believing it then, very many who do not know then whether they do or do not believe that thing. This is a common thing. Very many men do it. Very many men do it because they are in it. Very many men do it for very many women. For some women, very many men do it for men and for women, and for other women, and for children. Very many do it for very many do it for some, very many do it for someone, very many do it for themselves in their living. There are very many women, there are very many men who are always saying if they had their life to live again, they would live a different one. They would learn very many things. They would do serious reading. There are very many who always are going to be doing more serious reading, more staying at home of an evening. It is certain that many men and many women, very many of them, have a generalized conception of being which is them, and concrete feeling and acting in them that is very often, sometimes always in them, that is a very different thing to others from them, in them, to them. Sensitiveness, measure, kinds in men and women, cowardice and courage, kinds of sensitiveness in them, originality and personality in them, generalized and concrete feelings and thinkings and activities in them, this is all really very enormously interesting. Every one, every kind of one, they are there living, each one having in him, each one having in her, each one having their own being, every one, every kind of one. I am realizing the whole of human being. They are all, each one of them, themselves inside them. Each one is of a kind in men and women. Each one is a whole one. Each one has all there is of their own being sometime in them. Each one always is repeating the being of them, always. And all of them are each one of them themselves, each one, their own selves in them. And always each one is of a kind of them. And always more and more in every kind of living, in every kind of country, climate, civilization, always, always, there are the kinds of them, the same kinds of them, and some of each kind of them are very strong ones, and some are very weak ones, and some of each kind of them are, in some kinds of ways, leaders, and some of each kind of them are mostly always following, and always each one of them have their own being in them, and some of each kind of them are very good ones, some good enough ones, some pretty good ones, some pretty bad ones, some of each kind of them are very bad ones, and always each kind of them have their own way of thinking, feeling, loving, talking, laughing, eating, drinking, fighting, pleasing, disliking, beginning, and ending. Often there are very much mixings of kinds of them in very many of them, but always there are very many of each kind of them, pretty completely only their kind of them. And some kinds of them I know very well in living. Some I don't know so quite completely in them, the being in them. Some I am only beginning knowing. Very many kinds of them are to me now then very puzzling. And always, 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 there are the same kinds of them having in them their way of eating, drinking, sleeping, loving, hating, wakening, understanding, sensitiveness in realizing anything, realizing something, dullness, stupid being in them, quickness and slowness in them, suffering, enduring, quarreling, agreeing, everything in them, everything. There are then these certain kinds in men, in women, and always then they are existing. And there are very, very, very many men, and very, 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 very many women always existing, each one having their own being in them. And there are then a number of kinds of them, but not such a great many kinds of them, and sometime there will surely then be written a complete description of all the kinds there are of men and women. There are then kinds in men and women. Some of each of the kinds of being there are existing have it in them that they have very greatly sensitiveness in realizing of their kind of being. Some of each kind of them have almost nothing in them of the kind of sensitiveness in realizing of their kind of them, and some of such of them, not having in them any sensitive realizing of their kind of them, can have it in them very excellent thinking, very solid fighting of their kind of them, and many of such them, of such a kind of them, are to very many greater men than those having sensitive realizing of their kind of them. They are then many of such of them to very many of them that know them, geniuses without weakness in them. These then are the very strongest thing that there can be of schoolmen, of followers, who to very many are real leaders in living, in thinking, in feeling. George Dehning was such a kind of one, and in the history of David Hersland there will be so very much description of every kind of a way men can have their kind of being in them. The thing that is the important thing now in this part of the long history of a family's being is the kind of being in Alfred Hersland and in Mr. Henry Dehning. The thing that is the important thing to be understanding is being good in being and in living. To begin then now about being a good one, about all the kinds of ways of being a good one men and women have in them, all the kinds of ways I can think about them now in writing, and the funny ways it can come out of many of them. Being good in living is something. It is in some way mostly in everyone. It is a very peculiar thing sometimes, and sometimes not a very peculiar thing. Being good in living is certainly a very important thing. It is in some way mostly in everyone. In some way in very many women, and in very many men, it makes them what they are in living. It makes very many what they are to everyone and to themselves in all their living. Being in some ways a good one is very common. It is a very common thing. It is in some way in very many men and in very many women. Being good, then, is a thing about which there will now be very much writing. I have been already describing quite a number of ways men and women have it in them to be good ones in their feeling and their thinking and their being, in themselves to themselves, in themselves to other ones, to many other ones, to a few other ones, to every one that knows them, to hardly anyone, to almost not anyone, to one, to more than one. Being good, then, is a thing that is very interesting. Being good is a thing that is very often puzzling to very many having it in them, to very many men and women. Being good is very often to very many not at all puzzling. There has been some description of some kinds of ways of having goodness in them in some men and women already given. Now there will be a new beginning of understanding this very interesting thing. Kinds of being in women and in men is a peculiar thing. Kinds of being in men and women is peculiar. That there are always the same kinds of them existing is a peculiar thing. It is extraordinary the kind of things people are thinking, believing, and feeling. Always, very often, each one is thinking, feeling, believing something. Sometimes they can afterwards be changing in that thinking, feeling, believing, knowing. But always, very often, no one, not anyone, not anything can change that thinking, feeling, believing, knowing in them. And the thing they are thinking, believing, feeling, or knowing is a thing that very many men and women, like them, are certain no one could possibly be ever thinking, feeling, believing, knowing. And this is the peculiar thing that makes living the thing we are all doing. This understanding, this realization that other ones really have such kinds of thinking, believing, feeling, knowing as completely them. This makes very many men and very many women, when they cannot change anyone, makes them then disillusioned in their living, some of them. Some when they are young ones, and that is one kind of thing. Some when they are older ones, that is another kind of thing. Kinds, then, in women and in men and women, is a peculiar thing. Yes, certainly it is a peculiar thing. That and some other things that are now being written. End of section 31, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 17th, 2024. Section 32 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 32. There are many ways of thinking, feeling, knowing, believing in many men and women, in all there ever are or were or will be of men and women. There are very many of them. Each one has her or his own being in them. Each one is of a kind or of several kinds in men and women. Each one has their own nature in them. Mostly everyone, always each one, has many things in them, or sometime, or mostly, always believing, knowing, feeling many things in them, that if the others knowing really could really believe that these had in them, would make them think those others were really crazy ones. Mostly very many, all their living, think other ones are not really feeling, thinking, believing, knowing, doing the things those are feeling, believing, thinking, knowing, doing. If they believed it of them, that they really are believing, thinking, feeling, doing, knowing, believing the things they really are believing, knowing, feeling, doing, thinking, they would think them to be really crazy ones, and they would be afraid of them. There are many, then, believing, thinking, knowing, feeling, doing things. Mostly everyone is feeling, knowing, thinking, doing something. Doing, feeling, believing, knowing, thinking a very great many things that if anyone really knew it about them, anyone knowing them would be thinking that one a crazy one, would be afraid of such a one. And no one knowing that one is thinking such a one really a seriously crazy one, and that is because mostly everyone does not really believe any other one really believes, thinks, knows, feels, does the thing. The many things that one really does do, think, feel, believe, know in living. Sometimes it is a funny thing to note about someone the things they really can know and feel and believe and do and think in them. Sometimes it is a very puzzling, sometimes it is a very frightening thing. Sometimes it is an impossible thing. And mostly everyone is contenting themselves with feeling that that other one is not really feeling, thinking, doing, knowing, believing the things they are doing, knowing, believing, or thinking, that they never did have such things in them, that they are just talking, that it is really all different in them. One once, who was a very intelligent, active, bright, well-read, fairly well-experienced woman, thought that what happens every month to all women, she thought it only happened to Plymouth Brethren, women having that religion. She was a child of Plymouth Brethren and had only known very intimately Plymouth Brethren women. She had known other women, but it had not happened to her to have known about this thing. She was a child of Plymouth Brethren, and she thought that what happens to all women every month only happened to Plymouth Brethren women, women having that religion. She was 28 years old when she learned that it happened to every kind of women. This is not an astonishing thing that she should have believed this thing. Everyone mostly always is thinking, feeling, believing, knowing something that is to everyone else, when they know it about them, a thing no one that was not a crazy one would be thinking, feeling, believing, or knowing. Mostly everyone can be content with being certain that the other one never did believe that thing. There are a very great many men and women, and they are very well-educated, intelligent ones, who are very certain that a river cannot flow north, because water can never be going uphill in a natural way of flowing. They are very certain of this thing, and when one understands it about them, some of them, it is astonishing that they can really be thinking such a thing, and sometimes it takes almost a quarreling to make them realize that a river can flow north, and that north is not going uphill. They are knowing then that north is not going uphill when they think of it as traveling. They think of north as uphill when they think of it as water flowing, and this is very common. Such things then are very common. Every kind of way there ever can be of thinking, feeling, believing, knowing, doing is common. And the way mostly everyone has it in them, the way one has it in them, of knowing, feeling, believing, thinking, doing, is a thing that everyone knowing that one, if they really thought that one was really believing, feeling, thinking, knowing, doing, as that one really is, was, and will be thinking, feeling, doing, believing, knowing, would be thinking that one a crazy one, that one a fool, that one a liar and a bad one, would be afraid or hating or despising or pitying that one, or completely puzzled by that one. Mostly then, no one really is ever believing any other one really can be believing, feeling, thinking, doing, knowing the things the other one really is feeling, believing, thinking, doing, knowing. Kinds of being in women and in men is a peculiar thing. That there are always the same kinds of them existing is a peculiar thing. That there are so very many always existing of each kind of them is a peculiar thing. That there are so very many always existing of every kind of them is a peculiar thing. When one sees a very great many of anything, if it is jewels or exotic fruits or old furniture or any precious thing in any place, then always one is thinking, they must be cheap there. They have so many of them, it must be that they are selling them cheap. They have so many of them, and one mostly always has this feeling. And this is the kind of feeling very many men and women have about men and women. There are so many, they must be cheap things, and one can use them any way one can be wanting them, without any thinking about them. And this is a very natural thing. And then when it is a store and one wants to buy the rare thing or something where they have so many of them, and then one finds out one has to pay them the same as in the stores where there are only a few of these things that they have for selling, and that is always astonishing. That is to some always a certain shock to them. And this is now beginning to be very true of men and women everywhere where men and women are living. They come just as high where there are a great many of them as where there are a few of them. But this is another thing. Always, to my feeling, there are a very great many men and women always existing. Always, to my feeling, there are a very great many of each kind of them always existing. Always, to my feeling, each one of them is an expensive thing to be learning, to be understanding. And now I begin again. I will now begin a little the writing about goodness and religion and sensitiveness and feeling and loving and realizing and understanding and thinking and doing and knowing in everyone, in every kind there is in men and women. One builds up other people's convictions, other people's intuitions, other people's loving and virtue and religion. This is a very common thing. Some build up other one's convictions, other one's intuitions, other one's loving and virtue and religion. This is a very common thing. Very many men do it for very many women. Very many women do it for men, and for other women and for children. Very many men do it for very many children. Very many men do it for very many men. Very many do it for themselves in their living. Very many women, very many men do it for themselves in their living, do the creating of their intuitions, their convictions, their loving, their virtue, their religion. It is very interesting the way it happens sometimes. Someone one is loving tells one to do something, to do it very often, and then the one loving that one knows it then will know where the one told to do it does that thing. The other one who is to be doing that thing is not in the beginning certain that the one loving that one knows it when that one does that thing. The thing the other one loving that one tells that one to do very often for the one loving, and that one then, not with that one, doing that thing will know that that one is doing that thing. It happens then very often that in the beginning, the one doing the thing the one loving them is asking of them, so that the other one, not being with her or him, then will know that he or she is then doing that thing. It happens very often that the other one, that is asked to be doing a thing, is not then certain that the other one, the one that has the believing that the other one doing that thing, that one will be knowing then when that one is not with that other one who is doing a thing. It happens very often that in the beginning, the one of whom the doing has been asked by the other one, the one certain that he or she will be knowing it when he or she is not with that one, it happens very often that in the beginning, the one not certain that the other will know it does it with a different feeling, does it with a very careful feeling then, and later then, when that one is certain that the other one is not certain, when that one has been doing that thing, because of tests such a one has been making, it happens sometimes such a one goes on carefully doing that thing religiously. Doing that thing would be a way of stating it then, for it would then be a ritualistic thing. And there are others who would not let themselves ever test such a thing, but go on always doubting, but always more or less doing the thing, not from the loving in them, but from the belief in them built up so in them that the other one really has intuition. And that is the way it goes very often with having intuition. Always then, someone gives to someone conviction of intuition. Some give it to themselves in living. Very often, others give it to them. There are then very many men and women, and some of them have more, some less, sensitiveness in them. And always it is hard to tell it of them, of men and women, what is sensitiveness in them. what is made inside them by themselves, by everyone they are knowing in their living. Dead is dead. To be dead is to be really dead, said one man, and there are very many men who really feel this in them. To be dead is to be really dead, and that is the end of them. To be dead is to be really dead, and yet perhaps that is not really the end of them. Some men feel this in them. Dead is dead. Yes, dead is really dead. Yes, to be dead is to be really dead. Yes, to be dead is to be really dead, and that is the real ending of them, yes. But still, yes, to be dead is to be dead. To be really dead, yes, and yet always there is religion always existing, and it is better to have everything. To be dead is to be dead. Some men are feeling, knowing, thinking, believing in them. Very many men are feeling, thinking, knowing, believing it in them, and some of such of them, have it in them that they know that religion is always existing. Dead is dead. That they know pretty entirely, completely, really in them. Yes, dead is dead. They really know that in them. Religion always is existing. Dead is dead, yes, that is true then. And then they go on in living, always doing their religion. Dead is dead, yes, that is certain. And they go on having their religion. And they are not believing, and their religion is believing, that dead is not dead. To be dead is to be not really dead. Dead is dead, of that they are really certain, some of these then, and they go on then having their religion, doing everything in their religion. And to their religion to be dead is not to be really dead. Of that their religion is almost certain, and they are almost certain in them always that to be dead is to be really dead. Yes, dead is dead. They know that in them. They know that in them. They do everything anyone can do in their religion, and their religion is very certain that to be dead is not to be really dead. And these men are very certain that to be dead is to be dead, that dead is dead. This, then, is very common. There are these, then, and there are then those that have it in them in living, that dead is dead only partly in them, and in them is the very constant realization that everyone, they themselves, are believing that religion is a right thing to be having, and religion is always saying, though you are dead, you are living, and these then could know it as an active living in them, that dead is dead, that it is an instinctive living in them, but always in their talking, very many of them always in their feeling, some of them always in their doing, some of them in their thinking, some of them always in their believing, have it in them that everyone has religion in living. They have religion in them. Dead is not dead then. Everybody is of this then very certain. And always dead is dead is the simply instinctive living in these men then. And very many of these, then, have it in them that they are those having concrete action that is very often very different from what these are certain all decent men and they themselves are always doing. These then can, as I was saying, kill the butterfly in the morning because they are so good to their son, when in the evening just before they completely persuaded him, the son, that killing butterflies is a cruel action no good man should be doing. And some of such of them, as I was saying, can have it in them that they have done something very often, and later in their living a daughter can write to them that what that daughter is doing, that is a disgrace to the family then, came to be a way of doing from the things the father was often showing to her when she was a young one. And such a one then can have a paralytic stroke from the shock of realization, of dead is dead, and that by religion to his saying that dead is not dead, and of the difference in him of general and concrete conviction. There are a very great many then that have as a concrete realization always in them that dead is dead. that things are as they see them, that they are doing things when they are doing them, and these then can have it in them that they realize as a generalization that to be dead is not to be so very really dead, that things are not perhaps what they are to them, that they are living with other men around them who have it in them to have religion in them, which is certain that to be dead is not to be a really dead one. And these then have it in them to equilibrate themselves to this opinion. The opinion, the conviction of being not dead when they are dead, of having virtue in them when they are not doing any good thing, of never doing anything any good man cannot be doing, when really they are doing that thing very often. And this is a generalized sense in them all through their living, and always then they are really living the dead is dead living as a concrete living. To some, having this equilibrating, this generalized conception is only sentimental in them. In some, it is a way of being important to themselves inside them to make it strongly in them, this generalized equilibration in them. To very many, it is a very simple thing of being like everyone. For everyone, to mostly anyone, is like this in their living, is being of a conviction that dead is not really dead, that good is progressing, that everyone is a good one in some way of endeavoring. This is a very common thing then, and always it will, in its simple, in its complicated forms, will be interesting, will be illuminating in the being and the living of Alfred Hersland and Mr. Herman Dehning and his son George Dehning. Explaining one's vices by one's virtues is one way of feeling, thinking, believing, knowing, thinking, believing, feeling, knowing oneself inside one in living. This is a very different thing from that which I have been just describing as sometimes perplexing, as very common, the generalized conception, which is of virtue in many men and many women, and the concrete feeling and acting that is not of virtue in them. Explaining one's vices by one's virtues, then, is one way of feeling, thinking, knowing, believing the being inside in one, different from that I have been just describing. Different from the being in Redfern, which I was once describing, which was, as I was then saying, was an explaining one's virtues by the vices in them. There is then explaining one's virtues by one's vices, and others then explain their vices by the virtues in them. There are certainly a very great many ways of having virtuous feeling in them, in men and women, and yet after all, there are not such a very great many ways of them. There are a good many ways, though, and this is now some more description of virtuous feeling, being, thinking, knowing, believing, in men and in women. Later, then, there will be very much discussion of different kinds of sensibility and way of having it in them in men and women. A man having it in him to have the generalized conviction of good being as completely him, and the concrete acting of being a mean-spirited and tyrannical man in living, and always taking everything he can that is not dangerous for him to be taking, and never giving anything that is not taken from him. One of such a kind of them can have it in him to be always speaking, and very often in his talking it comes out again and again that he is a good man, and a noble man, and a very angry one, whenever anyone ever is doing anything that he knows of them that is not a fine action, a good generous way of doing, thinking, believing, feeling, and sometime perhaps someone might say to him, a sister-in-law or a brother-in-law of him, of such a one, "Why did you do that mean thing to that man?" And he would then say to such a one, "Because he was such a mean man, he deserved all I could give him to get the best of him." And then the brother-in-law or the sister-in-law might say then to him, "But you say you are such an awfully good man. How could such a good man as you are do such a mean thing to anyone?" And then such a one would be answering, "A good man could do such a thing to another mean man. Didn't I do that thing to that mean kind of a man? And don't you know, don't everyone always know it in him, that I am a good man. You know that." And then there would be no answer that could touch him. Such men are very common. They are very often not full up with religion. These are good men, that is the conviction, that is the feeling of themselves inside them to themselves in them. That is the complete being in them to themselves completely, in all the believing, feeling, doing, thinking ever in them. These then are not being good in the name of God or in the conviction of religion. They never do a bad thing in secret, as some do, who are good men in the name of religion or virtue or of God can do it, and then not be letting their right hand know what their left hand is doing. No, such a one as I have been describing has it as a completed generalized conviction, his own virtue as him, and is himself completely, constantly, himself to himself in his being, has the complete thing of being important in all living from the completed realization that he is completely a good, noble, generous human being, and such a one never has any need of any secret action. Such a one tells everyone everything he does in living, any mean thing, any bad thing, anything, for always it is there completely in him that he did this thing, and a good man could, would, does do that thing. He did that thing. He, a good man, who never does anything he should not be doing, did this thing, does something, and so it is right for him to do that thing. And he can tell it as a thing he was proud to do in living. Everything he ever does in living is a thing he is proud to be telling to everyone. He is completely a good man. He has no need of secret living. Everything he is ever doing is a thing he can be boasting he was doing, for he is completely a good man. He is not a good man in the name of religion, of God, or of his country, or of his profession. He is a good man, completely a good one to himself inside him. That is important being in him. That is his being to himself inside him. That is all being in him. He is the complete thing of a generalized conviction of virtuous being. All these kinds of ways, then, of having virtuous being, feeling, thinking, believing, doing, knowing inside in one are very interesting to be describing, studying, realizing, understanding. It makes then one way of realizing kinds in men and women, the realizing of the different ways different ones have virtuous feeling in them. I have already been describing some of them. I will now be describing others of them. Many have virtuous feeling from something inside them. Many need company to have it. This is very common. Many need a leader for it. This is in very many women and very many men. Some need drama to support it. Some need lying to help it. Some always need to leave out something in their telling anything to have it. Some need always to leave out something in their feeling, in their doing, in their knowing, in their realizing, in their believing, and they have it mostly in them. Some need always to leave out pieces of everything they have in them to make for themselves the complete creation of virtuous being of themselves to themselves inside them. Many have virtuous feeling about something inside them. Some need drama to support it. Some need lying to help it. Some need company to feel it. Some love it when they have it. Some do not then love it. Some hate it. Some are it. Some are burdened with it. Some enjoy it. Some never are very certain they really ever have it. Virtuous feeling in men and women is what I am now a little describing. Some then, and these are now another kind of them from any I have been describing, some then have an ideal in them, and always they poetically, romantically, dramatically, idealistically, sentimentally conceive themselves as doing that thing, and they are not good at inventing, and they are always doing everything, and they leave out mostly everything in telling anything, and they are always then very fond of telling this thing, and so they have it in them to be idealistically, romantically, sentimentally, dramatically one thing, and that is always in them an ideal thing. These, then, are such ones as would have it in them to be to themselves, supposing it is a chaste one or forgiving one, that kind of one completely in them. Being with them, knowing them, some of them, it is climbing mountains, for always when you are thinking you have heard the whole thing about the ideal they are to themselves in themselves, to everyone, a new peak comes up behind, and you begin again climbing. They are not really chaste, then. Such a one, yes, that is certain, they will sometime tell that thing, but the claim, then, comes from a new kind of relation in them, and that is a real one of a completely chaste thing. They violate that one, and then a new one is to them the complete thing of idealistic, romantic chastity for them. And always in their telling, they leave out everything that can destroy the truth of the latest idealistic chastity in them. And then everyone knows of that new violation, and they are then creating a new idealism. And again, they are telling everything with leaving out in their telling, feeling, thinking, believing anything that shows another violation they have been making of their idealistic conception. And these then go on, and they go on, and everybody laughs about them, that such a one should have idealistic, romantic conceptions of chaste being. And always this one has a new one, and always this one then, in telling, is leaving out everything that tells the last violation of the latest idealistic, romantic, dramatic conception of chaste being. And these then are lying, but not by invention, but by idealistic, romantic, dramatic, sentimental omission. And that is then very amusing, and I know just now several of such a kind of them, and everybody can laugh at them some time. This happens very often with very many in loving. They are explaining that with that last one, they were not real in loving. This they are now doing is really loving. Always before, they have not been really loving, that is certain. This is very common in loving. It is very common very often in women. It is very common, it is very often in men in their real feeling, in their real thinking. It is very common in men and women. It is very common in loving in women and in men. It is very common in loving often in men and women. Another form of having virtuous feeling is thinking what anyone is doing is only a habit in them. And this is pretty common in men, quite common in men and in women. This way of feeling, then, is that not any one is really a bad one, that is hardly anyone. Mostly everyone does a thing because it is a habit, and all that they need then is to change their habit to some other thing, some other way of doing that thing, doing something, and that one will be a good one. This is fairly common in men and women, this way of having a feeling about virtue in other ones and in themselves then. In some, it is stronger in beginning, when they are young, but in very many, having this kind of conception, it is in them all through their living. They are not actually ever changing the habits they have in them, neither is any other one they are knowing, but that does not affect their conviction that doing bad things is only a habit in themselves and in everyone, and this is indeed quite common in men and in women. Another very common way of having virtuous feeling about oneself inside one is from having always the sense of being oneself inside one, and so oneself doing something does it, a wrong thing, with a different feeling from any other one, and so it is not really then a wrong thing. This is very common even with many women, many men, who have not much personality in them, who do such very bad things as a regular way of living that no one, not knowing, would ever think it of them, that they know it in them, that they themselves, inside them, with the feeling of themselves inside them, made it that the wrong things they were doing were not so bad as when other ones did that wrong thing. They are themselves inside them. They feel themselves inside them. each one of them, and so then the things they are doing are personal things, not mercenary, vulgar things like those the other ones doing the same things are doing. This is very common in women. This is very common in men. Each man mostly, each woman mostly has a feeling of their own being, of being themselves inside them, in them, and that in itself makes each one doing something less bad in doing that thing than any other one doing that thing. A man painting, a painter exhibiting, has such feeling. A painter was saying that exhibitions are so disgusting because just looking, one sees that all the pictures are bad, and that is disgusting. One's own pictures are hanging there, and one looking at them and realizing that they are bad things knows by remembering how each one of them happened to come to be not a good one, and that then makes it all right, for there are reasons that one's own pictures are not good ones, while with all the others they are bad ones, and that's all there is to them. There are not reasons to explain them to the feeling of anyone looking at them, and this is a very common way of having a conviction of virtue in them in a wonderfully large number of men and women. There are others who build it up in pieces, the virtuous being, the virtuous feeling in them. Slowly they build it up in living. Slowly, carefully, and always they are adding, piece after piece is being added by them to make sometime pretty completely a whole thing. And some of these are very good ones indeed in living, and some are not such very good ones. But very many of them are very good ones in living. Some of such of them may have many other things in them that are not such good things in them, but these do not affect the good thing of them, the good part of them, the virtuous being in them, that these are steadily building up in them by steady adding, sometimes quickly, sometimes slowly, but always, mostly always, very often, safely, completely safely in them. There are so many of them then, men and women, that have virtuous feeling in them, important being in them, from virtuous feeling in them, that it is a large undertaking to understand it and realize it and describe it, and I am now not any longer beginning the doing this thing. There are some who have very much virtuous feeling, virtuous being in them, some who have not so much virtuous being, virtuous feeling in them, some who have very little, some who have hardly any, and some who have not any interest in any such a thing. Some have virtuous feeling in them from having in them concrete and generalized virtue always really in them. Some have virtuous feeling in them from having in them concrete and generalized virtue almost always really in them. Some have virtuous feeling in them from having in them concrete and generalized virtue very often really in them. Some have virtuous feeling in them from having in them concrete and generalized virtue sometimes really in them. Some have virtuous feeling in them from having in them concrete and generalized virtue sometime really in them. There are lots more ways of having virtuous feeling in one than these that I have been describing. I am keeping them back now from crowding on me. Slowly they will come to me and out from me. This has been a description of a few of them, and there are lots of them, but I have been already describing a good many of them, and always I am understanding women and men more and more by listening to them as in repeating it comes out of them, the telling by them of how goodness is in them, even in those who never are really talking about any such a thing. Always sometime it comes out of everyone the way they have virtuous feeling in them, and always more and more to me it is interesting. It is very perplexing, the generalized conception, which is of virtue in many men and many women, and the concrete feeling and acting that is not of virtue in them. This is perplexing. This is sometimes not at all perplexing. Mostly it is perplexing always to the families of them, those knowing always the kind of them, this kind in men and women. Alfred Hersland will soon then be interesting. There will soon be a description of him begun. There are many ways of being and of loving and of winning and of losing and having honor in them and horror of something and religion in them and virtuous feeling, being, believing, and thinking in them from the nature of them, when this is strong enough in them to make their own in men and women. Sometimes someone to everyone is strong enough to make his own or her own living, thinking, feeling, being, loving, horror, working, and religion, and virtuous feeling. And this is not then true of that one. This one is one having anticipating suggestion, and then being like a resounding board to the suggestion they were anticipating, and so giving it forth then, so that to themselves then, and mostly to everyone, they are strong to do their own living, to make their own opinion and virtue, and working and thinking and loving and religion, and this will soon now be some description of such a one. Some then can make their own honor and virtue and work and thinking and loving and religion. Some can make their own horror, some their own loving, some their own religion. Some are weak and can do one thing their own. Some are strong enough, and all of it is someone else's thinking, feeling, doing, religion, virtue in them. They are strong enough men and women. There are some can just resist and not make their own anything. Some, out of their own virtue, make a god who sometimes later is a nuisance to them, a terror perhaps to them, a difficult thing to be forgetting. Some are controlled by others' virtue and religion, and that scares them. It is a superstition to them, and always after it is a scared part of them. Some like religion, some forget it, some are it. Some have a prejudice against it. There are many who love themselves enough to not want to lose themselves from living, to not want other people, existence, to lose them. To very many women, to very many men, this comes to be as a religion in them. This makes religion a real thing to them. Some love themselves so much, immortality can have no meaning for them. The younger David Hersland was such a one. There will be a long history of him, sometime written. Some love themselves negatively, and they like thinking about immortal living. Some love themselves or other ones so forcibly in them that death can have no meaning as an ending. These are then certain of existing. These then are made to have religion. That is certain. Some do not have it then in them. Really, they are certain that every one is continuing. They may not know it as religion. They mostly, all of them, sometime know it in them. Some love themselves so completely, or some other one, that they think they exist when they don't, will exist when they won't, are in communication with them when they certainly are not. Some of these do not make it as a religion. They have it as a conviction, as a certainty in them. These have a future life feeling in their present living. This is pretty common. Some have fervent loving in them for themselves or someone, with very much fear in them, and some of such of them have religion in them, and very many of such of them have none. This is now to be a very little description of some having in her or in him the feeling of original creation from anticipated suggestion, and the way virtue then is in them, in such of them. Then there will be a beginning of the being in Alfred Hersland after this little description, which has not much to do with anything, but is to me interesting, has been made, as I was just saying. Some have very much sensitive being in them. Very many have sensitive being as creative activity in them. Very many have it as an instrument nature in them. Some of them have it so that they can be almost creative by resonating, resoundingly anticipating another one's suggestion before that suggestion comes as a completion, and such then are often for the very longest kind of time really puzzling as having in them sensitiveness to the creation of real personality in them as original activity in them, and these very often have it in them that they are intelligent and so can reflect, and then reflect about the thing they are creating from anticipation of the suggesting of other ones to them. They are quicker. these then, quicker really than chain lightning, and sometimes for a very long time these are confusing. Sometimes these then can be understood by one when one realizes of them that they are as greatly one thing as any other thing if the proper influence has come into the circle of their living, and that never to themselves, when they are beginning a new thing, did the other thing, the last thing they were creating, the last kind of thing they were doing, completely express the personality of them to their thinking. Such of them are never failing in anything. They are always succeeding. Later, they are always certain they have not completely expressed the personality in them in the last thing they were doing. They are now completely expressing the personality in them, and then later, in remembering, they know they have not completely expressed the personality in them, and always, in each kind of thing they are doing, they are succeeding. They are never stopping doing the last thing because they are tired of doing that thing. They are beginning a new thing without really leaving the last thing. In their generalized living, slowly everyone can come to know it of them. They are not really original in inspiration. It comes then that it is change, but not an evolution of them, everything. There is no generalized conception that forms itself from them in them. They may be fairly successful in living. They may not be successful in living. Always then, they are quicker than chain lightning, really, in their sensitive being. The weakness of the being in them may come to be clear from the virtue feeling in them, from religion in them, from the way they need for that always to have company around them. This is generalized being in them, and they need close company around them to support them. They cannot for this do concrete working that gives to everyone the illusion that inspiration is inside them. This is pretty clear to my thinking. Not completely clear yet, and I am now telling it here to a little rid myself of it and to begin again to think and feel about it. Sometime I will have to do much more realizing, understanding the sensitive being in men and women. It is a completely necessary thing, and I am always working and thinking and feeling, and I will not now say any more about this thing. This is enough now, and I have been relieving myself enough now of my wisdom. Perhaps this description that I have been just making has a little, after all, to do with something in this writing. This, then, and other things that have been written, have something to do with preparing the understanding of myself then, and some others perhaps then, for the being in Julia Dehning. There must be much alternating all through in this writing of preparing to be describing Alfred Hersland and the living in him, and Julia Dehning, who came later to be marrying him. These two, then, will be mostly all of them in this part of this writing, and always I am alternating between them, and always a little preparing understanding one, and a little preparing understanding the other one. And so sometime perhaps everything will come to be showing something, and that will be then a happy ending of all this beginning. Sensitive being is completely interesting. It will sometime be a long book that one, when everything is written about sensitive being and kinds of it, and the meaning of it in every man and every woman. Sometime it must be done, for so only can there be written a history of everyone. All this describing then of virtuous being, feeling, knowing, thinking, in men and in women, makes it right now to begin the complete understanding and description of the living and the being in Alfred Hersland, and everyone important in his living. Alfred Hersland, the kind he is of human beings, is to me very clear just now, very clear inside me as grown-up men and women. I have very many of the kind that are his kind of them now in me. I am mostly now completely filled up with that kind of them, that kind in men and women, with many individual ones of them, with many women of that kind of them, with many men of that kind of them. I am just now very completely full up with the kind Alfred Hersland is in being, with men and women, very many of them, of that kind of them, with many of them, one just like him. That is all of him in my imagining, with some a little more one kind, a little more another kind, with many who are of the same kind as he is among men and women, but very different from him. I am full up, very full up now, with a whole large group who are all more or less connected in kind with him, with Alfred Hersland, as he is completely now inside him, a complete one. I have then so many men and women in me now who are of his kind in men and women, and they are in me now. I am completely full up with them now, completely filled up with them as men and women, all full up with that kind of men and women, and I must now begin again and slowly live it in them, the beginning of them. I am filled up quite entirely, filled up quite full up with the kind of them, with all the varieties of them, of this kind of them, as men and women, as women and men. I am all completely, quite completely full up with this kind of them in men and women, and all the kinds of them connected with this kind of them. I am completely now, pretty nearly entirely now, full up with many men and many women, and all of this kind of them, the kind of which Alfred Hersland is one, completely filled up with them, but only as completely men and women. I must a little now be filled up full with them, with these then, as beginning as children. I must be completely full with them, and I must be full up with them too as children, and I am now beginning a little to fill up with them as children. I am filled up full with them as young men, young women, as very young men and very young women, as older men and older women, as growing old men and growing old women, as old men and old women, as dying and dead ones. I am then pretty completely, entirely filled up full with this kind of them, with very many men and women, with complete men and complete women, with this kind in men and women, the kind of which Alfred Hersland is one, and of kinds closely connected in character with his kind of them. I am very full then of his kind in men and women. I am very fairly full of a kind of them he will have one of as marrying him, the kind there is in Julia Dehning, which is a very different kind from his kind of them. I am fairly full of the Julia Dehning kind of them as children, as completely men and women. I am very completely full then. I am quite completely full of the kind there is of men and women, of which Alfred Hersland is one. And now I am waiting to be a fuller one. I am waiting to be a completely full one. I am waiting to be full up with that kind of them, all there are of that kind of them as children. And I am now, as I am saying, waiting. To begin again with Mr. Hisson, the grandfather of Alfred Hersland. This one was, as I was saying, a man having it in him that he was really all that there was of religion. He was a man, as I was saying, a man completely being that thing to himself inside him, a man living that thing completely every moment in his living, a man holding them as part of him, his wife and children, to be a part of him when they were in the house with him. And he was all there was of religion. When they had left him for their own living, they were then not any longer in him, part of him. He was then again all there was of religion. He was a man then having a connection with such as those I was describing, who have it to be completely to themselves, that they are completely a good one. Only those that I have been describing have it in them to have concrete living in them, and generalized conviction of themselves besides in them, and seeing themselves in the light of the generalization. And the generalization comes from the conviction of being that is not in concrete existing really in them. In Mr. Hisson, then, it was a different thing. His generalization was a complete generalization from the complete feeling, acting, being, thinking in him. He was completely then all that there was of religion. He was living, knowing, being, thinking, feeling, believing that he was himself all that there was of religion. And he was concretely living every minute in this being. And concrete and generalized being was the same being in him. and he did not think that when he would be dead, he would be living. Dead was dead to him, and religion was living to him, but not living when he was no longer a live one. He was in himself all that there was of religion. Dead is dead, he was very certain. Religion was not in him a contradiction of this thing. Religion was him. He was all that there was of religion. Religion was all that there was of religion. He was it so completely in him that he was not ever judging anyone, not himself, not anyone. He was himself to himself inside him. He was all there was of religion. He was alive when he was living, and was then all there was of religion. He held his children there when they were living in the house with him. When they had left him, they were no longer in him of him. He was not then ever judging any of them. When he was alive, he was to himself completely living, completely religion. When he would be dead, he would be a dead one. He could not have any fear in him. He was a completely whole one then. There was not in him any contradiction between being a dead one, a really dead one, and religion. He was in himself all that there was of religion. He lived completely the living of being completely himself all there was of religion. He was so, not ever judging anyone, not himself, not anyone, not his children. They were him when they were part of him. They were not him when they were not a part of him, and that made him a complete thing always in living. Generalized and concrete living, feeling, being, knowing, thinking, believing, had in him no complication. He was then the complete thing of being all there was of religion, of being certain that to be a dead one was to be really then a dead one, to have this in him as religion, to be himself completely all there was of religion, to be living concretely every moment, every day, his religion, living concretely and as a generalization. This, then, is the being in Mr. Hisson, who was the grandfather of Alfred Hersland, and this, then, is one of the kind of them that one must be understanding to understand the being in Alfred Hersland, which I am hoping very soon now to be beginning describing. This is one, then. I will now describe others of this family of kinds in men and women. For soon now I will describe Alfred Hersland, for I am completely always nearer understanding that one. And yet there are some difficulties that I am still feeling, and I am very full up now with this kind of them, the Alfred Hersland kind of them, and still I am feeling some difficulties in the completion. They are not yet to me, all of them, entirely, completely yet, whole ones inside me. I am waiting, and I am not yet certain. I am not yet impatient yet in waiting. I am waiting. I am not now again beginning. I do not feel that I need to be again beginning. I am in the right direction. I am only now just needing to be going. I am now only just waiting. I am going, I think, very soon to be keeping on going. I have been describing Mr. Hisson again, the grandfather of Alfred Hersland. I will now tell a little more of religious desiring in some of this kind of them, some who have fear and idealization in them. Mr. Hisson had not this in him. Dead was dead to him. Religion was completely all him in him. He was not judging anyone. He had not any fear in him. He died of old age when he came to be a dead one. To be dead was to be dead. Of that he was very certain. He had not then any fear in him. He had not in him ecstasy or idealization. He had completion in him. He had all that there was of religion for him in him. When he would be a dead one, he would be dead. Of that he was completely certain. He was then a complete one. Concrete and generalized conviction was the same in him. He was the grandfather of Alfred Hersland. He was one of one kind in men and women. I am now pretty settled in my direction. I am still now waiting. I am still now not going on. I am still now waiting, and that is what I am now doing. End of section 32, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 19, 2024. Section 33 of The Making of Americans by Gertrude Stein. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Part 33. This, then, the being in Mr. Hisson, the grandfather of the 3 Hersland children, is one way of having religion, feeling of virtue in one. It is an important thing to have it completely inside me, the feeling of religion in Mr. Hisson. It is pretty completely inside me now, and still a little I am waiting. I will now soon be describing one who had another way of having religion, the complete other extreme, and still of the same kind of them as Mr. Hisson. And then I will be describing the in-between kinds of them, and so then I will come again to Alfred Hersland. And all of these then are of the resisting kind of them, the dependent, independent kind of them. And now then again a little I am beginning to be waiting. I will be waiting quite a little now before I begin again. There are some who naturally are knowing dead is dead, but these are not then certain that to be dead is to be a dead one. There are many who are saying to be dead is to be a dead one, but these then are not very certain that to be dead is to be really a dead one. There are some who are practically speaking completely certain that to be dead is to be a really dead one, but always these then are afraid in living, and always these then are a little afraid of being a dead one. Some then are very completely afraid of becoming a really dead one. Some of these then are thinking, feeling, when they are being completely afraid of being a completely dead one, when they will be dead ones, that perhaps then to be dead is not to be really a dead one. They knew it in them that to be dead is to be completely, entirely a dead one. These are certain then of this thing, and they are afraid then every moment in their living that it will come to be in them, that they will come to be a really dead one. And then many of these then have it in them as a fear in them, that to be a dead one is to be really a dead one. And they know that is really in them, that to be dead is to be really a dead one. And so then they have it in them, that they think they have it in them, that they are believing then that to be a dead one is not to be really a dead one. And then they do not know it in them whether that is really a comforting thing to them. They do not know it in them whether they are ever really thinking that to be a dead one is not to be really dead then. And these are not certain whether it is a comfort to them, any such a feeling. And there they are then, these then full up then with fear inside them, every kind of fear they can possibly have then, for they have it in them that to be dead is to be a dead one, and they have it in them to never to be wanting to be such a kind of a really dead one. And then they have it in them from this fear in them coming out of this fear in them that they will soon come to be a really dead one, that perhaps a dead one is not really a dead one. And then they have the fear in them of a dead one not being then a really dead one, and fear then is complicated in them. And there are a very considerable number of such of them always existing, and fear then makes of them that they have a generalized conception that they have religion in them and virtuous being in them. And this is of the feeling in them that comes from the reaction in them, from the fear in them of being a really dead one, that perhaps being a dead one is not really being a really dead one. And always then, these have in them as a continuous concrete realization, and this is always being in them, that to be dead is to be completely, really a dead one. Some have it as a complete feeling in them that to be dead is to be dead, and this then, a world without ending, is in them, for to be dead is to be a dead one. And so then not anything to them has ever any ending. Everything then to such of them is going on forever and forever to them. And always then to be a dead one is to be a dead one. And always then there is a continuing forever and ever to such of them, of everything. And so then to these of them there is no ending of anything. And living and being a dead one is to these then the very same thing. And to be a dead one is to be a dead one. and to be a living one, a living one. And to very many of these, dead and living are all one, and these then have in them religion as being of everything that is never ending. And some of these then come to have it in them, this I am describing to be certain, that to be dead is to be a dead one, and to be living is to be a living one, and that always everything is never ending. Come then to have it in them as loving being in them, and these then can come to have it in them that they are of them that have it to be of the kind of them that own the thing they need for loving. And so then these then, having it as loving in them that nothing is ever ending, and to be dead is to be a dead one, and to be living is to be a living one, and that nothing is ever ending, and have this in them as loving being, and own the thing they need for loving, are very interesting in religion. All these then that I have been describing, all these kinds of them that I have been describing, I am thinking as of the resisting kind in men and women, the dependent, independent kind of them. These then, some men and women, always there are a good many of these living, who have it in them to have resisting being and some way of feeling that to be a dead one is to be a dead one, and have in them religion from this thing mixed up with this thing in them. These then that I have been describing are of the resisting kind in men and women. They are of that kind of them that have loving in them as resisting and owning those they need in loving, not from stubborn feeling, not for attacking, but from the dependent, independent, right way of winning fighting. There are very many kinds of this kind in men and women. Some of each kind of all these kinds of them have religion in them. Later, after very much waiting and very much history of Alfred Hersland has been written, there will be very much description of the way sensitiveness and religion is in the attacking kind in men and women, and this will be written in the description of Julia Dehning, who came to be marrying Alfred Hersland, as I have already very long ago been telling. There will then be very much description of virtuous feeling and religion in the description of Julia Dehning, of virtuous feeling and religion in the attacking, in the independent, dependent kind in men and women. There will be very much description of virtuous feeling, acting, thinking, being in the description of Mr. Henry Dehning, and of old men having it in them virtuous feeling, being, thinking. There will be a description of a kind of way of having virtuous feeling in the description of Mr. Dehning. There will be a description of George Dehning and the little one Hortense Dehning in the history of the younger Hersland brother David Hersland. Now I am still waiting to be beginning, really beginning, the history of Alfred Hersland from the beginning of his living. There have been then now been in this description the 3 generations of men and women. There was then Mr. and Mrs. Hisson, and the old Mr. and Mrs. Hersland. There was then Mr. and Mrs. David Hersland, and these then had 3 children, Martha and Alfred and David, and the history of Martha has been now already mostly written, not completely altogether written, but a good deal written, and now there will be beginning to be written the history of Alfred Hersland, and every one he ever came to know in his early living, in his marrying, and in his later living. There was then Mr. Hisson and Mrs. Hisson, and Alfred Hersland had it in him to have a good deal in him, Mr. Hisson being. But it was a very different thing in him, this being in him, than it was in Mr. Hisson. Alfred never had in him at any time in him religion. He was a mixture then of old Mr. Hisson and old Mr. Hersland, who was a butcher when he was a young man working, and who was a man who had important feeling in him from having been a little important then in religion. Alfred Hersland then, to be certain of the being in him, was of the resisting kind of them in men and women, and now then I will wait again, and soon then I will be full up with him. I am now then not completely full up with him. Now I am again beginning waiting to be full up, completely full up with him. I am very considerably full up now with the kind of being in him. I will be waiting, and then I will be full up with all the being in him. That is certain. And so then now, a little again, once more then, I am waiting to be filled up full completely with him, with all the being ever in him. There are then some living who are saying that to be a dead one is to be really a dead one, And these then are not very certain that to be a dead one is to be really a dead one. There are then some who have it in them that dead is dead. And these then are not very certain that to be dead is to be a dead one. There are then very many who in living have it in them that dead is dead. And these then are not certain that to be a dead one is to be a really, entirely, completely, certainly altogether dead one. There are very many then of these always living. Perhaps Alfred Hersland was one of this kind of them. Perhaps he is of this kind of men. Perhaps he is not this kind of a one, not one of this kind of them of women and men. Anyway, this much is certain. He was of the resisting kind of them. He is of the resisting kind of men, of the dependent, independent kind of them. He is certainly of the engulfing, resisting kind in men and women. Of these, Alfred Hersland was not really one. Julia Dehning was of this kind of them. They can be either attacking or resisting kind of them. There are some, indeed there are a very great many of them. I know some of them always in living. There are many of them, some very successful in living, some very brilliant in living, some not successful in living, some of every kind of them as to succeeding and failing. There are a very great number of them always living, women and men, who have it that the being, the root of being in them, is intensity of emotion. And these then are doing, feeling, believing many things in living. Some many things very different from those other ones of that kind of them are feeling, thinking, and believing. Many of them very different things from what they have been and will be believing, feeling, thinking, doing, knowing, and always each thing any of these are feeling, thinking, believing, knowing, doing is for them completely bathed and floated by the intensity of emotion that is all being in them. And these have it that to themselves inside them they are deeply, profoundly moved by the thing. And really then, they are really profoundly moved by the emotional intensity in them, not anything in them. In those of them that are completely this kind of them, not anything they ever are feeling, thinking, knowing, believing, doing, and living has any other value than any other thing they are ever feeling, knowing, doing, thinking, believing, for always all of the being in them is intensity in emotion. And very many of such of them have sometime very strongly religion in them, and mostly always virtuous feeling in them. That is natural for them to be having in them, as anyone understanding anything of human being certainly will be more or less realizing. These then, and there are a very considerable number always existing of them, as I am saying, are often succeeding very well in living, and are brilliant ones in living, and some of them are weak and stupid ones in living, and there are all degrees in between. But always it is certain that these have in them emotional intensity as being in them, and often for a very long time they are puzzling. They are often for long years puzzling to someone, for it is a very difficult thing to know it of them that not anything they are ever feeling, knowing, thinking, believing, understanding is profoundly in them when they are so completely moved and enveloped by and enveloping that thing. It is a very puzzling thing very often with these, for they come so nearly to be original in living, feeling, thinking, being, knowing, believing, and they are really not then original ones. And it is disconcerting, for often one is a very long time convinced by them, by such of them, who are so completely themselves living by that thing in them then, which is not them, but is sustained by the intensity of emotion, which is the really truly them. It is very certain that these then are very strong ones for following in religion, for being certain of virtue in them. These must be that, for otherwise they would know that they had not originality in them. This will be also very interesting when I'm going to be describing Julia Dehning. This is a completely interesting thing, but now there must be a beginning to the real realization in me of Alfred Hersland and his living. I have been doing a very great deal of waiting. Waiting is to me very interesting, for always something is coming or else nothing is coming, and there is eating, sleeping, laughing, living, talking, and a little tickling in the body and the mind then that is very pleasant to anyone liking waiting. And then there is always the drowsiness of going to be lively waking, and all this is in me in waiting, and I like very well doing waiting, and now perhaps a little more I will be waiting, but always I am a little near to beginning, and now once more again I am waiting, and now I am contenting myself again with waiting, and that is a very pleasant feeling, a pleasant thing for anyone content inside them with it in them. I am always now feeling the temper stirring in Alfred Hersland, the kind of temper he had in him when he was a boy, and when he was a man, and he had a temper in him. That is a common thing with those having in them resisting being, tending to the engulfing kind of that kind of them. And Alfred Hersland had this kind of angry action in him, although he was not an angry or a sullen person mostly in him. I am very nearly full up with him, with Alfred Hersland and his kind in men and women. It is all filling in me now to overflowing. Alfred Hersland was a very little one, and then a child, and then a boy then. He learned to understand talking and answering, and it was surprising when he began this thing, as it is with everyone. Once one sees a little one, and he is not understanding anything anyone says to him, and he is not trying to do anything, and then in a very little while, a couple of months of living, and he is understanding and answering, and is trying to have things that he can have a liking for then, and that is a very certain thing. And Alfred Hersland had this in him. And later then he was a boy in his living, and then he was coming to be a very young man, and he had it then in him to be wanting to be helping his sister to have freedom. So then he was very certain, and he wanted to be helping, and to be instructing, and to be a good deal an example to his brother, who was a younger one, and he was then beginning resisting for everyone to his father then. And his mother then had about him a strong feeling of worrying when he was a little late for dinner in the evening, and later to be missing him when he had left them to go to Bridgepoint for his college education. And he was then certain he was a man devoted to everything and everyone, and he always wrote to everyone then to be good ones. And he was a man then, and then very much later he was marrying Julia Dehning. And all this then was in him as much later living. And in the beginning he was a little baby, and then beginning understanding and talking, and then a boy then, and then a boy coming to be going to be a very young man, and then he was full up with public feeling for everyone living in the house with him, his sister, his brother, his father, his mother, everyone. In the beginning then, he was a very little one. This is now then the beginning of the complete history of the being and the living of him. It is a nice thing. It is mostly pleasant for everyone when the eldest son is the eldest of the children in family living. This was not the case with Alfred Hersland. He was the eldest son. He was not the oldest of the 3 Hersland children. Martha was the oldest of them. It is very certain that mostly in family living, it is a pleasanter thing when the oldest one of the children is the oldest son. This most generally is pleasanter for everyone. For that one who is the oldest one, it is not such a pleasant thing for that one when a woman, a girl, a sister, is the older one, when he is the oldest son. This mostly then makes it a difficult thing when he is a son and not the oldest one of the children in family living. Very often in family living, when one is not the oldest of the 3 children, but is the oldest son, very often then he is such a one as I am soon going to be describing as Alfred Hersland. Very often in family living, when one is not the oldest of the children, but is the oldest son, very often then that one is such a one as Alfred Hersland was in his living. I know now 3 of such of them who have it in them to be of the kind of them that Alfred Hersland is, and who have it in their living that they were the oldest son, and that they had a sister who was a few years older, and that put them in a position that I will now soon be describing in the early living, in the beginning of being a young man, in the living of Alfred Hersland. Alfred Hersland, then, is now to everyone a young one. This is now a history of him. He was a good enough looking one. Many said he was a very good looking one. Sometimes in reading, sometimes in thinking, sometimes in realizing, sometimes in a kind of a way in feeling, knowing repeating, knowing always everything is repeating, knowing that there will be going on living is saddening. Sometime then in reading, in realizing anything, A little sometimes in feeling something, it is saddening to be thinking, feeling, realizing that always everything is repeating, that sometimes someone is a young one, and that now someone is in their middle living, and that now someone is an old one, and sometimes it is a queer feeling in one, this and then not anything, not writing, reading, dying, being a dead one, living, being a young one. Being one is a real thing inside in one then, and always then it is certain that always everyone is living, and everyone has their being in them, and everyone is feeling, thinking, knowing something, and always then it is certain that everyone is like some other one, and everything is existing, and it is saddening then, and existing is not a real thing then to someone, feeling then everyone as existing, and being themselves inside them, and someone being like someone, and each one being either a young one, or a middle-aged one, or an old one, and sometimes then this is a dreary thing, and sometimes then it is a very queer thing, and mostly then it is all then something, and mostly then it is certain that everything is existing, and mostly then it is inside in someone that not anything is a real thing, that it is dreary to be writing. I am feeling always that I am not certain that I am ever really full up with anyone in being as a young one. It is such a difficult thing to be a young one inside one, an older one inside one, to be any age inside in one. I am feeling that it is a very queer thing to be knowing someone who is a young one, to be knowing anyone. I am not then having anyone inside me now in my realizing, not myself inside me in my feeling. I am living, that is certain. I am now beginning a little again, feeling that I am not yet full up with the being in Alfred Hersland. I am now again beginning waiting. I have not any more anyone in me to my feeling. Always then there is Alfred Hersland, and I know very well what kind of being there is in him. I have not anyone in me to my feeling, not Alfred Hersland then, and so again now I am beginning waiting. How can anyone know it in them that they are a young one, that they are a middle-aged one, that they are an old one? Mostly, there is not any way to know it inside in one that one is a young one, that one is an older one, that one is an old one. There is not any way of knowing such a thing inside in one. Mostly, then, each one must be told it by someone, and mostly, then, that one does not then really know it in them. Mostly, then, there is not any way anyone by themselves can know it in them that they are a young one, a very young one, a young one, not such a very young one, an older one, a good deal older one, an old one, a very old one. There is not then any way anyone can know it inside them, the difference in them of being a young one or an older one, when someone is not somehow telling it to them, some other one. This can be a telling by that other one. This can be a telling by the other one, because the other one is existing at another stage in living. I have been seeing a young man, and have been talking very much with him, and he is quite a young man, and he is very much like one I was seeing very much when I was quite a young one. Now this one that I am now seeing is quite a young one. That is to me very certain, and there is in me a feeling that to anyone to himself now, there is not very much meaning in many things he is now always saying, and yet I know it by remembering that that one that I was knowing very well when I was quite a young one, and who is so very like this one, I know that that one was not then to himself or to me then a young one. I must date it to myself to be really certain that that other one, who is in being just like this one, was then such a young one, young as this one is now in his being. It is certain that that other one was such a young one. He is not now to my remembering of that time a young one. He was at that time to my feeling, as now I am remembering, he was at that time to my feeling then not at all a very young one. He really was then as old as I am now in my feeling. For it is certain not any one is any age inside them to their feeling. Every one is inside them living. That is about all there can ever be in them, really, a feeling of themselves inside them, that they are living inside in them. They cannot be inside in them any age, inside them not any one, and that makes it a very hard thing to be really realizing a young one, or an old one, or anyone, or one's own self inside one. And now I am not going to be doing this thing with Alfred Hersland. I am now only going to be telling the being in him, and the living in him, and what he did in living with any other one. Not any one in them is to themselves any age inside them. They know in them by looks, and looking at other ones, and talking, and knowing things they are thinking, have been thinking, by things they were and will be doing, by realizing, by an effort in them, or simply in them, things happening in them by remembering, but really then not any one is to themselves anything but only just living inside them. That is all feeling of themselves inside them that they can have in them, with not anything to help them by telling them, or by their seeing others then to help them. Always then Alfred Hersland had a being in him that now I am beginning describing. Always Alfred Hersland was living to his ending. This is the being then that is in everyone. They are existing until there is an end of them. Each one has their own being in them. Each one is of a kind in men and women. Alfred Hersland was of a kind of men and women, as I was saying. He was the eldest son, but not the eldest child, as I was saying. And that had some effect on him, as I was saying it does have on those that are eldest sons, but not the eldest child in family living. And Alfred Hersland was all through his early living with poor people near him, and in a way he was of them. He did things with them, as I will now be telling, and then he left home to go to Bridgepoint for his college training. And before that, he was at the stage of being very instructive and very desirous to be the head of his family and a good citizen, and after he left, he was a tender feeling in his mother's living. And then he had some kinds of loving in him. And then, as I was saying, he came to be married to Julia Dehning, and later then his father was losing his great fortune. And then, too, Martha was beginning having trouble in living, and later then his brother David was influencing him, and later then Alfred Hersland was having very much trouble in his married living, and many people came then to be important to him, and then there was more and more living in him, and this is now to be a complete history of him. I am now almost all through with waiting. I am now beginning to be free with the being of him inside me in my feeling. I am now completely certain that not anyone is to himself inside him in his or her feeling any age inside them. Alfred Hersland was the eldest son and the second child of the Hersland family, and the Hersland family then were living on a 10-acre place in a part of Gossels where no other rich people were living, and the Herslands were then rich people. Mr. Hersland was then a very rich one. Mrs. Hersland had it then, and always, that she was naturally a natural part of rich living. But being rich ones was then not inside them as a feeling important in the Hersland children living. They were then all three of the living of the poor people in small houses, and a half-country, half-city living feeling. Alfred Hersland was then such a one in his living, and living was then the important thing in him, and slowly then family living came to be important to him. But now, in the beginning, when he was a very young one, family living was not important in him. This is now to be a complete history of the living in him, all his living. When he was quite a very young one, family living, his family position, was not of any importance in him. Then it came to be more important, then very important in him. Then, after his marrying Julia Dehning, very much less important in him. Always, all the time he was living in Gossels, even when family living was important to him, he was living with the poor people near him. Later, after he married Julia Dehning, he in a way came back to such a living, although they were then different ones he was then knowing. Mostly, it is very hard realizing about another one that one is not thinking when it would seem that thing is the thing they would naturally be doing. It is very hard for anyone who is ever doing writing to be really realizing that very many are not doing thinking, remembering. It is a very hard thing to be realizing about other ones, and then it is a very hard thing to be realizing that some who would naturally be thinking the kind of way one writing is thinking, are not ever thinking that kind of a way about anything, about something. It is a very hard thing then knowing what anyone ever is seeing, feeling, thinking. I am all alone now, and I have then an unreal, lonesome feeling. It is like a little boy who was howling, and they all rushed out to help him. I am all alone, he said, and all of a sudden it had scared him. It is not frightening to some, but it is hard work for them then, for such a one may then perhaps be almost in need of beginning again. Everyone was a whole one in me, and now a little everyone is in fragments inside me. There are a very great many not now in me. Mostly everyone now in me is in pieces inside me. Mostly not anyone now is a whole one inside me. Alfred Hersland is in fragments inside me. I will now begin again, and it will be a describing of pieces then, pieces of perhaps a whole one. Perhaps not anyone really is a whole one inside them to themselves or to anyone. Perhaps everyone is in pieces inside them, and perhaps everyone has not completely in them their own being inside in them. Perhaps each one is in pieces, and repeating is coming out of them, that is certain, but as repeating of pieces in them. Repeating is always coming out of each one, that is certain. In all moments of despairing, that is certain. That everyone always is repeating. That everyone always is repeating is a certain thing. I am very certain of that thing, that everyone always is repeating the being in them. Sometimes it is to me as pieces that do not make any meaning as a whole one. Mostly, always, sometime, each one is a whole one to me. Very often, each one is in pieces to me. Always, everyone is repeating and repeating the being in them. And always repeating is coming out of each one. Always, all through all the living they are doing. Always, all their living, and sometimes it is exciting to know it in them. Sometimes a very dreary thing. Sometimes a very discouraging feeling for living. Sometimes a friendly one. And sometimes then it makes of someone not such an important one as one had thought them. Sometimes then it makes of someone a more important one than one had thought them. Sometimes it is a habit in one to expect it of them the repeating from someone. Now then, mostly everyone is a good deal in pieces to my feeling. Alfred Hersland then now is such a one to my feeling, a good deal in pieces to my feeling. Always, all his being is always repeating in all his living. He is a good deal in pieces to my feeling. He was not then the oldest of the Hersland children. He was younger than Martha, and that always makes a difference in a boy's living. Not that Martha was very important to him in his early living, but there came to be for him, when it came to be in him, when he was a going to be young man, and was coming to feel like a good citizen and having strong family feeling, it came to him then to be directing, and he was not then the eldest of the Hersland children. He did help Martha some then. He did help her a little to be able to go to college as she was wanting to do then, but they were not very interesting ever to each other, Martha and Alfred Hersland. A little then, when she was to go to college, Martha was a little interesting to Alfred then, and very much later in her living, when Alfred was having trouble, long after he had been married to Julia Dehning, he was a little interesting to Martha, who was then taking care of her father in Gossels after he had lost their great fortune. Alfred then was a little really interested in Martha when she was leaving home for a college education. Later he and his brother David were a little interesting one to the other one when they were living in Bridgepoint together, after Alfred was married, and then later, and the mother, Mrs. Hersland, had a tender feeling in her for the clothes Alfred had left with her and the room he had slept in, when he left the family living to go to Bridgepoint to do his studying. And Mr. Hersland, he never had in him a very certain, important feeling about Alfred, excepting a little when he might have been needing him, or when, a little, Alfred might be opposing him. But really then, the three Hersland children, not any of them, were really important ever to Mr. David Hersland, to his feeling. He had sometimes a kind of feeling about one or the other of them because of something, some specific thing, But mostly, Mr. Hersland was as big as all the world in his feeling. Everyone to me just now is in pieces to me. That is to say, everyone is to me just now as pieces to me. That is to say, that each complete one is only as a piece to me, that all there is of each one at any time in them gives to me a feeling of pieces, not of a whole thing. That is to say, I am having just now with each one I am knowing or remembering a feeling, an emotion from them as if they were each one not a whole thing. I have this perhaps not altogether with everyone, but I have it just now with a good many of them, a good many that I am knowing now or remembering now, and most of the time now I have such a feeling. A little it comes to me, I am certain from my realization, that many of them are not completely thinking or feeling the way a complete one of their kind of them would be thinking or feeling. They are thinking and feeling in pieces then, now to me, to my feeling, just now in my emotion, and that makes of them to me pieces of being, makes all there is of them, of each one, not whole ones. This is very strongly in me just now, in my feeling. Very, very strongly in me, men and women, very many of them, those I am knowing, those I am remembering, not all of them. I do not say that it is true of all of them, even just now in my feeling. But very many, a great many of them, are to me just now in pieces to me. There are pieces then, and that is whole being. There is a piece then, and that is the whole being of someone. They may be, such a one may be completely of one kind of being, but it is only a piece of such a kind of being as that one is in being. It is not such a very joyous feeling, having the emotion of having everyone as a piece to one. It does make of everything a thing without ending, and all the time then there is not any use of anything keeping on going. Why should anything, any one, keep on going if not ever at any time anything, any one, will be a whole one? What is the use of anything or everything keeping on going if not at any time I will not be having a sensation that anyone, anything will be a whole one? Once everyone, sometime, was a whole one. Now mostly everyone is a piece of a one, not all the being as a complete one, and yet everyone has their own being in them, and putting all of each kind of them together to make a whole one cannot be to me a satisfaction, cannot give to me any real satisfaction, cannot be a satisfactory way in my feeling of having completion, of having anything or anyone a whole one, cannot give to me any reason why the world should keep on being. There is not any reason if, in repeating, nothing is giving to me a sensation of a completed one. I have then this in me now, and mostly everyone I am knowing or remembering is to me just now a piece of a kind of being, and everyone is themselves inside them. That is always, to my feeling, certain, and so then feeling each one is a piece of a kind of being, and always then feeling each one is entirely existing, so that each one is not a part of any whole thing. I cannot to myself have any very real satisfaction from getting together all the ones there are of a kind of them, to make a whole one. That is, not to my feeling. That cannot give to me an emotion of satisfaction. That is not to my feeling satisfying. And so then I am not feeling each one is sometime to me a whole one. No, then no. I am now feeling that mostly all of them, every one I am knowing, every one I am remembering, is to me a piece of being. And so then there is not any use in the world going on existing so that everyone can keep on with repeating a piece of being. Not any use at all then to me, to my feeling. Not any use then really to anyone. And this is now then the real state of feeling I am now having. Alfred Hersland is to me a piece of being. He is not in me a whole one. This is certain. Mostly, everyone is to me a piece of being. Everyone has their own being in them. Alfred Hersland has his own being in him. All right, I know it of everyone. I know it that everyone has their own being in them. I know it, and always I feel it. I always feel it, and I always know it. Everyone has their own being in them. Yes, everyone. Every kind of a one. Everyone that ever was or is or will be living. Yes, all right, I know it of everyone. That everyone has their own being in them. Alfred Hersland had his own being in him. Yes, everyone has their own being in them. Yes, that is all right. I know that of them. I know that very well of them. I know everyone has their own being in them. I feel it of them. I know that always in everyone, always in each one, always of everyone, yes. I know that each one has their own being in them. And I'm saying that mostly everyone is a piece of being, not a whole one in them. And so then there is not any use of the world going on for anyone. And there is not any way of making a complete one of any being by putting together all of some kinds of them, all of any kind of them. For each one has their own being in them. And so, after all, there is not any way of making a whole one. Everyone to me just now is as a piece to me. That is to say, each one mostly is not a complete one of anything to my feeling. Each one just now, to my feeling, is a piece of something, and that is to me very certain by my very strongly realizing in everyone the way they are not thinking, feeling a complete thing of their kind in feeling and thinking. Now then, Alfred Hersland is a piece of being to me. And now I will tell of it the way I feel it in me, the way I feel him and everyone just now in me. Alfred Hersland had a kind of being in him that in some who have it in them makes of them very good ones, some not such very good ones. This is in a way true of every kind there is of being. Of the kind of one that Alfred Hersland was in his being, they range from very good ones through to pretty bad ones. But this is true of every kind there is of men and women. Alfred had it in him to have his being in him, so that it was a little passionate in him, not very affectionate in him, not so as to be very good in him, not really ever very bad in him, sometimes as aspiration in him, more or less as ambitious in him, sometimes as virtuous and didactic in him. The kind of being he had in him was of the kind of being that in some having it in them makes of them devout in religion, makes of them mystic in religion, so as to let themselves be absorbed, all existing. Some of them, having this kind of being in them, have religion in them. But then it is like that in the grandfather of Alfred Hersland, Mr. Hisson. Some having this kind of being in them are meek enough in living, and yet a little dominating in family living, and are just enough in thinking and impersonal in feeling, and some of such of them need to have as a wife to them someone very vibratingly existing to give to them enough stimulation to make them keep really alive inside them. All these, then, are of the resisting, the dependent, independent kind of them. Some of them have the being in them very murkily passionate inside, and some of these then are trying to engulf everyone near them, to be lost inside them, to be swallowed by them, and some of them are not interested in very many persons near them, but some of them they need to have engulfed by them. And so then Alfred Hersland was of the kind of them, the resisting, dependent, independent kind of them, the kind that own those they need for loving. Many of such of them do not really, in their living, need anyone for loving. In a way, Mr. Hisson, the old man, important in religion. Being inside him all there was of religion, was such a one of this kind of them. Alfred Hersland, then, to my feeling, has being in him as pieces only of being. He is himself inside him. He has being in him. He has really living in him. Everyone has real being to me in them. But as I am saying, very many to me now are pieces of being, and yet they are themselves inside them. I know that of them. I know that in them. I know that in myself with them. And so then, to me then, just now then, in my feeling, very much, mostly everyone is as pieces of living, pieces of being. To me then now, to my feeling, pieces everywhere of something are existing and repeating of pieces of something, and yet whole ones are inside them, are repeating all around me as living, feeling, being, thinking, existing, and in a way then not whole ones, and not a part of anything, because they are one each, one all there is of them. And so then, just now to my feeling, it is a little fragmentary, all there is of living, and keeping going is only in everything, because it is not ended yet. And that is then my feeling just now inside me. And Alfred Hersland is to me a real being, but not having completion in the sense of a whole meaning. Everything then, everyone, that is mostly everyone, mostly everything, is just now to my feeling as pieces of being, pieces alive completely inside them, and so always repeating as a whole one, but having not meaning as a whole one. Alfred Hersland, then, was a kind of them. He had a kind of being in him that was in him as more or less engulfing, somewhat passionate, not very bad, certainly not very good, engulfing, resisting, dependent, independent being, needing to own those he would need for loving, very often needing someone poignantly alive to influence him. Of the kind of one that Alfred Hersland was in his being, they range from very good ones through to pretty bad ones, from very tyrannical ones to very just ones, from very good ones through to pretty bad ones, from very religious ones to completely skeptical ones, from very dominant ones to very meek ones, from very passionate ones to completely indifferent ones. And all of these, in their living, are of the resisting kind of them, the dependent, independent kind of them. Those of them should have, then, needing to own those they need for loving. Alfred Hersland, then, had in him to be a little passionate and engulfing, a little meek and a little tyrannical in living, a little didactic and superior in aspiring, and certainly not really a very good one, and in religion mostly not believing, and yet not being really completely certain that to be dead was to be really completely a dead one. He had it a little in him to be a little going to be saving himself by a little religion in himself or in somebody very near to him, whom in a way then he was owning. Of the kind of one that Alfred Hersland was in his being, the kind of them men and women having in them such kind of being, range from very good ones through to pretty bad ones, have all kinds of mixtures in them, have every kind of way of living, are many of them pretty successful in living, some very successful, and some pretty miserably failing, some pretty steady with the being in them, some pretty intermittent, and some meek, and some very weak in being, and all this is true of every kind there is of men and women. I am thinking now of 6 of them that have such a kind of nature in them, like that in Alfred Hersland, and these have it very differently in them than he had it in him. And then there was his grandfather, Mr. Hersland, of whom I have written. There was one, and he was not very successful in living. He was successful enough in living, and he had it in him to be impersonal and just and kindly enough with mostly everyone. And he had not any engulfing passionate nature in him, not at all any such a kind of this kind of being in him. And he was almost altogether certain that to be dead was to be really a dead one, and he did not altogether completely like it, such a feeling, and he could be a little not certain of it inside him, though mostly altogether he was certain that to be dead is to be really truly a dead one, and he liked it very well that his wife, who could be making lively living feeling, was very certain that to be dead was not at all to be a dead one, and he liked it then that she was such a kind of one, and mostly then this one was successful enough in living, and kindly, and not meek, and not given to aggression, and master in his own house by patient overseeing, and successful enough in living by patient persisting. And this, then, is all there is now to be written of the living this one had in him. This one, then, was of the resisting kind of them that have it in them not to be engulfing, not to be aggressive, nor meek in their resisting winning, to be needing to be owning those they need for loving, but to be only loving one human being, to be kindly but impersonal really with every other one. That is all, then, of the being of one of the 6 of them. Another of the 6 of them was one having it in him to have a good deal in him of the engulfing, passionate being of his kind of them. But the being in him was not really ever in action. It never amounted to any more in him than to be a little wiggling in him. And that was all then. He wanted it to be in action. He wanted to be passionate and succeeding and aspiring and despairing. He tried it always all his living. He was always a little scaring and filling with hope his family for the despair and the possible activity in succeeding in living in him, and mostly then nothing ever happened. And he came as near in his living as a man can come to failing who is not completely failing in living. He loved a very pale, anemic woman, but he never came to marrying. He was always a man considered as perhaps promising successful living, and so it went on, and he was an older one, and still he himself, and a little some other ones, had still a hopeful feeling that this one would sometime be really succeeding, would really be doing something. This, then, has been a very little description of another one of the 6 of them. Another one of them had the passionate, murky, engulfing being in him in a completely concentrated form that made him active, sensitive, amusing, and successful, quite successful in living. He was always loving, but it never was a trouble to him. He was so active, he never was knowing that he was engulfing the other one, that he owned those he needed for loving. He was a very active, sensitive, amusing, successful enough person. And the murky, engulfing, passionate, resisting being that made him was so concentrated in him that he was a compactly existing being, and in a way not interested in anything or anyone he was not just then really needing. He was a very nice, amusing, sensitive, successful enough one of this kind of them, the passionate, engulfing, resisting kind of them. In this one, this being was quite a concentrated, pleasant thing. This is then all there will now be written of this one. Another one had it in him to be completely certain in all his acting and his feeling and his living that to be dead is to be a dead one. And so this one must keep on being a live one and must have everything he can be seizing to keep by him. And always this one, in his talking and his thinking and his feeling, was very certain that he was very certain that to be dead was not to be a dead one. And if it were, what then? A really noble man would not let it affect him. And he was most certainly such a one. This one then had this being, the resisting being I have been describing, as not really in him as engulfing, as not really in him not engulfing, as not really in him as passion, and yet as just enough in him as passion to give him a little something that made it that mostly one would not trust him, and yet that for very many he had some real attraction. This one had some aggression of resisting being in him. This one was quite successful enough in living. This one that I am now beginning describing had murky, passionate, resisting being, but its action in him was very intermittent, and it was at different times in very different conditions in him. Sometimes it was in him in a fairly concentrated condition, and it made of him someone very quick and sensitive and charming and a musician. Sometimes it was very quiet in him, and then sometimes it burst out as uncontrollable temper in him. Twice in his life it led to loving, and both times then it made trouble for him, for he was not strong enough in persisting to be able to keep on owning the ones he needed for loving. This one was not very successful in living. This one was very successful in living, this one that I am now beginning describing. This one had this being not at all as murky, not at all as engulfing. He had it in him as efficient emotion, as active, practical, reasonably aggressive, resistant action, as steadily and not too sensitively in him, as warmly affectionate and rationally self-understanding. He was a little sentimental, and this was all the weakness there was in him. The being in him was perfectly adjusted to steadily succeeding in living. Sometime, perhaps, there will be a very long history written of him and 4 others very like him, perhaps in the history of David Hersland and George Dehning. This, then, has been a little descriptions of 6 kinds of being that are kinds of them that Alfred Hersland was in living. As I was saying, of the kind of being there is in Alfred Hersland, there is every kind of variation. There has been now made very short descriptions of 6 of them. This is now time, then, for the really beginning describing the living in Alfred Hersland from his beginning. End of section 33, read by Martha Weller, Champaign, Illinois, June 21st, 2024.